Maryland Cycling Classic, America's biggest professional bike race. And the women's event is just moments away, kicking off from Baltimore's historic Inner Harbor. A cloudy and warm day on the eastern seaboard as we bring you to the gorgeous Inner Harbor of Baltimore, Maryland for the third edition of the prestigious Maryland Cycling Classic. This will be the finish line for both the women's and the men's race coming up later on today. It is the most substantial single day of racing we have in the U.S. every year, the biggest race, the grandest events, and all of the top women and men are in the field here today. And this is a shot of what will be the live start for this women's race, and we are coming up on the kickoff here shortly. Steve Schlanger along with the former Canadian professional Lex Albrecht. Glad to have you aboard.
Thanks, Steve. It's so great to be here. We are about to witness the first ever Women's Maryland Cycling Classic unfold right in front of our eyes. And it's right downtown Baltimore. So it's a pretty big deal for a metropolis like Baltimore to shut down its city center streets like this. And you know what? They do it because they know it's worth it.
This is Harbor Point's Central Plaza, adjacent to the Harbor East District.
On the start line here, we have Lauren Stevens. She's a multinational champion of the United States of America. We have riders from Benin coming all the way from Africa. We have Allison Jackson, the winner of the Paris-Roubaix. She's wearing the colors of the Canadian national champion. We have teams from Simiska Cycling, Virginia Blue Ridge 2028. We have riders from over 20 countries here on American soil racing at the top level of the sport. So we've got national champions, Olympic medalists, and even world record holders in this field.
Just under 100 riders in this women's field. And now let's send you out to the third member of our crew on the course, the former national criterium champion, Rasan Bahati. Hey, Rasan.
I am here in Harbor Point in downtown Baltimore for the inaugural women's race here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. Cloudy conditions today, and it's going to last for the first few hours. So I think these women are going to have the best conditions under the weather today. The highs are in the upper 80s and low humidity. So it's going to be a fast and exciting race.
Baltimore, Maryland, and this Inner Harbor has been renovated over the years. It is now such a spectacular setting for sports, for commerce, for culture. This is a big gathering place. It's made Baltimore a wonderful community here surrounding the water. And again, we are right back in the middle of the Central Plaza in Harbor Point. And now about to commence with this first ever women's event. It'll be the third edition of the men's event following later on this afternoon, but this is the inaugural women's race here at the Maryland Cycling Classic.
This is a big deal for women's cycling. We have riders from all over the world, and they're coming many of them for the first time in America, and they're chasing very valuable UCI points, and it's also one of the later races in the season, so this is a last chance for them to show their colors and show their stuff before perhaps signing a new contract for next year.
15 teams, 6 riders per team, just under 100 riders total from 20 different countries gathering here in Baltimore.
We have riders from New Zealand, from Australia. We have riders from Benin in Africa, all over Europe. We have riders from Canada and, of course, United States. We also have a Mexican team coming in just off the tour of Guatemala, so they've been traveling quite a bit. So just to say, these riders have been traveling very far just to make it to Maryland.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and
And now out onto the first of 4 laps of an 18-mile circuit. It'll be 72 miles in total for this women's race that will take them to the north and back down south to the finish here in the Inner Harbor. The actual finish of the race is a little more than a half a mile from where they just started. So it starts and ends in roughly the same area of the Inner Harbor, right in the middle of Baltimore, but in between Lex, it is going to be a very demanding course, including this section of cobbles right near the beginning.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting section of the race, and right now the riders are just rolling out in the neutral start, so the race isn't actually on. They're following the Commissaire motos. But even though the action is calm, I think that behind those sunglasses and helmets, there's a lot going on in their minds. Nerves, strategy, and maybe a little bit of excitement too. And this is their first taste of navigating these cobbles in the race. So it's kind of nice that they can do it at a relatively slower pace. Oh, we see one of the Benin riders. She may have dropped her chain.
The Benin team coming over from West Africa, Aria Mundi. And now getting back set, and that's what the cobbles can do.
It's true, and there aren't a lot of opportunities to practice racing and riding on cobbles. So this is a good chance for some riders to gain experience, but also it's race day, so those that already have a lot of experience in the bank, they might be able to shine and show their stuff and have an advantage coming through this section on the 4 times that the race will go through the cobbles.
And this is the Fells Point area. That was just about 500 yards of cobbles that they had to deal with. Now the Fells Point area that includes a lot of shops and restaurants, art galleries, and again, they are heading out to the north here. In the first 2 editions of this race that were both men's races, this is an event that was held largely in Baltimore County, out in the countryside with a lot of rolling hills, and then it had the finish here in central Baltimore. But this year, it's a totally different course. The only thing that is carried over and that is the same is the actual finish, a flat run-in down Pratt Street. But other than that, it's entirely in the city of Baltimore, so it makes it much more spectator-friendly. It provides some different competitive dynamics. We will see some climbing. We've already seen some cobbles. We'll see some rollers and also some technical corners too.
Yeah, there's a lot of turns in this course, and that can really change the dynamics of the race. It can make it quite exciting, and it can also be quite taxing on the racers. So those that are going to be able to navigate the corners and the turns efficiently will save a lot of energy, and those that don't so much, well, we might not even see them at the end. So there's a lot of strategy in terms of how this course in and of itself is ridden, and not just what the racers are doing.
All right, well, let's take you through the course map for this Maryland Cycling Classic as we get things underway here, heading out from the Inner Harbor. And again, it's an 18-mile circuit, 72 miles total for the women.
So we have an awesome field here, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to play out this course and navigating all of these different Baltimore neighborhoods. We have some pretty wide open streets that sometimes narrow down quite suddenly, some sharper turns. We're going to be navigating through the course and up to the QOM, so the Queen of the Mountains. So on each of the lines across the QOM, riders will be scoring 4, 2, and 1 points, battling for that title and the prize money that comes with it. Then they'll be speeding back down into town, back into a technical finish. So there are 4 turns into the sprint line. The second time across the sprint line, riders will be going for sprint points, and they'll be awarded points on the 2nd lap, the 3rd lap, and then again at the finish lap.
So the only time that there is not an opportunity to sprint for points will be at the end of the 1st lap, but then every other lap when they come back across that finish line, they will be sprinting for points. So essentially what that means is there are several different prizes up for grabs. Not only the winner of the race, but you also have the Queen of the Mountains jersey and the sprint jersey that these athletes will have on their radar here today.
This is exciting for the riders because it gives them a chance to go for something that's almost as special as the win, and it gives them a chance to shine if they're maybe not going for the win itself. It also shuffles up the race dynamic in the middle of the race because it's almost as if there are a couple of little races going on within the bigger race, and the rest of the peloton isn't immune to the action that's being taken by the riders who are going for the QOM, Queen of the Mountain, and the sprint jerseys. So they're going to have to react. Sometimes these little intermediate races are what create splits in the race, and they're just exciting to watch and fun to go for as a rider.
All right, so we are underway. The first ever edition of the women's event at the Maryland Cycling Classic, and the first of 4 laps around Baltimore, and just south of 70 miles left to go on the day.
Steve, I'm excited to see what happens today. Steve, I'm really excited to see what happens today because we have quite an interesting field. There are some riders in this pack that are kind of flying under the radar. So we have riders that are riding under jerseys that they don't typically wear when they're racing over in Europe or abroad. One rider to look out for that the other peers in the peloton might not have on their radar is Bryony Botha. So she's on the Fearless Femme team, and she's from New Zealand. She has a world record on the track and 2 Olympic medals, but it's her first time, or first year, I should say, racing on the road. So she's a real powerhouse that maybe some of the other riders, especially the European riders, might not yet know about.
Lex, what type of race do you expect overall when you consider the different styles of racing that we see throughout the year, whether it's some kind of a stage race, whether it's a criterium, some kind of a classic? What do you expect from this race in terms of how it should unfold today?
Well, Steve, this is a one-day race, so as opposed to a stage race, the riders don't have anything to save or anything to lose by putting it all out there on the road. So we're going to see a lot of action today. And as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, there are a lot of riders who are here really to take an opportunity to shine at the end of the season. So just like this rider we see out at the front right now, right at the very beginning of the race, taking a flyer out the front, we're going to see a lot of people instigating action. So it's going to be quite an exciting race. I think we might see the field shatter too at some point.
One rider going off the front on the first of 4 laps here in the inaugural women's edition at the Maryland Cycling Classic. This is at the tail end of the main field, now just a few seconds behind. Is this the kind of a move you would have expected so soon, Lex? And are you kind of surprised that no one else is going with her?
I'm not too surprised that she's out there all alone just because this is so early in the race. The peloton looks pretty calm. She might be a rider who's not marked, but you do notice those stripes on her arm, and that means that she is a former national champion. So I wouldn't necessarily mess around, but because she's alone and because it's so early in the race, I don't think that she's necessarily a threat. What she's doing right now is trying to put a little bit of pressure on the field, or maybe testing out the field too to see who's going to come after her. And then once the field decides that maybe she's a threat, if they do, then they'll start putting on the gas and either trying to reel her back or sending a couple riders over to meet her in the break and establish a more solid gap. But cycling really is a numbers game, and to be off the front so early in the race all alone isn't necessarily a sign that she's going to be in contention for the win.
That is Odette Lynch, the Aussie for the Fearless Femme Racing Squad.
So Fearless Femme, this is a team. This is Emma Langley actually. So Emma Langley is a very strong rider. So she could manage to stay away quite a bit, but I do know that her team has plans to really make the race, put pressure on right from the get-go. That's what they were telling me. Lauren Stevens, their captain, multinational champion, Pan Am champion, and the leader of this team. She told me that those are the team's ambitions. So Emma Langley is executing the team strategy perfectly right now. She's got her teammates sitting in the back of the pack, just taking it easy. And I mean, hey, if a miracle happens and she stays away, perfect for the team. If this puts pressure onto other teams to chase, then that's just as good for them, because Emma's forcing them to spend their energy and burn a few matches.
Now single file here at the back end, and that's usually a sign that the pace is pretty heavy.
So Emma Langley is actually looking pretty strong. And you know what? She's actually coming off of a victory in Vermont, the Green Mountain Stage Race. So she's pretty strong right now. And she might be flying under the radar, too, under this team's colors, under Aegis Cycling Foundation. People might be more used to seeing her in the EF colors, the pink jersey. She switched teams, though. So she's showing her stuff out here and getting a lot of TV time and actually creating a gap that's quite surprising to have so early on in the race.
All right, let's take you through some of the teams and riders in this race today and some of the names to look for as the morning unfolds.
We have Ricarda Bauernfeld from Germany. Neve Bradbury, she actually won the Zwift Academy in 2020. Tiff Cromwell, she's been in the sport for many years. She's excellent not only on the road but also in gravel. Agnieszka Skalanek-Sokoja, she's from Poland. She's a little powerhouse of the team. We have Saradizit. This is a German team on the Women's World Tour. Mylene de Zoot, she is an excellent sprinter. Danique Hengeveld as well. Marta Jakaluska, she has a good power and a good punch too. So this team is definitely one to be watching out for. And EF Education, Veronica Ewers, the American cycling star. Allison Jackson, the current Canadian national champion. And she has also won the Paris-Roubaix, so she's a big fan of the cobbles and is going to love the cobble sections here. Clara Amond, a younger Canadian rider too, on EF. On Synisca Cycling, we have Chloe Patrick, Quiva O'Brien. She was second in the Irish National Champions.
And now the riders are going through Monument Park, back onto a brief section of cobbles. The first ever monument to George Washington is located here. This is a very historic area that is continuing to trend slightly uphill. This entire first section of the lap, where they're heading south to north to reach the furthest part north on the course. It's just a slow drag uphill for the most part. Nothing too serious until you get to the signature climb at the far north end, but then they'll make the turn and head back down south, and it's largely downhill the rest of the way back towards the end of the lap.
It's nice to see that everybody navigated those cobbles safely, because I know that there was a little bit of concern from some of the riders that they were a little bit quote-unquote sketchy, but it seems like in the race environment they're not so bad after all, but they do add another element of excitement. So we see the peloton stretching out now, so there are some riders up at the front leading the chase. Some riders at the back too, getting a little bit strung off. They're not suffering, they're not in trouble though, just kind of taking it chill, taking it relaxed. At this point, people are just trying to stay calm and save just as much physical energy as they're trying to save emotional and psychological energy, because it's funny, that actually can drain you.
Yeah, you spend a lot of time stressing during the course of a race, don't you? Everybody thinks about the physical toll, but when you consider tactics, your teammates, your opposition, where everybody is in the race, there's a lot that's going on in your head.
Absolutely. And sometimes when the riders are a little bit anxious, they're going to be battling for positions at the front of the peloton when it might not actually be necessary to fight for those little position moves to get up closer to the front. I mean, at a point in the race like this, it's typically pretty okay to sit a little bit further back in the draft and save some energy.
All right, let's continue working through some of the top names.
We have Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 team. This has been a team that has produced a lot of American Olympians. Kristen Armstrong, actually a gold medal Olympian, multi-gold medal Olympian, was behind this team for some time. There's the Mexican Sofia Arreola. She is an amazing track rider. Marlise Garcia, she is a very good sprinter as well. So this is definitely going to be a team to keep an eye out for. We have the Aegis Cycling Foundation, so we just saw Emma Langley off the front. She's very strong, former U.S. national champion. Lauren Stevens as well, multi-U.S. national champion, who also has a multi-surface program going on right now. She's doing a lot of amazing stuff out on the gravel. And we have some younger riders too, Kylie Hanel, Galen Ballard, Cara O'Neill, and Melissa Rollins. CCB, powered by Levine Law Group. We have Cassidy Hickey, Elizabeth Gonzalez, Sabrina Hayes, Ella Brenneman, Georgia Bond, and Catherine Rush on this team. This is a more local team, an American team, so the Europeans aren't necessarily used to this roster or seeing these riders. They're not quite sure what to expect, so this is going to add to some of the excitement and the element of unknown in the peloton amongst the riders. So we're glad to have them here. Fearless Femme Racing by PB Robertet. This is where Bryony Botha is racing for. She's from New Zealand. She holds a world record on the track. We have Adette Lynch, Paula Grandin, Erica Wierski, and Emily Newsome. Emily Newsome has been racing for quite some time. She's a powerhouse on the road and the track. Fount Cycling Guild. This is another pretty interesting organization that aims to develop riders, and they do an excellent job at that. Andrea Sear, she's actually a doctor, believe it or not, a doctor and a pro cyclist. Elizabeth Dixon, we have Minoru Minagawa, Andrea Boutine, and Alexi Snover.
It's not uncommon to find some of these riders who have other occupations, and they kind of double as cyclists too.
You're right, Steve. You'd probably be surprised at the extent of which these riders have had success off the bike. Legion of Los Angeles is here, and the Benin national team, they're coming all the way from West Africa. This is a huge deal. It is the first time that a team has come all the way from Africa to race a UCI event on American soil. This is really exciting for these riders. They're having the opportunity to race at a brand new level and in a brand new place. Milton Revolution Racing. This is a development team from Canada, another really awesome opportunity for Canadian young riders to have the chance to race at the international level and be in the mix with the international field. Paddle Bike BMC. This is a team from Mexico. They just came back from Guatemala, where they won the Team GC in the Tour of Guatemala. Very strong roster here. And the U.S. national team, Kenna Pfeiffer, Mia Asseltine, Carolyn Rezin, Aria Mundi, and Jamie Chapman. Had the chance to speak with some of them yesterday. They're very excited to be here and fly the American colors in front of the home crowds in Baltimore. And finally, we have Cycling Racing. Annie Scott, Emily Dreicher, Skylar Gausward, Julie Lacrossière, Whitney Surgener, and Raylan Stroud up from Canada.
So we now have another rider who is attacking off the frontier.
So this is a rider from Fearless Femmes. This is Emily Newsome. Emily Newsome, talk about riders with an interesting background. She actually has a master's in piano music, so she's very multi-talented. She shines quite a bit on the gravel scene. She is a former member of the EF pro cycling team, and now she's racing as a part of Fearless Femme. So Emily is a time trial and breakaway specialist, so it doesn't surprise me to see her off the front and away from the field right now. She is actually quite a strong threat, and if she can get some riders working with her, she is one of the athletes in this peloton that could stay away.
And checking over her shoulder to see just how far back the rest of the group is, what kind of gap she may be developing. This is always that early portion of the race where everyone tries to take inventory and take the temperature of the other riders to see what kind of form they're in. And apparently we do have a rider down on the course. And let's try to take you back and show you exactly what happened a moment ago. Watch on the left, yeah, under the tree.
So that's another rider from the Fearless Femme team. Not sure what happened there. She might have clipped a pedal going over a little bit too close to the curb. It's tough to tell. But so her teammates off the front, and this is just a smaller squad. They only have 4 riders with them today. So that's unfortunate because that takes, well, hopefully it doesn't take that rider out of the mix. Hopefully she'll be able to get back into the peloton. We'll have to see. But everybody's looking pretty calm right now. The legs are spinning. Nobody seems like they're in too much of a hurry to organize a chase to bring anybody back. It's pretty good for Emily out at the front, you know. Even though the peloton doesn't seem like they're too stressed out, I know that Emily will be putting in a good effort and a good dig to stay away. And she's the type of person who is very strong. She's got a lot of perseverance and persistence as well. So let's see what happens here.
And now back to the very front here. And while we have a moment, let's dive a little bit deeper into the Benin women's national team that traveled a long way to get to this race, further than anybody else by far, coming all the way from West Africa. The former French West African nation became a democratic republic back in 1961. Its national team is the first African women's team to compete here in North America. 4 young riders making the trip here, with their current national under-23 and elite riders leading the team. The head coach, Adrian Nianshuti, bringing Jose and Metevi along with him and the others. And this is an opportunity for them to compete in a high-level race. As you see, the head coach, Nianshuti, is a tremendous story just himself. Survived the Rwandan genocide, lost 60 family members, including 6 brothers, during the course of that. And all part of this Team Africa Racing, which was launched back in 2007 as Team Rwanda. They focused on growing the sport of cycling in Rwanda, expanding to 7 countries in West Africa, and empowering women's cycling with opportunities in training and racing. And now looking ahead to the next Cycling World Championships later this month that will be held in Rwanda, the first ever Worlds in Africa. So this is a high watermark in the sport for African cycling and for this Benin women's team racing at this prestigious event here in Baltimore today. What an opportunity for them, and how great it is for the sport.
Oh, this is awesome for the sport of cycling. It's more and more international. It's part of the reason why it's so awesome to have a race of this caliber in the United States. So cycling is not just concentrated within Europe anymore. We're seeing it continue to grow again in North America. And then to have it also grow in Africa is absolutely amazing. And I'm so glad to see these riders from Benin have the opportunity to race here today, because when I think back to my starts in cycling, those first races that I had where I was racing against and with an international peloton really set the tone for me in my mind about what I could dream and aspire to.
All right, still on the first of 4 laps here in this women's race at the Maryland Cycling Classic, with just over 60 miles left to go. And the peloton here spread out across these wide roads. Again, slightly uphill, but nothing too difficult. It's interesting, Lex, in a race like this, there's a lot of different ways to skin a cat. A lot of different dynamics that could play out, strategies to employ. If you were managing one of these teams, what would be your set of tactics to try and win a race like today?
Yeah, that's a good question, Steve. So there are some teams here that the riders are going to be looking at to take responsibility of the race. So these are like the World Tour teams, for example, like Canyon SRAM and Ceratizit. And then there are the other teams that have a little bit less responsibility for bringing stuff back that might go off the front, like we're talking about Cyclery Racing Team or the U.S. national team in Paddle Bike BMC. So it depends on what the team's status is, I would say, in terms of what their strategy should be. But the smaller teams, what they want to do is get their face shown out there, take their chances. They're flying under the radar. They're not necessarily marked. So attacking and being aggressive, sending rider and after rider off the front, and seeing maybe if they can get some other riders to bridge up to them to establish those breaks and stay off the front, while the larger teams aren't necessarily paying too much attention because they don't necessarily realize that these riders are a threat. That's a pretty good tactic to use. It's sure that the larger teams like EF Education Oatly and Ceratizit Pro Cycling Team, they're probably going to be a little bit more patient, but when the time comes to put down the hammer, they're going to put down the hammer, and the other teams are going to have no choice but to react.
And now the riders freshening the pace somewhat on this climb. Here's Newsom at the front, and again, the average grade of this is just about 7%, just inside of 200 feet and half a mile. Not the steepest climb you will ever see, but you can see that it has really started to take somewhat of a toll. And this is where they are now on the course. You see at the bottom of the screen, that's where we started and where the lap will end. And now this is the furthest north they will go on this circuit of 18 miles. So this is as far north as you get. Queen of the Mountain Point coming up. And again, the Queen of the Mountains points will go 3 places deep. 4 points for the first one across, 2 points for second, 1 point for third, and a Queen of the Mountains jersey awarded at the end of the race.
So it looks like Emily Newsom here off the front is going to pull full Queen of the Mountains points here. She'll get all 4 of them if she does maintain that gap going across the line. Let's see it, though, if the Peloton swallows her up before they get to that line. Oh, it looks like they're pulling Emily back, so I wouldn't be surprised to see if Emily has a teammate who will try to jump out of the pack and go for those points.
And now someone attacking for the Queen of the Mountains points.
We have a rider from EF Education Oatly going for the Queen of the Mountains points, and we have Lauren Stevens from Aegis Cycling on her, almost on her wheel. And then we also have a rider from Canyon SRAM taking, looks like she's taking 3rd place there.
Allison Jackson, the multi-time U.S. national champion, and so those are the 3 riders that will take the points, 4, 2, and 1. And they will do this 3 more times. Again, this is the first of 4 laps, so you're hitting the high point of the course, and now as they make this turn, it's slowly, gradually downhill, falls flat at the top, but then now as you go north to south, back down towards the Inner Harbor, back towards central Baltimore, where the race started a little while ago, it's gradually downhill, so something to watch out for as we get later into the race, just how fast this portion of the course will be as they gear up for the finish. And single file here, which is pretty typical after you go over the Queen of the Mountains. And the pace is high already. Riders tend to keep going, or the ones at the front try to stay on the pedals as much as possible, string out the field.
We could see some little gaps opening up in the pack, which is pretty typical on a downhill right after a Queen of the Mountains sprint, because if you cross the line towards the back of the pack and the front of the peloton is already racing downhill, you have to do a little bit of catching up, and to catch up and bridge the gap when the speeds are high is difficult for many reasons, and one of them is because of aerodynamics and just physics. The faster you're going, the more important aerodynamics are, and sitting in the draft to save energy. So a group that's riding together, they can go much, much faster downhill, and if you're out and have a gap between you and the riders in front, you're going to have to work much harder to close that gap than you would out on the flats.
So we have had 2 individual riders off the front so far on this first lap. Both have been caught. The field is together. Just south of 60 miles left to go overall, but this is still the first of 4 laps of an 18-mile course.
I think it's pretty normal to see that the riders didn't stay off the front. I think that teams are just testing the waters here, checking out how the rest of the peloton is going to react. It looks like most of the riders are pretty calm. There's not really a sense of urgency or anybody that's trying super hard to initiate a break that will stick, which is pretty normal because it's still pretty early on in the race. I expect to see the more serious attacks happen maybe on the second and especially the third lap.
Going through a very beautiful leafy neighborhood here with historic homes, and again the course changed from years past when the men were exclusively racing here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. Baltimore is such a city of great neighborhoods overall, and the race organizers this year wanted to highlight the famous and beautiful waterfronts that will host both the start and the finish for the women and men, but also giving them the opportunity to illustrate the story of the city's rich history, blending the old, the new of one of America's most diverse cities overall. And so you see so much of that here on every lap. And with this circuit, you see the historic homes, you see the tree-lined avenues, you see the shops, the restaurants, the water. So much on display here, like a postcard of Baltimore and the Eastern Seaboard here in 2025.
And it looks like now we have a rider from Canyon SRAM off the front, so they've decided that they need to put a little bit more spice into the action right now. Let's see how the peloton reacts. I think a few Fearless Femme riders are heading up towards the front to make sure that if this gets serious, they're going to have the opportunity to jump across. So she's got a good little gap up there, that's for sure. Let's see what everybody chooses to do.
So Henrietta Christie, Melissa Rollins, and Andrea Fragoso got the points at the Queen of the Mountains, and that was just a short time ago. Again, the high point of the course.
Okay, and this is actually a Siniska rider off the front right now. This is Kayla Davis who's off the front. A young rider, very strong. So this is Siniska trying to put things in the mix. Oh no, we have another rider down, a couple riders down. Not sure what happened here. A young rider from the Milton Revolution team and another rider from the Font team.
So second and third riders of the day that we've seen crash. And it happened right in the middle of the road.
I wonder if she hit something in the road there because the asphalt isn't super smooth. It's what I like to call pavement with character. So
Dylan Baker was the rider who went down first there in the red and black.
Oh shoot. That looks like it hurt. And then the bikes are tangled up there. You're going to see the team mechanics come out. We have some neutral support motor rider there helping. And then the team mechanics getting the riders back on their bikes. Let's see if she can get back on there quick enough to jump in the draft of the car and get brought back to the peloton.
So Dylan Baker here still waiting to get back on her bike, part of an all-Canadian team. 6 Canadian riders on this Milton squad. And now this is the action off the front. Again, one rider attacking here on this downhill section. So the third rider who's made a move off the front. We haven't seen a group form yet. We've seen 3 individual solo efforts, but no group has made its way towards the front with any kind of gap to the peloton. And you mentioned the pavement. It is imperfect in a lot of sections, but that's not unusual to cycling. No matter where you go in the US, Europe, the rest of the world, you're not going to find perfect pavement except in sections. So it's something these riders typically deal with all the time. And I mentioned earlier that there's 20 different countries represented in this race today. Check out where they've all come from. It is a global sport, drawing riders in from around the planet, and they've all descended on Baltimore, Maryland here today for this one-day event, the first ever women's edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic. The men's race will have their 3rd edition coming up later on this afternoon.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Brendan Quirk, the CEO of USA Cycling, and he mentioned that he really believes that the best bike racers in the world want to race in the USA. You know, they love it here, and the fact that so many UCI points are on offer means that they have really good reason to travel here from Europe. So it's a perfect setup for them, and check out the awesome course that they get to race on too. So this is Kayla Davis, number 65 from Siniska Cycling, still off the front. She's doing a great job staying away. I think the fact that the descent there was a little technical and she was out of sight for some of the downhill section probably helped her maintain that gap. Let's see if anybody tries to bridge across, or if this is going to be another one that's brought back into the field.
Now the 22-year-old making the first move for this team here today.
It's pretty fun to be up there at the front, and all you see is the motos up there. They're like your own motos. It's quite motivating. So it doesn't really matter at that point where the peloton is. You just want to maintain a TT pace, a time trial pace, essentially. Not go too hard. You don't want to burn too many matches. You know, whether you get brought back or not, the rest of the race is still very long. But you also want to maintain a solid pace. Once that gap is opened up, all you have to do essentially is ride at the same speed as the peloton is riding at, and you'll maintain that gap. And if you can make it stretch open a little bit more, well, even better.
All right, so Kayla Davis at the frontier, still on the first lap at the Maryland Cycling Classic. Well, Lex, with a course like this and the type of field we have, when you consider the peloton and when they watch a break go up the road, what's the kind of time gap that they're comfortable with throughout the day? How big of a gap would they let a rider or a group get before they'd start to feel uncomfortable?
You know, Steve, it all depends on numbers and how many people are in a breakaway. So at this point in the race, so early on within the first lap, because a rider is solo, the pack is not going to be too stressed out until it gets maybe up to like several minutes. I'd say like maybe even over 5 minutes. But you can see now that there are some riders that are trying to bridge across here and join the rider off the front and work together. At that point, especially when there are riders from the same team within the breakaway who can work together, that might start making the peloton a little bit more nervous. And once the break gets up to over a minute or around 2 minutes, maybe more, then the team is, or the peloton is really going to start trying to think about how they might be able to bring them back. But early on in the race, there's definitely less pressure than later. The peloton riders are essentially spending quite a bit less energy just because of the draft effect than the riders out at front. So if you let a rider hang out there long enough, they're going to end up emptying the tank at some point.
So that is Chloe Patrick, number 61 there, coming up alongside Kaylee Hanel.
So this is pretty good for Siniska. This is excellent team strategies. There's nothing like having a couple of your own riders within the breakaway. And again, when we talk about numbers in the breakaway, it's not just the finite numbers, but it's also the ratio. So right now they have the majority of riders out there.
We continue from Baltimore, Maryland. This first ever women's edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic on a warm Saturday. Leaving the Inner Harbor and now headed back towards central Baltimore after going to the high point on the course, the Queen of the Mountains section. First of 4 laps of this women's race. The men will take to the roads later on today. This is the most significant single day of professional racing all year long in the U.S. The Maryland Cycling Classic has placed its signature on the sport, and Baltimore is a terrific host. This city has really come a long way over the last few years. The culture, the community, the socioeconomic level has evolved so much, and now playing host to another tremendous sporting event in a city of great sports. You've got, of course, the Baltimore Ravens kicking off their NFL season tomorrow against the Buffalo Bills. You've got the Baltimore Orioles hosting the LA Dodgers just down the road, and Camden Yards later on today, and the Maryland Cycling Classic kicking off the day here in the streets of the city of Baltimore. And now this is the action at the front end of the field. Patrick, Cannell, and Davis, the three riders who had tried to create a gap to the Peloton, but it looks like they're being brought back in now, and just some small gaps, single file at the front, but no one has established a meaningful gap to the Peloton as of yet, Lex.
Yeah, that's right. And we see the Siniska riders just telling each other to kind of cool down and calm down again, just because the pack is right there. If you attack time after time after time, that's the best way to empty your tank real quick and have nothing left for a little bit later on in the race when things start to get really critical. We see a counterattack here. EF Education and Oatly, lots of following, so the speed is picking up, and I think that they're doing this because now they're back in the downtown area of Baltimore, where the course is a little bit more technical. And the more technical it is, the tougher it is for riders to move up. So if you're on the front and you're able to string out the Peloton, you can make sure that it's really tough for the riders out the back, and maybe even shell some riders off the back. And, you know, the smaller Peloton is, the easier it is to get the win.
It's Taylor Tompkins there, number 141 in the red and dark blue there at the very back, and coming back in towards the inner harbor now, and something to look for at the end of every lap, and especially at the end of the race itself, with just about 2K left to go to that finish line. And there's a couple of technical turns. You've got one of those turns here, and then with less than 1K to go, which is just over half a mile, you've got 3 90-degree corners that they have to deal with. And then it's a long, straight, flat run in from there to the finish of several hundred meters. So once you navigate those final 3 90-degree corners inside of the final K, it's straight and flat to the finish. And they're getting their first look at some of these technical corners right now as they're back down in the inner harbor and headed towards the end of lap number 1.
So essentially, most of these riders are taking this first time through the finish line kind of as a practice. They're getting the first opportunity to test the corners at race speed. They've probably studied the finish and ridden the last section of it a few times before the race, but I mean, the roads weren't shut down, and it's just not the same when you race it in traffic and follow all the rules of the road versus when you're racing it in a race setting. So those last corners and navigating them are going to be pretty crucial at the end of the race, and every lap they'll be practicing and figuring out, okay, this is the best line, or this is where I need to be in position.
And now they are coming to the end of lap number 1.
Also, there to make things happen and break every lap. We're going to have off the back.
All right, 1 lap down, 3 left to go as they just went through what will be the finish of the race later on. And now every time they come through for these final 3 laps, that finish line area where you saw the banner, and that'll be a section where they will sprint for points, just like they did at the Queen of the Mountains. There were no sprint points available at the end of this first lap, but every time through from now to the finish, they will be sprinting for points the rest of the way.
Yeah, we see those 2 riders that crashed earlier on, from the Milton team and the Font team behind their team cars. We had a shot of that earlier, so they're making their way back. And I'm excited for the next time that they come through this finish line, because, like, as I mentioned, this time that we just saw was essentially like a practice, and now we're going to have a mini finish every single time. So riders are going to be sprinting for those sprint points, and the speeds will be even higher. So now they're navigating through the cobbles. Actually, fun fact, Steve, in Baltimore, they call these cobbles Belgian blocks, which I thought was pretty cool. The course designer told me about that. So it's a term that they use in Baltimore.
A colorful semantic distinction, I guess.
Yes, exactly.
Right. But they're not just the typical pavers that you sometimes see in the U.S. that are smooth. I mean, these are legit cobbles like you would see in Europe from the 18th century. They're uneven. They're very difficult to navigate. It's bumpy. They've been chipped away over the years. So the cobbles here aren't that long, only about 500 meters, but when you go through them later on at higher speeds, you just never know what they might do to the bike, to the rider. If you're riding next to somebody, does it throw you offline? You just got to be attentive.
And there's a special technique to riding and navigating the cobbles too. You really have to keep a lot of pressure on the pedals, and even when you feel that the pressure isn't necessarily transferring and like driving you forward, you just can't give up, and you can't be, you have to be unrelenting. So the trick is stay on a big gear, push really hard, don't give up, and go straight as much as you can.
This is the heart of these cobbles right now.
So you can see the World Tour teams up there at the front. So EF Education, Oatly, and Canyon SRAM. These riders are a lot more used to riding the cobbles, especially in the Spring Classics over in Europe. They're not necessarily intimidated by them like some of the other riders who tend to race more in North America might be.
All right, so the riders just going through the cobbles, and while we have a moment, let's send you out onto the course for the third member of our crew, Rasan Bahati. Hey, Rasan.
And just like I thought, EF is on the front. EF Education is on the front, on the pave, causing gaps all through the Peloton right now. This pave is really bad. Bottles are flying, gaps are opening up. The riders are struggling to get themselves across the pave. Chains are dropping. They're looking for the fastest line through here. And as they rip their way through one of the most difficult sections here in Fells Point at the Maryland Cycling Classic. This is a good one, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's a lot different from when they were riding through just in the neutral zone. At speeds, those cobbles are really making some of those riders, especially at the back, suffer and struggle, and it really puts the different riding styles into perspective. So we really see those stronger riders with more experience on the cobbles up towards the front there.
So Lex, they're on the second of the 4 laps now, and as they came through that start-finish area, there was a crash at the back of the Peloton, our third of the day so far. And let's take you back now and show you exactly what happened. Right side of the screen. And 2 riders touching wheels.
Oh gosh, that's Emily Newsom who went down, and a rider from Canyon SRAM. That's too bad. Emily Newsom, she was the rider that was ahead of the Peloton for a little while. If they're okay, these riders won't have too much trouble getting back to the pack. They're used to using their team cars to get back to a Peloton after a mishap, but that's too bad that they went down. It's never fun to hit the pavement.
So 3 crashes in just over 1 lap already in this women's race. We have an American going off the front here, and this is lap 2 of 4. Lex, what do you think the riders will have learned from that first lap? The first time they've really seen it at race speed.
Yeah, they get to feel it in their legs, and they get an appreciation of where it's hard and where maybe they saw areas that they thought would be tough, but they might not actually be so tough. And they also have a bit of an appreciation as to where brakes might have a higher chance of succeeding if they go, and where a brake might have a higher chance of just being reeled right back in. If you attack right before a downhill, I mean, it's going to be tough to stay away, but if you attack before a technical section or before a really difficult steep uphill, then it's a better chance that you'll have to stay away and maintain that gap.
When it comes to launching some breakaways in a race like this, is there any conversation ahead of time amongst teammates or anyone in the Peloton about going together? Or is it more just make a move, watch the reaction, and if you're in the Peloton, just to react to what you see? How much strategy and pre-planning might go into it once the riders are out here on the road like this?
Steve, it's a little bit of a mix. So riders are definitely going to discuss during their team meeting before the race what the team strategy will be. But the thing is in cycling is that every single team has its own strategy. So maybe your strategy is going to get thrown out the window if it doesn't necessarily fit with what another team is doing, or if you have to react. But they'll talk about it before.
They are going through one of the oldest urban parks in the country, Patterson Park, and the feed zone will be coming up shortly.
Steve, you also notice that riders of the same team will be riding close together, so they'll be speaking between each other, and they also have race radios in their ears. So their team director, who's driving the car back in the caravan, is getting information from race radio, the riders on the motorcycles, about time gaps or who is in the breakaway, and then they'll also be able to instruct their teams and the riders on what strategies to execute and when. So it just provides them a little bit more information. And then the more you race, the more you just develop this instinct about when it is time to react, and you kind of develop this synergy with your teammates as well.
So Patterson Park, part of one of Baltimore's oldest neighborhoods, dates all the way back to the War of 1812. Actually became a crucial battleground.
There's a lot of history here.
Absolutely.
And we're making history today with the inaugural edition of the Women's Maryland Cycling Classic. There have been 3 editions for the men so far, and this is the first time that there's the women's race. It's an excellent thing for USA Cycling, and it's so awesome to see riders, top riders from all around the world. We have Olympians here, we have national champions here, and we have world record holders.
Well, as you see, one of the riders for the U.S. calling for some support here. That is Jamie Chapman.
Looks like she's got a flat tire here. So she's got her right hand up. If you get a rear flat, you usually put your right hand up in the air so that your support vehicle knows which wheel to jump out with. So that's the team mechanic there, Adrian Hederman.
Jamie Chapman, very poised, and this is kind of business as usual. It happens a lot, and the mechanics know what they're doing. They get out, it's a quick tire change, the rider doesn't panic, and really you don't lose all that much time if it's done right.
Yep, and it's actually a good experience to do a wheel change like this at this race and for these riders. Her mechanic there, he's got a lot of experience working in the sport and working at international events and even the Women's Tour de France for many, many years. So they did that wheel change very smoothly. She's just going to ride nice and calmly back through the caravan. Kind of good timing through the feed zone because typically things slow down a little bit because riders are focused on grabbing bottles if they need them. So she'll use the draft of the team cars, which is totally legal and allowed, to get back.
You see her getting right behind the car here, and that'll help.
Yep, sitting in the bumper there. And her team director who's driving, she's going to be looking back in the rear view mirror quite a bit just to make sure that the gap is the perfect distance, so she'll get a good draft.
All right, so Jamie Chapman just after a flat tire trying to work her way back to the Peloton here on the second of 4 laps at the Maryland Cycling Classic.
So the pack's all back together here after the feed zone. A few people grab bottles. I heard that some strategy here that riders are using is to carry as little as possible because they do have the feed zones, because they do have the capacity to go back to the race caravan and grab bottles and food. So there's not too much stress about carrying too much weight.
Now they just went through the feed zone at Patterson Park, and some picking up bottles. It is relatively warm. The high temperature later on today should take it up into the mid-80s, but that'll be more along the lines of what the men will have to deal with. For the women's race, high temperature should be right around 80 degrees, but still warm. It is humid in Baltimore. Early September, so you really haven't had the fall temperatures settle in yet. And they do get somewhat of a break, though. It was up to 90 yesterday with full sunshine, so it was very hot and humid. Slightly less so here today, but still warm for bike racing.
Yeah, you know, I think they lucked out with the conditions here. Like, temperatures in the 80s, that's pretty reasonable.
There are thunderstorms in the forecast for the men's race later on today. We could see some gusty winds, some hail. That's all forecast to roll in after 2 p.m., so we'll see what that does if it in fact materializes. But for the women, should be dry. It is sunny, it is warm, and here is now Jamie Chapman after the flat tire getting back onto the end of the main field. So no harm done. And she is back in the Peloton with just inside of 50 miles left to race. And again, this is the second of 4 laps around an 18-mile course.
So Jamie Chapman just rejoined the Peloton. She had a flat, and she's smooth, calm, and collected there. And you know, it's actually pretty nice when you have confidence in your team director who's driving the car, when you have confidence in the race mechanic who calmly changes your wheel out. you don't feel too stressed, especially at this point in the race. You try not to spend too much energy on anxiety. Just get right back into that draft and take your time getting back to the peloton. Whenever it's convenient, just jump right back in and get in the draft. But she did an excellent job there. You could tell that she wasn't too anxious about what was happening. Check out that backdrop. That's pretty cool.
Well, we've been discussing the Benin cycling team from West Africa, and now a little bit more about just how they made their way from Africa to here in Baltimore. First up to Brussels, Belgium, then transatlantic all the way past Baltimore, out west to Denver. So you land at DIA and then make your way up north to Wyoming, where they have supporters that hosted them for some training, just acclimation, then back down to Hayden, Colorado for more training, and then flying from Denver back to Baltimore. So over 10,000 miles of travel altogether from their home base in Africa to here in Baltimore, and then they're going to do it all again once this race is over. So that is a road trip and then some for one day of competition.
Yeah, and you know, the competition is the reason for the trip, and it also is just as exciting to do the travel in and of itself. I mean, my first trip to Africa was because of bike racing too, so I've been in their shoes in some way, shape, or form, and I can appreciate how cool it is to be able to travel for bike racing and race with people from all around the world who are essentially my peers.
And it's a unique opportunity. Again, the first ever race at this level for this Benin team. This is the biggest event they've ever taken part in, coming a long way, and a huge opportunity for them today in Baltimore, as we have an EF rider now off the front. And here on the second lap, maybe still a little early for things to get serious, but this seems like a pretty significant effort.
Yeah, that was an interesting spot to take a flyer there, right after a downhill and then into a couple of turns. She had a bit of a slight uphill there. We got a little bit of a chicane there as well, rougher pavement, and this is where the steep uphill pitches towards the second small section of cobbles, which some riders were saying seem kind of sketchy to ride on. So it's always great to attack before part of the course that riders might hesitate a little bit on, because then you have a better chance at creating a bigger gap if you're able to navigate those sections with confidence and you know that your bike handling skills give you an advantage.
Going past that Washington Monument, Henrietta Christie, a rider from New Zealand who was part of the Queen of the Mountains battle earlier, as she got 3 of the top places that awarded her points. So it looks like it's pretty clear that she's going for the Queen of the Mountains jersey here in this race.
The really cool thing about this team is that they have a lot of different options. So they have very strong riders that can do extremely well in the breakaway, and if ever it comes down to a bunch sprint, they also have an amazing group of riders that can work together to create a lead-out train for Allison Jackson, who is one of the world's top sprinters right now.
Any team that comes to a race like this, where there are diverse tactics, multiple options for victory and for competitions, it's good to have as many options as possible, because you just never know how the race is going to unfold. So you want to be prepared. You go in with the plan, what you want to target, but as things change out on the road, the team that can adapt the best and has the most options to respond usually does the best. Absolutely.
Being agile and able to change your course and adapt your plans, that's one of the key things that a cyclist and a team has to have to be successful in this sport.
So going around this technical corner, a little downhill here after passing that Washington Monument for the second time.
You'll notice that at the back, it kind of looks like the riders are going slower, and that's because you can only navigate these turns at a certain speed. And if the peloton has to slow down and bunch up at the front because they're navigating the corners, well, those at the back that are still in the speedy sections, they have to slow down anyways before they even hit that corner. And it's one of the reasons why it's a good strategy, usually, to stay up closer to the front on the technical sections. You'll save a lot of energy because you don't find yourself having to brake in those fast sections just to accommodate the, front of the peloton, causing your area of the pack to bunch up.
Now this is the Peloton now, and no serious chase going on. And that's always one of the interesting dynamics in an event like this, when you get a rider off the front, or a group for that matter, and it becomes apparent that they might get some substantial time. Then it's a question of who's going to chase. What team is going to come together as one and collectively take up the responsibility of pulling those riders back. And that's why some riders take the chance of getting in the break, hoping there's disorganization behind them and nobody pulls, because if that happens, then all of a sudden a rider like this maybe stays away.
Yeah, you got it, Steve. That's true. That's exactly how it happens. And there are going to be some teams that feel that they have absolutely no responsibility to bring back a rider on EF Education Oatly, because this is one of the bigger teams. It's a UCI Pro team, and they're going to be moving back up to UCI Women's World Tour status next year, I'd expect. So the eyes are going to be mostly on Saradazit and Canyon SRAM to bring a rider like this back. These are the other UCI World Tour teams out here at the Maryland Cycling Classic today. But they're not doing anything just yet because they don't see her as a threat at this point in the race, especially as a solo rider.
And for people that might be a casual fan and wonder, well, why doesn't everybody chase? What do you mean the responsibility of bringing a rider back? Why doesn't everybody throw in and try to reel those riders in? Well, it's all about what you have to stand to gain and what you have to stand to lose. Risk reward when it comes down to using energy at this point, right?
Absolutely. You know, 5 years ago, there were no Women's World Tour teams. There was just one classification of women's cycling teams. But now we have 3 different categories. We have the Women's World Tour, and there are 15 of these teams. We have the UCI Pro team level, and then we have the UCI teams and club teams. And so that's the 3rd tier. So the Women's World Tour teams, these are the ones with the most experience. These are the ones that are racing the hugest races on the calendar, day in and day out, essentially. And the teams that have a lower ranking in the UCI status know that these riders are stronger, and they're not going to try to go up against them and spend energy to help them bring riders back. They need to try to force these World Tour teams to spend as much energy as possible, because their tanks to begin with are already much bigger.
All right, so Henrietta Christie with a lead of just over half a minute on the main field and on the second to 4 laps here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. Henrietta Christie, the native of Wellington, New Zealand, the 23-year-old who had quite a junior career. Also won the young rider classification at the Tour Cycliste Féminine in France 4 years ago. A national junior road national champion, as well as a TT champion. So she knows something about riding by herself out here and kind of time trialing at the front of a race.
She's looking strong out there. Look at the power output that she's putting down into those pedals. We don't see her power meter, we don't see the actual watt number, but you can just tell by the way that she's powering up this incline that she's feeling strong today. She chose her spot to attack quite well too, I'd say.
And again, no real organized chase here. Once you see one team come to the front, you see all the same colors of those jerseys and the pace pick up, then you'll know that the chase is on. But right now, they feel they have her well in check, just over half a minute up the road.
Yeah, the teams are just monitoring. You have a lot of riders that are sitting up at the front or trying to get up at the front, just in case one team tries to send a rider out to bridge across. It's a great opportunity to just jump on a wheel and get not a free ride, but a ride that costs a lot less in terms of energy. But Christie's doing great out here right now.
Going uphill here, Henrietta Christie, third different professional team that she has ridden for. 45 miles remaining. And second time through this course that's 18 miles long. So she continues to roll along here on this sunny, warm Saturday in Baltimore, Maryland. Well, that's something that's kind of interesting. All of our attacks so far, with the exception of one brief one, have been solo moves. We haven't seen a group of any kind come together, haven't seen multiple riders get any kind of substantial gaps over the main field. Does that surprise you at this point, or is it just, again, still too early in a race like this?
At this point, we're not even halfway through the race just yet, so I'm not super surprised. But I'm also not super surprised that we are seeing the attacks. So that's a good thing. And eventually, I think what's going to happen is we're going to see people paying a little bit more attention to when these attacks are going and jumping on wheels and moving in small bunches that will work together and stay away. So a successful attack will have a group of riders with a proper composition. So we'll have riders from maybe Canyon SRAM, Ceratizit, and EF Education, maybe a couple riders from other teams that are represented in the peloton. But if we have those top World Tour teams in the break, then that's something that might be able to stay away.
But riders from all different teams here at the very front. Just a steady tempo right now, keeping the gap to Christie within reason, but not letting it get too big. And sometimes this can be the ideal scenario because you know that the gap is very manageable. You know that the rider out front is not a long-term threat, so it kind of settles down the race and it decreases the stress to a degree, and you don't have riders wondering, all right, is the gap too big? Where's the next attack going to come from? It kind of settles everybody down and stabilizes the race, at least for a little while.
Yeah. You have to stay up closer to the front and monitor any counterattacks when a break like this gets pulled back a little bit. Or also, at this point, if somebody tries to bridge across, you have to be close enough to the front to be able to jump on their wheel and make it across and work together with them. But as a rider in the peloton right now, I'd probably be feeling pretty good about the fact that Henrietta Christie is out there because she's a strong rider and she just did the Tour de France Femme. She's an excellent domestique. So for her to be burning matches out there that she might not be able to use later on to support her team would be something that the other riders would be happy to see. But at the same time, they can't count her out. Like, if somebody else joins her up there to help her continue to power it forward, she could make it. See right now that she only has one bottle on her frame, so just because there's the feed zone here, because she has access to her team car, she doesn't have to carry 2 bottles. She's going to save all the weight that she can, because essentially she's saving power, saving watts by not having to carry around an extra 500 milliliters of water.
There are different reasons a rider goes up the road like this. Sometimes it might be for a specific competition like a Queen of the Mountains. Sometimes it's to get in a break because you might think it stays away eventually all the way to the finish. Sometimes it's to set up a teammate later on. There are so many different reasons breaks form and why certain riders go at certain times in a race, but something that riders don't often know is who's going to come with them and who's not going to come. Sometimes you get in a break hoping that other riders are going to join you, and then they don't, and you're kind of left dangling.
Yeah, that's always a happy moment when you get a few riders that you know are strong riders that want the break to succeed, and they jump across and join you. Other times you'll have riders that are marking you if you're a threat, and if somebody jumps across, they just want to sit on your wheel and wait until you tire yourself out, and then they'll counterattack and you'll have given them a free ride. So Steve, you're right. There are many different reasons that people attack and create those breaks. And like right now we can see the peloton's not suffering too much, so it's not that the peloton can't ride as fast as Henrietta Christie, it's just that this is how strategy in bike racing works.
Lex, do you think that now that we're on the second of the 4 laps and we're approaching the midpoint of the race, that the riders, the teams, and their directors back in the team cars will have made a decision that later on, all things being equal and nothing dramatic has changed in the race, do you think they will have made a decision as to where the decisive moments are going to be on the final lap, where they might want to attack, where they might want to make the difference in this race? Will those decisions have been made by this point, or are they still calculating?
So I think that the team strategy was already established before the race happened, just the general team strategy, like when the teams wanted to attack, where they thought the breaks would go. So that probably won't change too much. I mean, if it does, then the director will tell the riders through the race radios from the car. But this is going to be mostly up to the riders, I would say, because they're the ones that are really feeling the course in their legs and witnessing what it feels like in the peloton when a breakaway goes away or when they themselves are on the attack. So it's the riders who are going to know exactly where and when the attacks should take place, if ever those weren't like clearly defined in the race meetings.
All right, so heading up to the Queen of the Mountains point, the signature climb on the circuit here for the second time. Again, it's about 900 meters There's one section where it gets almost to 8%, but the average is 7%. Just about half a mile in total. Not a major climb, but it's one that they will definitely feel in the legs.
Yeah, and if they do go hard on this climb, just because there is that turn at the very top with the fast downhill, anybody who wasn't quite on the back as they crest the hill, I mean, they're going to be gapped off. So it's not a really tough hill, but you still got to be careful about your positioning, especially if the other riders decide that they're going to go hard, or there's going to be a solid battle for the Queen of the Mountains points.
Christy was one of the 3 riders who got points the first time up the climb, so she is hoping for the maximum of 4 points for being the first up to the top the second time through, and put her firmly in position to contend for the Queen of the Mountains jersey at the end of the race.
Then it would be interesting to see how the sprint for second and third, and the rest of the Queen of the Mountains points will go from the Peloton. So let's see how this plays out here. So they're just approaching the summit. Looks like the gap is closing a bit, but I think Henrietta's going to stay away. 200 meters to go before she crosses the Queen of the Mountains line.
So the gap at its highest point was just over half a minute for Christy. We'll see it as we get a better benchmark at the top of the climb. Well, this is some of the damage it's doing to the field, kind of starting to spread out here as they are onto the climb.
It's going to be tougher for her to stay away once the downhill starts, just because the Peloton has such a good impetus, and the draft effect is so much more significant, especially at those downhill speeds. But let's see. She might be able to surprise us.
That's the top of the climb there. Kind of a false flat here before she hits that traffic light up there, makes the turn, and then she'll start going back downhill. But judging from the overhead shot, it looks like the margin for her is still somewhat decent.
You're right, Steve. She did open up a pretty solid gap. Now, what's important here when the rider is cresting the hill like this and just hitting the downhill section is to give a good little punch to get up to speed as quickly as possible, and not just let gravity slowly but surely bring the momentum up. So she's putting out a good amount of power here to get her speed up quickly.
So Christy gets the maximum points at the Queen of the Mountains section, so she gets 4 points. So still 2 slots available. 2 points for the next rider who hits the top of the climb, and 1 point for the rider after that. The points go 3 places deep for the Queen of the Mountains.
So the Peloton's stringing out here, and I saw Henrietta's teammate Allison Jackson with a pain face there as she was working really hard to stay with the front riders, who must be putting down a pretty solid pace to cross the Queen of the Mountains line. And you do see the gaps opening up here, so let's see what happens. See representation from all of the top teams.
All right, so the field now going through, making that turn. We'll get the standings of the Queen of the Mountains as we roll along here. But how about this? The gap for Christy now up over a minute.
So Henrietta Christie is maintaining her gap after the Queen of the Mountains sprint, and the Peloton has kind of shattered. It's split. So there's a small group now that's chasing, or relatively small if we're comparing it to the size of the full Peloton. So the second time up, the Queen of the Mountains climb actually did some damage, it looks like.
Now this is the largest gap any rider has had so far in this race, north of a minute. Christy leading the Queen of the Mountains competition now, leading the race overall. Pretty healthy margin back to the field, and now the field at the front fracturing somewhat. So this is, to this point, the most significant development that we've seen in the event today.
Yeah, I think this time up the Queen of the Mountains climb definitely did some permanent damage. We'll have to see as the lap progresses, but that was a pretty solid split, and the riders were quite strung out in a line, so that's a sign that they're working real hard and the pace is very high. But Henrietta is looking very strong here.
Not only good for her, but good for the EF squad overall.
Absolutely. Their ambitions are nothing short of coming home with a victory for this race. And Henrietta was one of the riders that they had slotted to go for the breakaways. I'm sure that she was hoping or expecting that maybe somebody else would come with her, but she has a lot of confidence coming off of such a successful season and racing at the Tour de France Femmes. And she's showing that she's very strong and capable right now, maintaining that gap of 1 minute.
All right, so Henrietta Christie, leader of the Queen of the Mountains and leader of the race, headed back towards the Inner Harbor on lap number 2. And look at this action now at the front of the field. Things are really starting to get aggressive. With the gap at a minute, you have other teams now with riders trying to create some separation. EF in those pink jerseys, they're a part of this here, and everyone making the effort, looking around, seeing who's there. This is a very uncertain time in the race, but also a critical moment too. Yeah, and we see veteran Tiffany Cromwell right up there at the front. She's an extremely experienced and strong bike racer, and you can tell that there's a sense of urgency in the way that she's riding. So EF right now is just staying on the wheels of Canyon SRAM. They don't want to contribute whatsoever to helping bring back Henrietta Christie, but you can see that Canyon SRAM has spotted her as a dangerous threat, and they're working real hard to close that gap. They want to be part of this break. EF just gets to sit on their wheels and get a free ride up to Henrietta, who is their teammate. All right, so Henrietta Christie winning the second Queen of the Mountains competition. Melissa Rollins. Yeah, Rollins. And then Quinn taking the next 2 spots. So Henrietta Christie in the points each of the first 2 times up the Queen of the Mountain climb. So she leads by 4 with 2 more times left to go. 2 more climbs left in this women's race. Coming back downhill towards the end of the second lap, which will mark the midpoints for the women's event. And this is a very fast drag back towards the Inner Harbor. Again, the start and the finish were about a half mile apart earlier, but now the end of each lap takes us to what will be the finish of the race later on. This is where they are right now. And that is the gap from the Peloton to the leader, L to P. Just over a minute right now is the margin. And it's all fast and downhill back to where they get to the Inner Harbor. A few technical corners in the last 2K before they come to the end of lap number 2. Steve, I'm impressed. Like, maintaining a gap at speeds like that on a downhill when you have other riders who are urgently chasing and trying to reel you back in is very impressive. This definitely shows just how strong Henrietta is. Well, what a great spot for EF, though, because she's in a terrific position for Queen of the Mountains. She's in the break for the overall tapestry of the race itself and how the dynamics are going to work. She's got a strong team behind her. So, as they say in the cycling lexicon, they have a lot of cards to play at the moment. Well put, Steve. You said it. That's exactly right. And she's also forcing the other teams, the top threats, to spend energy while her teammates sit on and just essentially get a free ride. That being said, at the front of that field, there were a lot of EF riders who were putting in quite the effort to be at the front and to maybe work to splinter the field. They do have that ability to get the free ride, but you also have the part of the equation where, hey, they want to hurt other riders, right? If they want to distance other riders, they put in an effort, create a gap, and all of a sudden it reduces your competition long term. Yeah, absolutely. And you could see that they knew that this was an important and crucial moment in the race, because when they saw the Canyon SRAM riders reacting, they were right on. And Canyon SRAM, they put in a solid effort, because those EF riders, you could tell in the looks on their face that they weren't just soft pedaling to stay on the wheels. So there was a pretty solid effort there made right after the Queen of the Mountains sprint line. Lex, I know it's only the first ever edition of this women's race at the Maryland Cycling Classic, but how would you compare it in terms of prestige, the course, the way it's all set up to some of the other big women's races they do throughout the year? This race, if you've been following cycling for a while, then you know the Philly Cycling Classic. This was like one of the hugest races in North America. That was actually one of my favorite races. No, it was my favorite race. And unfortunately it went away, but Maryland Cycling Classic, this is
to me, it's almost like a replacement for Philly. This is a race that's similar to the Spring Classics over in Europe, all the ones that we know about, like you know, Paris-Roubaix. We don't have quite as many cobbles, but there are a lot of features in different sections, technical aspects, and different requirements that this course demands from the riders that are kind of similar to the Spring Classics. So I'd say that this is right up there, and it has a UCI ranking of a 1.1 race. So this is almost the top level. It's just one slot lower. So I mean, this is up amongst the top races in the world.
Now the gap has come down pretty significantly, close to 40 seconds. It was over a minute at one point. So Christy, the interesting thing, Alex, is that she's using a lot of energy out here, right, by herself. And you wonder, she's obviously got the Queen of the Mountains in her mind. She's leading that category. Is she going to have it in her legs for the final 2 times up the climb to still be in contention, or will this solo effort take so much out of her that she's going to relinquish that lead later on in the race?
Well, Steve, we see her looking over her shoulder, so that tells me that she's probably hearing in her race radio that she should probably let up a little bit. So the team director in the car is probably telling Henrietta, okay, you know, like, you've done your thing here, just let off a little bit. We've split the peloton up, we've shelled some riders out the back. Now you can save some energy, get back in with your teammates, and you're in good standings for the Queen of the Mountains ranking. Come back in, save your legs, and then go back again for the Queen of the Mountains points. Because essentially there's no reason for her to stay out there all by herself right now if that is her intent to win the Queen of the Mountains classification. She may as well save her energy before she gets to that line.
If she does come all the way back here shortly, no doubt we will see some counterattacks. This is the second of 4 laps, but we're coming towards the end of it here. This will mark the midpoint of the race when they come back through that finish line area with the banner, headed towards the Inner Harbor, the downtown backdrop of central Baltimore there in the distance.
And this, Steve, is going to be the first time that we see the riders going for sprint points. So let's see what happens here. If Henrietta does stay off the front, then she's going to be picking up full points. But then there's still points that are going to be left over for 2nd and 3rd place. So I'm curious to see what the dynamic is going to be and who is going to be going for those sprint points. We
did not have an intermediate sprint at the end of the first lap. We will have one at the end of the remaining laps, though, the 2nd, 3rd, and at the finish. And the points are the same as they are for the Queen of the Mountains. 4 for first, 2 for second, 1 for third. So the sprint jersey competition will begin really for the first time here shortly. Yeah, it's going to be like a little taste of what to expect for the finish of the race, and riders are going to have the experience of navigating those final turns at a pace that's going to be a little bit more similar probably to the race finish pace, because people are going to be sprinting for that very same line that will be the finish line at the end of the 4th lap. A reminder, right around 2K from the finish, there's a couple of 90-degree corners. Then inside the final K, which is just over a half a mile to go from the end, you have 3 90-degree corners, and those come in succession. Still pretty far out from the finish. You have over 500 meters of flat, straight road before you get to the finish line. It's wide, and there's plenty of opportunity for the sprinters to really ramp up the speed and the intensity. So the moto there is just showing Henrietta how much of a gap she has. That's always fun. When you get your private information from your private moto, it feels like when you're up there. It's like a VIP experience. Well, it's funny. In a world of AI now, we're still using a whiteboard to communicate in a competition like this. It's very old school, but it's very historic. It feels like, you know, you're still part of the grassroots of the competition. I love it. I'm also the kind of person that still uses a paper calendar, so I kind of like these old school things. But you're right, Steve. It is very classic, and it's still a special thing, and hopefully it stays a special thing for many years. So wait a minute, you have a paper calendar on the wall at home? Yes, I do. You flip up every month and go one by one? Absolutely, yes, I do. Do you cross out the days as they go by, Lex? I don't cross out the days. That makes the calendar look a little bit too busy. I like to keep it clean. I like that, though. I didn't know they still sold that many paper calendars. They give them out for free, I think. They're not worth that much. I get it for free at my local pharmacy. All right, so now back in towards the Inner Harbor area, central Baltimore, and they'll start navigating some of these corners, but you see just how wide the roads are.
Super wide, but you also see that the pavement's kind of wavy. There are manholes, a few potholes. So again, this is a pavement with character. So you still have to be careful about how you navigate. You want to take the fastest, shortest line, but you also don't want to hit anything too rough.
Yeah, the worst part is when you have tight technical corners and it kind of bottles up in a big field. You're not going to have that here. You have the technical 90-degree corners, but it's wide. Everybody can get through there. And especially when you're by yourself, there's no problem at all. And now she is on that straight and flat road that will lead her to the end of this second lap. And her margin has come down to 20 seconds over the chaser.
Look at all that support she's got from the motos. That's like a dream come true. That is so cool. So she's reaching back, get a little bit of nutrition. In a race like this, it's important to constantly eat and drink. So she's not going too hard. She knows that the Peloton is coming up behind her. She's just going to want to jump right back in, get in the draft, and recover a bit.
So this will mark the midpoint of the women's race. 2 laps down, 2 left to go here at the inaugural Maryland Cycling Classic for the women. Henrietta Christie in front, one chaser, and then the field here with 2 laps remaining.
And now here comes the German-based team. 23 DuPont. This is it. They are making a move. That's where number 43 is breaking.
So we have Denique Hengeveld, who just powered across the finish line, and she got second place intermediate sprint points as she's chasing after Henrietta Christie, who's still maintaining her gap.
So 1 more sprint point available. It is just 1 point for the third rider across here. And at this moment, no one really sprinting for it. The field kind of spread out. This is the 2 leaders, and now the field going through there. So not a lot to sprint for with only 1 point, but at this stage of the race, again, at the halfway moment, you have Henrietta Christie, who's leading the Queen of the Mountains and the intermediate sprint competition, as well as the race itself. So she's 3 for 3, at least for now.
Yeah, so she's 35 seconds ahead of the Peloton, and we're not seeing that gap come down anymore. So I'm kind of wondering if her team director has notified her that Denique Hengeveld is coming across and suggesting that they work together. So Hengeveld is an extremely strong rider too, and if they decide to collaborate, they could maintain a gap. So Christie right now, she has 35 seconds over the Peloton, and there's 25 seconds between Denique Hengeveld and Christie.
Hengeveld, the Dutch rider, just 22 years of age, comes from a track background, a national champion in multiple disciplines, the points race, the individual pursuit, and she is in an individual pursuit moment right here, chasing one rider who's just a few seconds ahead of her at the front of the race. And there is the leader, Christie, now for the EF squad. Now again, we have not had multiple riders at the front of the race in a break yet. We had a brief moment back on the first lap where 3 riders came together, but it lasted really just a few seconds before the field swallowed them up. We've had several different solo riders go clear, but it looks like for the first time we might have multiple riders with somewhat of a decent gap to the rest of the peloton. All right, top of the screen is the leader, Christie. Hengeveld is at the bottom of the screen. Those are the first 2 riders on the road, and now coming up to what will be the cobbled section that begins each of the 4 laps.
Looks like Hengeveld is closing that gap, and I bet that Christie will be very happy to be able to work together with her. So Henrietta Christie's probably letting off the pedals just a little bit. So now there's only 5 seconds between the riders, but Henrietta Christie is still 35 seconds ahead of the peloton. So she has maintained the distance between herself and the peloton, but Hengeveld is getting closer and closer. This is exciting.
So it is going to be 2 riders at the front shortly. Christie and Hengeveld about to join forces here as we move into the second half of the Maryland Cycling Classic. The Maryland Cycling Classic is presented by Visit Baltimore, proud host of America's biggest professional bike race. Baltimore, you won't get it till you get here. Kaiser Permanente, official healthcare sponsor. We believe that good health begins with healthy communities. We're promoting healthy lifestyles to help Maryland thrive. And by the state of Maryland, from the sandy beaches of the Eastern Shore to the mountains of the West and everywhere in between, Maryland is home to spectacular natural beauty. So we have Christy and Hengeveld, who have come together at the front of the race here on the third of 4 laps at the Maryland Cycling Classic. Again, each lap 18 miles, a 72-mile race in total for the women, competing in this event for the very first time. The gap 40 seconds to the field, and just about 34 miles altogether left to go. This is the field at the moment. So, all right, Lex, let's take the temperature of the race here. Just over halfway through it, 2 riders at the front, not a huge gap to the field, but where do you think we are in terms of how the race might play out from this moment, and tactics if you're the various teams who have high aspirations?
You know what, to answer that, I really got to see Henrietta Christie and Danique Hengeveld and how they're working together, and to see if they can increase the gap a little bit. But they're 2 very strong riders, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to do that. But what we're missing in this break is Canyon SRAM Zonda Crypto. So that means that Canyon SRAM has the responsibility to get on the front and to chase, or to send riders across and join that breakaway. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen here. But one thing that's for sure is that this is on Canyon SRAM, one of the top women's world tour teams, to decide what to do with this breakaway.
All right, once again, they are coming into Patterson Park, one of the oldest urban parks in the entire country. And they go through this several different times here throughout the day and highlight some of the history of Baltimore as we are in the early stages of this third lap. Slightly going uphill all the way until we get to the northern part of the course, which will be the third time onto the Queen of the Mountains climb. Just south of 70 miles remaining altogether as we look at the back of the field.
You can tell that they're working harder than they were on the first laps, so things are getting a little bit more serious. There's somewhat of a dangerous break off of the front, and riders are realizing that, you know, if they let this go, they only have so much time in the race where they could bring this back, and the riders who are there are pretty strong. So we have Henrietta Christie from EF and Danique Hengeveld from Certizet. This isn't their first rodeo, and they're very strong, so let's see what happens here.
If you're the field, one thing you have going for you is the fact that Christie has been working really hard, most of the time out front by herself on the 2 climbs. Now finally getting some help from Hengeveld, who has bridged up here in the last several minutes. And this was the moment that she bridged across. She came from the main field and was just behind her as they completed the second lap. And then finally made the catch here. And for Christie, probably relieved to have some support here, because now they can work together to a degree. And Hengeveld going to the front, and Christie finally gets a breather. She could sit on and draft for a little while.
Christie was probably hearing that Hengeveld was on her way up through the race radio. Her team director was probably giving her that information. You could see her looking over her shoulder. When something like that happens, you want to slow down just enough so that you can create that connection as fast as possible, but you also don't want to scrub too much momentum that you have to pick back up. So I'm surprised to see Siniska on the front, because I'd say that this is Canyon SRAM's responsibility to bring this back. They're one of the strongest teams in the field. Tiffany Cromwell, she was just on the front. Oh, now we're seeing an attack. This looks like it's either Lauren Stevens or one of her teammates. And then somebody else bridging across.
One of the Fount riders in the green behind. And it looks like 3 riders from the Fount team are in chase. An EF rider in the pink kind of marking that move.
So we're also going through the feed zone. Some riders are focusing on getting team bottles nice and safely. We see the soigneurs right there holding out the water bottles. If you can stay out of that mess and you don't need any bottles, that's a good thing, because sometimes they just go flying. They're all over the road. So it's a nice thing to be able to ride all the way over to the other side of the road.
Well, it's an interesting part of the calculus here, with some riders kind of going off the front here, others deciding to take on the feed bags and the drinks. Do you mark the move? Do you get the food? What do you do in a situation like this?
Yeah, typically it's pretty like looked down upon to attack in the feed zone, but you can maintain a pace if you put down like just a solid, consistent pace. It's part of the unwritten rules that are accepted, I would say. So, but it is a difficult situation.
Don't mess with the lunch break. That's the rule, right? Don't mess with lunch.
Exactly, exactly.
Now this is back to the front. Christie and Hengeveld here. Their gap was just inside of a minute a short time ago.
So they're also making sure to take in some nutrition here. They're not panicking. They know that they have the gap. All that they have to do is maintain this gap. As long as they work together and ride essentially at the same speed as the Peloton, then they're going to stay away. So let's see how long they just keep this comfortable, strong pace for, and then if something else will play out, and if they want to pick it up and increase that gap. But for now, they're looking pretty safe.
How dangerous are two riders at this point in the event?
At this point, if two riders are working very strongly together and there's not a lot of cohesion within the Peloton, then they're a threat.
All right, so Christie and Hengeveld, the leaders on the third of 4 laps here, coming up on the final 30 miles altogether in Baltimore.
So Henrietta Christie right now, she's in the draft of Danique Hengeveld, who had bridged up to her break just earlier. They're working quite well together. One advantage of being in such a small little group, just essentially a duo, is that you can pick whatever lines you want to on these roads. And as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast a couple of times, this asphalt definitely has some character, as I like to put it. So there's cracks or potholes. We obviously have the cobble sections too. And when you can choose whatever line you want and you can see which obstacles are coming up in front of you, well, it's kind of comforting, and you can ride safely and ride at speed where you want to go.
Taking turns here, but it's a situation as well where Christie was out front by herself for so long that she will obviously want Hengeveld to do as much work as possible. But the key is that the more they share the load as much as they can, the better off their chances are. But sometimes one rider just can't take as long or as deep of a pull as another. No two riders equal at this point in the race, so you just hope that you strike that balance, right? Hengeveld a little fresher, wasn't out there as long as Christie, and remember, Henrietta Christie has also been in the battle for the Queen of the Mountains competition, so she's done more work than anybody in the field so far today.
So this is live.
Other riders coming through the end of the lap.
Yeah, so these riders are off the back. This shows just how hard this race has actually been. Like, we see the riders from the top team right now. So
these are the two leaders. Henrietta Christie in the pink and Danique Hengeveld in the blue behind her. And the gap down to 20 seconds now to the field behind. So the margin is still starting to whittle away. So we should be able to see the field pretty shortly behind them. And at this rate, the advantage goes over to the field. It looks like they're making inroads here into bringing these two back.
it's going to be interesting to see what happens as they get closer towards the Queen of the Mountains when the draft effect kind of dwindles. I mean, I don't know if they're going to get caught before then, but they're still, you can tell that they're determined. They're still working hard together, but they must be getting tired, especially Henrietta Christie, who's been out there for so long, and she was out there alone for so long too. She's been spending a lot of matches, but at the same time, her teammates have been able to sit in the pack, saving all of their energy while the other teams have had to chase or stay on alert. This is a great situation for EF Education to be in.
It'll be interesting how much energy Christie has for the final 2 times up the decisive climb that currently has her in the lead for the Queen of the Mountains competition. Can she sustain it? Can she maintain her lead? It's a gap of 4 points right now. And if these two can stay away to the top of the climb, she'll get more points because the points go 3 places deep, 4, 2, and 1 for the first 3. Right now they're coming up to the Washington Monument and Monument Park. Kind of slightly going uphill, but not as steep of a climb as they will face in just a little while.
Yeah, it's actually a good little pitch, and it's a good little pitch that goes right into the cobbled section, and it's not easy to go uphill on cobbles either, but they're navigating this very, very well. And it looks like the gap has increased again to 30 seconds.
Well, for Christie, she's looking for an opportunity to basically put the Queen of the Mountains competition to bed after they go up the climb on this lap. It'll only be 1 more to go. That means it's a maximum of 4 points for anybody else who would win that final Queen of the Mountains climb. She's been in the points the first 2 times up the climb.
Exactly. If she gets maximum points, so if she's the first over the Queen of the Mountains line, then she's got the jersey in the bag, which is awesome. No matter what happens for the final ascent, she'll have it. So let's see if she's able to cross the Queen of the Mountains line first, if she's motivated for that too.
And that might be her job. If she can seal that up on the 3rd lap, then she can slide back and help her teammates with the ambition of potentially winning the race going into the final lap.
Exactly. She might also be told just to stay out there as long as she can. I don't know if she's spent so much energy that she would be a strong enough asset at that point to be up there at the very, very end in a sprint lead-out train. So she might actually have the best chances of success for her team maintaining that gap and forcing the other teams to work. So we'll see what the team strategy is. Peloton sure has whittled down quite a bit from when we started. There were just under 100 riders when we first started, and I don't know how many are there now, but it's definitely not 100 anymore, and that speaks to how hard this race has been.
All right, the riders just rolling over the cobbles at Monument Park, and that's where we find Rasan Bahati. Rasan.
We're here at the top of the hill, Mount Vernon. We have the fantastic monument here. 2 riders are off the front right now. Rider 55 had been off the front solo by herself for a while. Then she got a partner, and the Peloton is only about 20 to 25 seconds behind. Now, this hill is not that strenuous, but it is a tight run-in. There's a chicane at the bottom of this hill before they come up the Mount Vernon hill here, and we should be seeing them momentarily. And as I say that, the main Peloton, which is about 25 seconds behind, is now starting to work their way up the Mount Vernon climb. And here they are right here. We have Canyon SRAM on the front, followed by EF, followed by Siniska, and the rest of the Peloton, which is still a pretty significant pack right now. Not dwindled down that much, and they have 1 more time around that they'll be coming up this Mount Vernon hill. Back to you guys in studio, Steve.
Yeah, that was just a short time ago when they rolled through. He had the perfect front row seat to watch these two lead the way. Their gap 1/2 a minute, Christie and Hengeveld, and Danique Hengeveld pacing the EF rider at the moment here. On this 3rd of the 4 laps, we're under 30 miles left to go. Second half of the race, still 2 more climbs for the Queen of the Mountain competition. And then, of course, we will have 2 more sprint points. And remember, you have Christie, who, by virtue of the fact that she was out front by herself at the end of the previous lap, is leading the intermediate sprint competition as well. So she's leading the sprint competition, the Queen of the Mountains, and up here leading the race as well with Danique Hengeveld.
You can see them looking at each other when they're starting to feel like, okay, I've done my job pulling enough. Like, hey, are you going to come through and help? And typically, if another rider's not putting any pressure on you to pull through and help at this point, you don't. Like, you want to work together, but you also, it's a fine balance because you also don't want to spend too much energy. You want to be spending less energy than the rider who you're with. So they'll ride, they'll do a strong pull to help keep the momentum of their duo up, and then look over their shoulder or under their arm and be like, hey, are you going to come in and help a little bit here? So that's what's going on here. But they're working together very well.
It can also get kind of dicey when you think of the tactics, because some riders, if they have specific team orders for something that they need to do for their teammates behind them, if they're harboring ambitions for the rest of their team that's back in the Peloton, sometimes they won't pull at all. It really kind of depends on what the tactics are and what their team is hoping to get out of the race.
Yep, team strategy, that always takes precedent, even if you have the chance to do something exciting or that you feel like doing to shine in the race as an individual. Too bad. It's definitely a team sport.
This is Harbor East, adjacent to Harbor Point, and part of the revitalization of the city of Baltimore. This is where we started the race earlier today, very close to where the race will finish. And the harbor is simply spectacular on this bright, sunny, early September Saturday. It is a gorgeous setting now, and this is at the Inner Harbor, the Coast Guard cutter that's on display, part of several ships that are in the harbor. You have Civil War era vessels, you have a submarine that did over 10,000 dives for the U.S. Navy, all part of these tours you can go on. You have the National Aquarium, which is right next door, and you can come down, get a ticket, tour all of the boats, see the aquarium. I mean, this is just a gorgeous setting here, right around the harbor and the Patapsco River that funnels into the harbor here in central Baltimore.
Baltimore is such a cool place. I actually toured one of those ships yesterday from this Coast Guard here from 1936, and most of the fittings there are original. So there was some pretty funky stuff on that Coast Guard.
What was the funkiest thing you saw?
The funkiest thing was actually boxes of cookies from the 1960s that were still left on board.
From the 60s?
Yeah, and packs of gum and
Cookies.
deodorant. Yeah, I'm not kidding you.
Were they Oreo double stuffed?
I don't even know what the cookies were. I didn't recognize them.
You didn't take a bite, did you?
No, I didn't. That's why I'm still here today.
All right, so this is Harbor East, looking back towards the Inner Harbor over to the left. And what a terrific epicenter this is for this race. For the men, it'll be the third edition, and this is the first ever women's event. And this is an event that has persevered, unlike so many others in U.S. cycling over the years. It had to be canceled 2 different times because of COVID and the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge a year ago, but it is back and better than ever here in 2025.
Yeah, hats off to the organizers and to the city of Baltimore for making this happen. You know, USA has always been the place in North America where the majority of top races have been, and it's had an excellent calendar, and that's what has created such a place where strong teams and riders can develop to perform on the international scene. So events like the Maryland Cycling Classic joining and staying on the calendar are a huge deal for cycling.
And this might be the biggest sports weekend all year in the city of Baltimore. Not only do you have this race, which is the largest one-day professional bike race in the country, you have the Baltimore Ravens kicking off their NFL season tomorrow night against Josh Allen and the Bills in Buffalo. And the Dodgers are in town taking on the Baltimore Orioles, who walked them off last night at Camden Yards, which is just about a half a mile west of this Inner Harbor. And now tonight you have at the Orioles-Dodgers game the 30th anniversary celebration of Cal Ripken becoming baseball's Iron Man, passing Lou Gehrig for most consecutive games played. So top that for a sports weekend. It's all here this weekend in Baltimore, Maryland.
We're lucky to be here, and it sure is cool that cycling is a part of this sports weekend.
The Maryland Cycling Classic, and these are people here gathering at the finish, where in years past they've had some 20,000 lining the barricades, and they'll be here later on for the women's finish and then the men's race. It is a full day of racing. The women kicking off at 8:30 a.m. local time. The men will finish past 4:30 p.m. this afternoon.
Yeah, the women had to get up early to start their race, but the advantage of that is that they get the best weather. I hear that there might be some rain showers in the afternoon that the men are going to have to navigate, but the women are having bright, sunny skies. Maybe, well, a little overcast now, but nice and warm and no rain at all.
Okay, so the two leaders, Henry Christie and Danique Hengeveld, are on Falls Road, which is a very popular and distinguished road here in the city of Baltimore, and on their way to the Queen of the Mountains climb, and could be a decisive climb coming up for Christie, who could lock up that competition if she hangs on and gets there. Third time up the climb today.
Henrietta Christie and Danique Hengeveld still off the front as they approach the QOM line. So Henrietta Christie, if she scores full QOM points, she's going to have the Queen of the Mountains jersey in the bag. So we'll see if Danique Hengeveld lets her go for it. I wouldn't be surprised if she does. The only reason Danique would have to try to scoop up the full points would be if she had a teammate who was also going for the jersey, or if she herself was going for the jersey. But if I was in her position, I would probably let Henrietta go for it so that I could save some extra energy. It does cost a lot to do that little effort and the sprint to get a jump and make sure that you're the first over the line.
And if Hengeveld would go for it, what's the point? If you're not in the competition yourself, if your teammates aren't in it behind you, then there's really no serious motivation, and it's more bad will you kind of impart on the rider you're competing against if you're just doing it to in some way maybe be selfish or to prevent them from winning it. So build up a little capital in terms of the goodwill and the sportsmanship, and for Christie, I'm sure she's going to be going for it nonetheless. And what a chance for her, because again, she could lock it up with one more climb left to go, and that's more stress off her plate for later on in the race. And it's 4 points if you're first over the climb, and she's been first each of the last 2 times so far here today.
Absolutely. And it feels so good to already have a win in the bank before the finish of the race actually even happens. So if she is able to get those points and secure the jersey on this time across the Queen of the Mountains line, that's going to be a really good feeling for her.
All right, so 20 seconds is the lead. Christie and Hengeveld with just over 25 miles left to go.
Danique Hengeveld and Henrietta Christie still have a solid gap in front of the Peloton, and they're going uphill right now. So the Peloton doesn't have an advantage over them in terms of draft and aerodynamics. They have to put out pretty much the same amount of power right now.
Well, this is out on the roads around Baltimore, but back near the finish area, you have the merch tent and just about anything you would want. Team jerseys, t-shirts, hats, cowbells, water bottles, you can find it all. The merch is on display here near the finish area, part of the fan zones that they have lined up. Yeah, get that size right. What do you think? Maybe large for our boy?
Yeah, I'd say large. Looks like he likes a loose fit.
But if it shrinks, you might go extra large. I don't know. I mean, it's a tough choice. The fitting rooms are around the corner, sir.
The event did have a really good sponsor, apparel sponsor, I should say. So I think that these shirts are probably pre-shrunk. They're not going to give any surprises once they go through the dryer.
Pretty cool stuff. I mean, this is a one-day race. It only comes around once a year, so to get the latest merch, always a fine piece of cloth to hang in the closet. All right, so they are on the climb. Big moment for the rider in pink there, Henrietta Christie. This climb again averaging 7%. There's a section of 8%. It's half a mile long. Christie leading the Queen of the Mountains competition. She's been in the points each time, and if she gets maximum points here, she will win Queen of the Mountains for the day. It is 4 points to be first across, 2 points for second, and then 1 point for third.
So they're essentially pacing each other up the climb right now. Danique's not getting that much of an advantage to be sitting on Henrietta's wheel, but she does know that Henrietta's going to be riding and putting out enough power to maintain a decent pace so that she can go for those points. Well, it looks like they're going to swap off anyways right now, take some turns. Essentially right now, they're like virtual teammates. They both have the same interests in staying away from the peloton in mind. So they're working together really well.
So they're calling it 30 seconds. You can see the field in the background there.
Yeah, that's what happens on a hill. They're going much slower than they would be on the flat. So it could be an actual true 30 seconds, but maybe it's a little less now. Maybe it's getting closed up.
So Lex, would this be a scenario where Christy and Hengeveld would have actually talked about this, where Hengeveld would have said, hey, I'm going to let you have Queen of the Mountains, or where Christy might have asked if she could have it? Do they discuss it, or is it just silence between the two?
I mean, sometimes that could be discussed if this was a situation that was like super important to Henrietta, then they would discuss it, but they probably just know. Like, it goes pretty much without saying that Danique knows that Henrietta is going for it.
Sometimes your hand is forced. You don't have a choice because the field is coming up behind you. Christy is going to go, and Henrietta Christie is going to win the Queen of the Mountains competition here in the first ever edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic for the women's field.
There we go. So there are still Queen of the Mountains points up for grabs on the next lap, but she has accumulated so many points that the remaining ones aren't enough for anybody to pass her in the competition. So she has the Queen of the Mountains jersey in the bag, and it's essentially a first victory for Team Education First Oatly before the finish even happens.
She has 12 points now total in the Queen of the Mountains competition. No matter what happens the final time up the climb on the last lap, she cannot be caught in that category.
So now let's see who's going to go for the sprint points, because she also has full sprint points because she was off the front of the pack as they crossed the start-finish line earlier on. So let's see if somebody else is going to go for those points. I can't imagine that she's going to try to get both jerseys.
And it's going to be a furious sprint at the end of the race if there's a large group together. And that assumes that a smaller group doesn't get out ahead of that group. So a lot can change here. But to have one jersey already in the bag, that's a huge victory for the EF squad and Henrietta Christie. And it's also a matter of how much gas she has left in the tank. And with the exception of this brief spell where Hengeveld has been with her, she's been largely on her own. She attacked on her own. She led solo for a long time. Hengeveld bridged up. She was with her for a while, and now Christie is back out in front by herself, and we'll see how long this lasts now. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be long. The gap down to 10 seconds.
It's interesting to see that she's still out there. She's probably waiting to see if somebody jumps across. I mean,
yeah, I think at this point she's just waiting either to be caught or somebody to come across. It looks like the field is just about closing in.
She's also wondering what to do or receiving some instructions. You can see her pressing the button on her microphone of the race radio. So in her other ear, in her right ear, she's got an earpiece in where she can hear the driver of the car that's following and giving her race instructions. And then she's got a little microphone that's tucked inside of her jersey that she activates by pressing a button. So I wonder what she's saying to the team director back in the caravan.
What would you think it would be?
The team director's probably asking her how she's feeling and maybe giving her the option to stay out front. It doesn't look like she's totally slowing up to let the pack come back to her. And it does look like somebody way back there is trying to bridge. We'll see what happens. Oh. Yeah, she's looking back, so she knows that they're working hard to close the gap. There she goes talking to the director again.
So again, this is the third of 4 laps. It is largely downhill all the way back to the end of the lap in the inner harbor of Baltimore.
It's tough to maintain a gap over a peloton or a group on a descent just because of the advantage they have as a bunch. a bunch of riders will go much faster downhill than a single individual rider. So there, she's going to get absorbed back into the peloton. Now her job is just going to be to get in, be a part of the draft, and save as much energy as possible so that she can be an asset to her teammates if possible at the very end.
All right, so now other riders and teams are looking around, and the question is, who's going to go? Who might launch an attack? Who is going to set the pace at the front of the field?
So we still have Canyon SRAM right on the very front, setting the pace, even though the selection is all together now. We see another Education First rider, Allison Jackson, the national champion, talking on her race radio, probably getting some instructions and feedback from the team car.
So you're at the point of the race, over halfway through it, third of 4 laps, where any one move has the potential to be the key decisive move of the day. So you want to be attentive to other riders who may launch that move, but at the same time, if you're one of those riders thinking about making the move, you have to also pick your spots wisely, decide where you want to attack, because you may only get one bite at the apple. That attack may not work, you may use too much energy, and that may be the end of your race. So you have to be very selective and choosy if you're going to make that key move.
Yeah, it's a fine art. It's a fine art to timing attacks and moves, and you don't want to wait for too long because you only have so much time in the race to make those moves, but you also don't want to make them too early, spend too much energy. And sometimes you don't even have the choice. If other teams are acting and attacking before you do, then you're just stuck following and going along with their strategy.
It'd be hard to attack somewhere like here, where you're on a downhill, everybody's at pace. It would be hard to get away. If you're thinking ahead towards that final lap and even the end of this current lap, where would you want to make the move?
You want to make the move probably when people are suffering. And a tough spot where people are going hard. If you're feeling pain in your legs, if it's tough to breathe, then it's tough for everybody else too, and that's the time to make it even tougher. People will second guess themselves. It's like has a psychological effect just as much as it has a physiological or physical effect when you attack in those moments. So that's a good spot on the uphills, or also in technical areas where it's difficult to keep speed through tight corners or through the cobbles, for example. So if you have a lot of confidence in your bike handling skills, attacking just before a technical section is a brilliant idea.
All right, closing in on the final 20 miles and the end of the third lap here at the women's edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic. Well, everyone largely together here so far today through these first 3 laps. We've had some solo moves. We've had a group of 2 riders, a brief group of 3 earlier in the day. No large breakaway forming in this race. Surprised at all that a big group didn't go up the road at some point and at least get a minute or 2?
I'm not super surprised, but what we're seeing here is essentially like a race selection here. So the peloton has dwindled down quite a little bit, and that's from the effect of the breaks that did go away being chased down. That requires a lot of energy, and the chase groups in the peloton were having to go at pretty high speeds to reel in the riders that went off the front. So even though they didn't stay away, those breakaways really did accomplish something by whittling down the field and tiring out some key players in the race.
How much of a difference does having this race at this particular point in the season make? It's obviously at the tail end. You're starting to get into the fall. Fatigue has built up. How about this place on the calendar and how it affects the impact of the riders?
Yeah, it's one of the last races of the season, so anybody who doesn't necessarily have a contract for next year, or people who are looking to get a better contract, are definitely looking to show their colors. It's essentially like one of the last chances. World Championships is still coming up in a couple of weeks in Rwanda, but not all these riders will be going because the selections are pretty strict and limited. Countries only earn a certain number of spots. So this is one of the last chances for these riders to show their stuff and make a mark and catch the attention of teams that might sign them for next year.
Pretty steady, but measured pace in the group right now. And after 50 miles of what is a 72-mile race overall.
Yeah, we see some riders with holding up bottles in the air. They're looking to get some feeds from their car.
This is where the riders are right now, heading back down south towards the start of what will be the final lap. Heading north on the outbound portion of the course and then back south after the Queen of the Mountains climb.
And this time across the finish line, riders will be going for sprint points again, and there's no breakaway right now, so the points aren't going to be scooped up by somebody off the front. So let's see how this group reacts to the line coming up and see what they do. Who wants these sprint points?
The sprint competition is somewhat tricky because for these last few times, you're going to have the field maybe going through together, and then at the very last time, it'll be the sprint for the victory in the race itself. So it's not so much about focusing on the sprint competition. That in some ways can just be folded into the overall tactics of winning the race.
Yep, you're right about that. And every time you go for one of those sprints, you're spending a lot of matches, and no matter how strong you are, going for a sprint, it's going to cost you energy, and that's going to be energy that you're not going to have at the very end for the finish.
And so it might be a case where you really can't isolate the sprint competition the way they could for the Queen of the Mountains and go for that specifically. It might just be a bonus as a part of trying to win the race itself.
Yeah, you're right. I'd be surprised if there was a team that's prioritizing going for the sprint points, especially at this point when full points were already scooped up by Henrietta, who probably won't be going for it. We see Canyon SRAM right at the front of the pack right now. Sarah Tizet is close up there as well. And then we have a few EF Education riders towards the front too. So they know that this is an important race or point in the race, and they're ready to control or react.
Riders bringing bottles for other riders, and this is also something you look at going into the final lap as well. Your last opportunities for bottles, for food to be topped up, and to get that opportunity to eat and drink before the race really picks up in its intensity. And then you don't have the opportunity, because if you don't fuel at the right time, you bonk later, and then you're really in trouble.
Yep. They might not be feeling like they really need to take in a lot of nutrition right now, because it's not a super long race, but it's essential that they do, because in the last lap, their reserves are going to be depleted quite a bit. And they're essentially making an investment right now and making sure that those reserves are filled up, that they're getting the proper hydration, and they're not going to suffer any cramps or empty muscles with no glycogen stores.
It's always one of the crazy things sometimes in a race that you have to remind yourself to eat and drink. You get thinking about other things, tactics, the race itself, and like you said, if you're not necessarily feeling it in your body, you might forget about it. So you got to remind yourself, hey, I still need to do it. It's part of the process. And make sure you stick to it.
Yeah, you might not feel like it too, you know? You might not feel like having to hold your breath a little bit just to swallow the water. It may seem like not that big of a deal, but when you've been going hard, it's not something that you feel like doing. So teammates can help you. Some riders set like little alarms on their cycling computers, and they're also probably hearing from their directors in their ears that they should remember to eat and drink, especially during these more calm moments of the race course.
How many bottles are they going through on a day like today?
I would say that they're probably going through maybe a bottle and a half every single hour. And in that they have electrolytes. Over the past few years, nutrition in cycling has actually evolved quite a bit. So riders are taking in much more carbohydrate than they used to. The mission used to be essentially to eat as little as possible, stay super lean. Riders were riding on fumes, but the mentality has changed. It makes a lot more sense now. Riders are putting out a lot more power, and they're consuming a lot more calories and carbohydrates, which is really great to see.
What's the go-to now in terms of what they're eating on the bike on a race like this?
Typically, a race will have a pretty dialed nutrition, or a race team, I should say, will have a pretty dialed nutrition sponsor and plan. The bigger teams have their race nutritionists as well, so they're using the sponsors' foods, and sometimes they're using stuff that their nutritionist is recommending that they have, like things as simple as rice cakes even. Especially for the longer races, they're turning towards slightly more savory foods. Salty a little bit.
Wait a minute, rice cakes are not a savory food?
Some of them are, yeah. I love this steam that you see coming up from places out on the streets in Baltimore. It's cool.
Very classic inner city feel, right?
Yeah, it looks like a movie scene or something.
It does, very cinematic.
So the Peloton's pretty chill right now. Nobody's really putting on much pressure.
So basically you're saying, Lex, that they're not eating the Intimates, right? So it's not going to be the Twinkies and the Chocodiles that are going to do the trick.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah. Now that's a cool shot.
That's a really cool shot.
You got the historic government buildings, the steam, and then the Peloton here through central Baltimore, coming towards the end of this third lap. And again, they're going to have some technical corners to deal with here. And then the straight, flat run in to the finish.
Yeah, I was talking with Kenna Pfeiffer, who's actually a local, so she's from around here, but she doesn't typically ride her bike in downtown Baltimore because of all of the traffic and stuff. So it's a really special thing for a city this big to be shut down to traffic and for a bike race to happen, and for her to be able to ride on her hometown roads right down here.
Yeah, this road right here, as a matter of fact, is typically bumper to bumper. If you were here yesterday afternoon, it's full with cars almost throughout the day, a very busy thoroughfare. So they didn't shut this down until earlier this morning, where they put up the barricades and closed it to traffic.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal for a city to do something like that, and again, it just speaks to the value that they understand that holding an event of this caliber has for the city, for the sport, for the nation. It's special. So we have a rider from Fount here on the right-hand side of the screen in the green, launching the move for, I guess, the sprint points at this stage. EF in the pink trying to cover. Intermediate sprint number 2, 4 points for the first across the line, 2 points for second, 1 point for third. That's Andrea Sear. She is the doctor, and she has she's won and led criterium classifications. She is an excellent sprinter. She's a brilliant individual and a brilliant rider as well, so I'm glad to see her scooping up some points. The doctor is in the house here in Baltimore and winning the second intermediate sprint, which takes us on to the final lap here in the first ever women's edition at the Maryland Cycling Classic. 3 laps down, 1 to go, just inside of 18 miles to the finish. And now, Lex, let's see what happens. It's the final lap, usually a benchmark for some attacks. They're also going to hit that stretch of cobbles, about 500 meters of cobblestones coming up shortly. Yeah, let's see what happens here. Look, the Peloton's already strung out. People are attacking up close to the front. Everybody's following wheels. This is where things start to get dangerous. If something goes off the front, it might be tough to bring it back. There's only 1 lap left to go. We've already seen 3 crashes. Those happened on the first lap, interestingly enough. It's been clean racing since then. Yeah, sometimes that happens towards the beginning of the race when people are nervous, but the nerves are probably all ironed out now, and hopefully we don't see any more crashes. So no attacks as of yet here, and now we are going to get a move. First big attack on this last lap. EF rider off the front, and this might be a strategy. They might be launching rider after rider. Could this be Allison Jackson in the Canadian National Champion jersey? It is. Allison Jackson, multi-time Canadian National Champion. Now, she's an excellent sprinter, but she's also not scared to show her colors during the race and try to establish and create breaks. She's not the type of sprinter that just needs to sit at the back for the entire race and save energy. She has a very audacious riding style, and quite often it pays off for her. And here are the cobbles. Very uneven. Over a century ago, laid here in the center of Baltimore. So this isn't the smooth pave you see
as part of the stylish new design on roads here today. These are over 100 years old, very uneven, dirty, dusty, and very tricky when you're riding your bike.
Not for Allison Jackson, though, because she is the winner of Paris-Roubaix. She won that, and that's a classic that's known for its cobbles, so that's the type of road surface that she likes. For everybody else, yep, it's tough. Look at how far it's strung out. There's a little bit of a split here. Let's see what happens. Can the other riders in this selection close that gap?
And a single file right behind him. A group of about 9 at the front, but that single file line is slowly closing it down. And this is probably the highest speed we've had at any point in this race, and that's why it's single file, tip to tail here, front to back.
Looks like they're letting up a little bit because they see that the gap isn't solidifying. Sometimes that's a hard call to make. Do you keep on the gas and do you let the other people continue to suffer in the back and hope that eventually the gap gets created? Or do you hold up because it's just not working and it's an effort that's done in vain?
Now they pulled the pin here. It looks like the pace has backed off. Things regrouping here as we begin the final lap here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. Final 16 miles for the women, coming off the cobbles and now heading north. And again, this is slightly uphill for a while until they hit the Queen of the Mountains climb for the final time today. One rider off the back just coming through that finish area now. There have been several riders who have been dropped since this race started. These are the riders you don't often see, but the ones that suffer from the pace at the front. This is where the race will finish in just a little while. Should be about a 3-hour event altogether. We started at 8:30 a.m. local time earlier this morning, and now back to the front. And everyone looking around because it is the final lap. These are the key moments where race-winning moves can be made. The race can be lost if you're not attentive.
So if the women are a little bit too far off the back, then the last time that they go through the finish line on the 3rd lap, they get pulled from the field. So their day is over. So here she's getting pulled. This is how they do it. She'll just go off to the side. So sometimes that's a tough moment, but other times, you know, when you've done your job, then that's when your day ends, and then you're just hoping for the best that your teammates can carry through the work that you've done and get the win at the very end. So we see the other riders that got pulled here at the side.
So a shorter day, an abbreviated race for these riders, and now they'll turn into spectators and watch the rest of the way on this final lap here with the field together on the final lap, and 15.5 miles remaining here in Baltimore.
So the remaining group is pretty spread out across the road. After we cleared that cobble section, they were strung out, but now the pace has let up quite a bit. So teams here right now that are very confident in their sprinters will not be disappointed with a group this size. But then the other ones who know that they don't necessarily have a sprinter who's up to par to battle it out in the final sprint will probably be looking for either a breakaway to be created by somebody else that they can jump on a wheel and follow through to be a part of, or they might be trying to establish one. Let's see what plays out in these next miles and kilometers.
Nervy point of the race, isn't it? Because you know that anything that happens could be the signature moment of the day. So you don't want to be caught off guard. You want to be ready.
It is nervy, and you want something to happen, but you don't want to waste any energy that you're going to need later when somebody else makes something else happen. It's kind of like a game of chess. We see the paddle bike rider raising her water bottle in the air. That means that she's calling back the team car. She wants her team car to come up to the front of the caravan so that she can drop back and maybe get some nutrition or water bottles, or if she has an issue with her race radio, to be able to talk to the team director. Other riders are shedding their bottles, getting rid of them, throwing them off to the side so that fans can collect them.
All right, well, as we get into the final 15 miles of the race, let's quickly take a look at U.S. women's cycling Olympic results and just how good they have been, going all the way back to 1984 in Los Angeles. And of course, you have Connie Carpenter-Finney, who won the gold medal in the road race back in '84. Kristen Armstrong, a 3-time gold medalist in the individual time trial, a terrific rider for so many years. Rebecca Twigg won the silver back in L.A. And then more recently, Jennifer Valente, Chloe Dygert, and Sarah Hammer.
Yeah, USA has actually generated 30% more Olympic medals in women's cycling than in men's cycling. But you know, we haven't really seen as much women's cycling as men's cycling over the last 30 years. This is changing, especially in the past 5 years. Finally, we're seeing more and more of the women's cycling and letting them shine.
And the U.S. will, of course, host the next Summer Olympic Games in 2028 in Los Angeles. The goal for U.S. cycling is 10 medals for that event. And they have quite a group that can certainly achieve it, including Hannah Roberts, who won in Paris. And how about Kristen Faulkner, really the queen at the moment, coming off that historic gold medal in the women's road race when she surprised a lot of people in Paris last summer. 17 women's cycling medals since 1984 across multiple disciplines. It's only getting deeper, it's only getting better, and they could set a new historic standard on home roads in Los Angeles coming up in 3 years' time.
And you know what? It's getting more and more common for riders to do multi-discipline, so riding on the track, riding on the road, just like Kristen Faulkner got a gold medal on the road and on the track. This could be something that could happen in the next games coming up in Los Angeles.
All right, 4 riders have made the move off the front of the field here. A 4-rider group ahead of the Peloton.
Ooh, this is a dangerous mix. Well, it's a perfect mix. We have representation from all the top teams. Right now, we have the former U.S. national champion. We have the current Canadian national champion. We have Sarah Tizet, and then we also have representation from Canyon SRAM. So back in the Peloton, these teammates probably aren't going to be chasing too hard unless they're scared that maybe the sprinter in this group, which is probably Allison Jackson, won't give them a chance to win. Let's see what they do, but this is a solid little breakaway.
Well, you have Emma Langley, who was in a break earlier today by herself, but Allison Jackson, number 52, the Canadian.
Yeah, she's known as a pretty dangerous threat when it comes to sprinting, and I would say that out of this group of 4, she has the highest chances of being able to win a sprint. We're still seeing her on the front, putting out a lot of energy, but she's conserved it very well throughout the day, and her teammate being off the front, Henrietta, for so much time during this race has allowed her just to sit in the pack, nice, calm, and chill, and save her energy.
So Allison Jackson riding for the EF Education Oatly team. Again, they're wearing pink jerseys, but she's in a special jersey as the national champion for Canada, where she's a multi-time national champion. She's at the front of this group right now. And this group of 4, some heavy hitters, marquee names, and you wonder, could this be a race-deciding move? Don't know what the gap is back to the field right now, but when you have strong riders like this, if they get a margin of any kind on the final lap of a race, it could be deadly.
Looks like Emma Langley is just kind of dangling off the back there. She must be suffering, and Steve, like you said, she was in a solo break earlier on in this race, and whether you like it or not, that costs a lot of energy. So Allison Jackson is trying to get the other riders to cooperate, but they know that she is a very strong sprinter, and they're probably not allowed to cooperate with her because they don't want to help her get to the finish line. They essentially want to be dragged to the finish line, get her to spend as much energy as possible, and maybe then they'll have the best chance at out sprinting her. And If not, then their teammates back in the bunch will have a better chance at racing against Allison Jackson in the final sprint.
Yeah, these are where the tactics really become crystallized, and you have different riders, different teams, different ambitions, and that's what can kill a breakaway when you don't have the right mix late in a race. And sometimes riders will have to do more work than they want, others will sit in, and sometimes it can be very frustrating for certain riders who feel very strong, but they know they don't have the support that they need, and if they go too hard too soon, they're not going to have it in their legs at the end. So this is where we are. Final lap, 4 leaders coming down to the heart of the race here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. The Maryland Cycling Classic is presented by Kelly Benefits, proud sponsor of the Start and King and Queen of the Mountains jersey competition. Athlos, proud partner and the official merchandise and apparel supplier with offices here in Baltimore. And by H&S Bakery. We are America's largest family-owned and operated variety baker and distributor for 4 generations and counting. The Maryland Cycling Classic on the final lap in this first women's edition. Here are the 4 riders leading by only 10 seconds over one chase rider, and then the Peloton a little ways back, but a group of 4 very strong riders. However, different priorities, not all working together, and sometimes late in a race like this, as you know, Lex, you're just attacking, you're trying to get a gap, but if you don't get that right mix, there's nothing really you can do about it. You can't plan it. Sometimes the break just forms. You just hope you have some support and a way to get a meaningful gap over the rest of the field as another EF rider joins the group here. And that is Clara Edmond, the Canadian, who had just pulled up in the pink to make it 5 riders at the front. There she is, number 53 at the back.
Yeah, look at this. Now EF Education First, who has the best chance of winning out of that 4-person group, has even better chances now because they have the numbers. And at this point in the race, this is all about numbers. It's about having the highest ratio of riders and teammates in that break that can work together. So this takes a bit of pressure off of Allison Jackson. Clara is not there to go for the win. Clara is there to keep the pace up, maintain that gap so that Allison Jackson can save her energy and then sprint for the win.
All right, they're coming up this small hill to the Washington Monument, a little section of cobbles here as they hit this point around the oldest Washington monument in the world, even predating the one down in Washington, D.C., not too far from here.
So much history here in Baltimore. And the last time across any cobbled surface of the day.
Boy, for the EF Education Oatly team, this is developing into quite a day here. Inside of the final dozen miles here in the inaugural Women's Maryland Cycling Classic. We have 5 strong riders at the front. 5 seconds to a chase rider, only 10 seconds back to a reduced main field, which you're looking down at right now. So they have whittled away some riders from when we started the race with almost 100 in the field. And now down to a select few at the front, and also just a handful in the field that is chasing from behind. And so when you have a reduced main field that's pursuing a smaller group up the road, it can give an advantage to that smaller group that we have here, these 5 riders, because they're all very good, they're very strong, and they don't have a big organized chase coming from behind.
And it almost looked like that field was not going super fast. They were kind of spread out across the road. So let's see what they do to react and if they're going to work together to bring this break back. We see the 2 EF Education Oatly teammates speaking with each other. Allison Jackson's probably telling Clara, a younger rider, what her plans are or what her wishes are. They're going to work together to try to save energy and probably set Allison Jackson up for a sprint. They're not going to have a ton of cooperation from all of the other riders. They're not going to go 100% full in because they know that they might not have as good of a chance in the final sprint.
Well, this is developing into a very good day for the EF Education Oatly team. Again, the team of number 53 in the pink there, as well as Allison Jackson, who's in the Canadian National Champion jersey, and Clara Edmond is that rider, also from Canada for EF Education Oatly. She's in the pink, she's at the front. So you have EF Education Oatly with 2 riders in the very front. You also have Henrietta Christie, who is back with the field now. She has already won the Queen of the Mountain presented by Kelly Benefit strategy competition by virtue of her climbing on the key climb earlier today. So EF Education Oatly has won the Queen of the Mountains jersey presented by Kelly Benefits. They could also wind up winning the race because they have 2 riders in the key move here late at the front of the event. And 2 of their best with Edmond and Jackson. The only team in this breakaway at the front with multiple riders. So for this squad, EF Education Oatly, things really looking good.
You know, Steve, earlier we were talking about how talented the women's field is just off of the bike as well. And a fun fact about Clara Edmond is that she is actually a lawyer, believe it or not. So she's a lawyer and a professional cyclist at the top level.
Now we've seen a doctor win an intermediate sprint. We have a lawyer in the breakaway.
Something else. Pretty cool, huh?
Can we get a dentist on the next climb, perhaps? Hey, by the way, Baltimore, the city of the first ever dental college. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised with all this history that I'm learning Baltimore has.
Yep. Also the first ever U.S. Post Office.
And now
right here in Baltimore.
And this is the first ever U.S. race.
Oh my God.
Where there's an African team, which is really cool too.
Mind blown. And speaking of that African team, the Benin team, the Kaiser Permanente in the community jersey, honor those influencing people in Baltimore, goes to the Benin national team, the first African team here at this race coming from West Africa. All right, so now look at this. 1.5 minutes to these 5 riders. This could be it. This could be the move that decides this race. It could come down to these 5 at this point with that kind of gap. And considering the fact that it's such a small main field, no organized chase, this could be the move of the day.
Steve, it's not over till it's over, so I can't make this comment and have it published in some scientific, like, peer-reviewed journal or something, but I'm gonna say it. This race is over for the chase group. They're not chasing, they're not working together. The winner of this race is going to come from this 5-rider breakaway. It's just a matter of time until we learn who it's going to be.
And the math works in favor of EF Education Oatly, the only team in this move that has multiple riders.
You're right. They have raced an exceptional race today. Like, while Henrietta was off of the front, all of the riders were able to sit in the pack. They weren't too stressed out. The other teams were having to spend energy to reel her back in, which they did. We saw a lot of suffer faces and pain faces. And now they have 2 riders in the breakaway, and they have tanks that are fuller than some of their compatriots there.
They could get the Queen of the Mountains jersey. They could get the sprint jersey and win the race. Make it a clean sweep here today in Baltimore.
Wouldn't that be wild?
So the question then becomes here on this final lap, how will they use their numerical advantage? And how will the others that don't benefit from that, how will they counter?
Well, it's probably going to be up to Clara Edmond to follow any attacks from these other riders. And for these any of these riders other than Allison Jackson to have a good chance at winning the final sprint, they're probably going to have to take a flyer. So what they're probably going to do is essentially kind of team up against her and take flyers that EF Education First will have to respond to time after time. So these other 3 riders are probably going to try to work together somewhat, even though they're not teammates, to whittle down the energy that EF has to put into that final sprint. That's their best chance.
Going through the Hampton area of Baltimore, an eclectic neighborhood, a lot of blue-collar routes here that date all the way back to the early 1800s as a mill worker settlement, and now it's been transformed into one of Baltimore's most vibrant and really artsy neighborhoods.
Baltimore is such a cool city because it's made up of all of these very distinct neighborhoods with so much character, and people from Baltimore are really proud about this special element and aspect of the city. We're lucky to be able to experience it with a bike race.
And one of my favorite all-time shows, The Wire. I don't know if you watched it, but The Wire, one of the best written shows of all time, based in Baltimore. And Lex, it's all in the game, yo.
You know what, Steve? I don't watch a lot of TV. I spend more time on my bike.
I get it. I get it. Just trust me, it's all in the game.
Okay.
So the gap holding at 1:35 for our 5 leaders, and this is where they are headed towards the final significant climb where they have the Queen of the Mountains points. But again, that competition has already been won by Henrietta Christie of EF Education Oatly by virtue of the fact that she was the first up that climb the first 3 times earlier today. So she can't be caught. She's back in the field. Her day is done essentially as she's won that competition.
Yeah, in some races, prize money goes like 2, 3, 4 riders deep in the Queen of the Mountains competition, but here it's take it all or leave it. So there's nothing left to be gained on the Queen of the Mountains sprint line, so riders are pretty much just going to dismiss it. They don't really care about that line anymore.
Now, knowing that once they get to the top of that climb, it's basically downhill the rest of the way back to the finish. Does one of these riders use that as a launch point to try and win the race?
Well, the thing is when you're going downhill at high speeds, the effect of the draft is more important than at lower speeds on flatter terrain. So it's more difficult to stay away as a solo rider than if you're in a group, unless the descent is super technical and riders behind you are having to brake to navigate the descent in the group. But I think that it's pretty unlikely that a solo rider will get away on the downhill. They're probably going to wait till it flattens out just a little bit and maybe gets a little bit more technical. We'll have to wait and see what they do, though. It looks like a rider from Siniska is trying to make their way across to this breakaway. They have absolutely no representation, so this is pretty much their last shot at being in the mix for a win. It's going to be tough for her, Quinn, to make it all the way up to this break. There's still a pretty solid gap of 25 seconds, and that's going to be hard to close all alone, especially on the descent, because we're just talking about the fact that it's easier to go downhill fast in a group than it is solo. But she's giving it a shot, and that's what she has to do.
The question becomes, who's comfortable in this group if it comes down to a sprint, and who's going to need to attack from distance in order to get the win? The 2 EF Education Oatly riders at the very front here. And now inside the final 8 miles. Again, still slightly uphill, going to the final Queen of the Mountains climb here. And this is going to be the race defining move. The Peloton is losing ground. That reduced main field now almost 2 minutes back.
You know, another rider that we really got to look out for is Agnieszka Skalanik. She is a very, very strong rider. Her team calls her a highly reliable and valuable teammate. Guess what? This year, she has won, or she has had 14 top 10 finishes in a wide range of world races. And she's finished super high on 4 Women's World Tour races. And she's also the Polish national time trial champion. So she can put out a high amount of power for a really long time, but she also has a solid sprint. So she is probably one that can really be a good match for Allison Jackson. I wonder if she would take a flyer, because she does have that time trial strength and like diesel power, but if she's got a good sprint too, she doesn't necessarily have to take that risk. So let's see what happens here.
She's never been on a World Tour podium, but she's one of those riders that's kind of been knocking on the door. She's been close. She's shown the ability to compete with the best in the TT as well as in the sprints. And it probably comes down to what's her comfort level with going head-to-head with Allison Jackson in a sprint versus maybe trying to out-time trial her in the final few miles.
Yeah, you know, this could be her day. Like, she's one of the team's unassuming and quiet achievers, and she usually flies under the radar. But, you know, it's only been a matter of time before she secures a debut World Tour podium. And this isn't a World Tour race, it's a UCI 1.1, so it's very close to a World Tour race. And this could be her moment to shine, finally.
But the catch-22 becomes, all right, if I'm going to try and time trial to the win, if I'm going to attack as one of the riders here now is losing contact, that is Exulka. Now that's interesting that she's now dropping off the back here.
Yeah, that's Marta Jaskaluska, and she just finished third in the time trial stage of the Tour of Poland. So she's also a really good time trialist, a strong rider. But you could tell, like, she's getting tired, and it's normal. We're towards the end of the race. This group up here has spent quite a bit of energy. So now it's whittling down to 4, and the numbers are playing even more in EF's favor now. Now they compose half of this breakaway.
And just to finish the thought, the calculation you have to make if you're a rider who can time trial or sprint is, if I go for the TT and attack from distance, I got to make it work, because then I might not have the energy for a sprint. So you got to decide in your mind, what's my best chance to win? Is it the sprint? Is it the TT? And then make your move accordingly.
You're right, and if somebody jumps on your wheel and comes along, then you have another element to consider too. Should you keep going and bring them to the line? Can you out-sprint that person that's jumped onto your wheel? But you can only get one chance to make the decision, because making that jump costs a lot of matches that you'll never get back, and you need those matches in the finish if you want to compete against the sprinters that we have here.
Now the EF Education Oatly riders have been doing the bulk of the heavy lifting here, leading this group most of the way, taking turns. Are they wearing them down? Is it making a difference? Coming up to the top of that Queen of the Mountains point, and again, that competition presented by Kelly Benefits, the Queen of the Mountains jersey, decided earlier. Henrietta Christie getting the victory. She wins the Queen of the Mountains for the race, so nothing substantial to go for this time. The final time up the final climb, and now from here, it's going to be downhill for these riders pretty much the rest of the way to the finish.
Is that Clara trying to take a little flyer there and forcing the other riders to follow her? That's a good technique to shuffle the cards a little bit and give Allison Jackson a chance to move to the back. Otherwise, the other riders probably would have forced her to stay up at the front. Here she's got more of a draft, so if she can stay back here and just save her energy for the sprint, she's going to continue to be in a really good position.
When you have the numbers and the math works in your favor, you can kind of punch, counter punch. One person attacks, makes it hard on the others, then the teammate attacks shortly, and you just kind of wear on them. Battle of attrition, kind of work them over as much as you can. But now both of the EF Education Oatly riders sliding to the back here.
Yep, we have Emma Langley, former U.S. national champ, on the front. So she knows Allison quite well, actually, so they were teammates at some point. She knows who she's up against right here. We see Clara Mon doing a little bunny hop on her bike. She's probably checking out her tire pressure, just double checking that she doesn't have a flat. Sometimes, I mean, when you're putting out power like this, especially towards the end of the race, your legs can feel almost like wood, and it feels like you're riding on flat tires. So she's just double checking that it's in her mind and it's not an actual bike issue that she's experiencing. Allison Jackson forced back on the front. Claire's going to help her out here. And we have Agnieszka from Canyon SRAM taking a little bit of hydration, making sure she's hydrated here. Now all these riders we see only have one bottle on their bike. No reason to carry any extra water. We're almost at the end of the race. Just under 6 miles to go.
So Canyon SRAM, EF Education Oatly, Aegis Cycling Foundation out of Texas. The teams represented in this decisive move of the day.
Saw Clara give a little flick of the elbow to get Agnieszka from Canyon SRAM to pull through. Tell that she wasn't in too much of a hurry to pull through. She's definitely being careful with how much energy she spends. When you're in a group like this, you never want to be the one who's putting out the most energy or effort. You want to try to force the other riders into spending some energy. Now,
Agnieszka Skalniak-Sojka does have experience racing here in the U.S. The Polish rider won a bronze medal at the Richmond World Championships way back in 2016 in the junior women's road race.
And she's been racing professionally for quite some time now, ever since 2017, so 8 years. And she's only 28 years old, so she's been an excellent cyclist for a very long time now. Oh, here goes Allison Jackson.
Making the attack up the right-hand side of the road, and the response comes from Soika right behind her.
Yep, she wants to get right on Allison Jackson's wheel. Now, obviously, Clara, she's not going to help anything, or she's not going to do anything to help Emma Langley to catch back up. So look at this. Allison's back with 50% odds. Okay, maybe she's going to get a little bit more help. She's just testing the water here. That's the cool thing about the Allison Jackson style of riding. She's very audacious. Even though she can win a bunch sprint, look, she's still attacking, still mixing it up, still testing out the legs of the other people, and maybe trying to make them a little bit nervous too.
Well, it makes them nervous, but it also gives you the opportunity to get a yardstick on how they're feeling. I mean, if they respond right the way Soika did there, you know, all right, they're on their game, they're ready to roll. However, if a gap opens, you realize that maybe they're hurt, and you can crank the screws a little bit more.
Yeah, I was speaking with Allison before the race, and I asked what her strategy would be today, and she said, you know what, it's mostly going to be to have fun. And that's how she tends to perform the best. That's how she saves her energy, and that's where her best results come from. And so kind of in a cat and mouse type of a game, she definitely enjoys being the cat, I think, too, swatting the mouse around a little bit when she can.
Now, Clara Eamon, number 53 in the pink for EF Education only, she also went to the front. And again, this is where his teammates, Eamon and Jackson, can work together here to kind of put the hurt on the others.
Yeah, and I think what Clara was doing there, I think she was trying to put down an attack and force Canyon SRAM and Siniska to chase, but I can imagine that she doesn't have a ton left in the legs, so I don't know how effective that little attack was, but the intent was definitely there. So that's what she was doing, trying to force the others to work a little bit more to give her teammate Allison even more of an advantage and a better chance at winning at this final sprint.
Yeah, it's one thing to put in an attack as a tester, because you don't use a ton of energy that way, and it gives you the opportunity to sort of take a snapshot of your opposition and how they're feeling, but you don't want to use too much energy knowing that you're going to need it for later on.
Yep, such a fine balance. So here they come down this fast downhill, pretty tight turn. The pavement's quite rough too here.
And again, this is downhill all the way back to the finish. Now, the only other significant features of the course they're going to run into are those 90-degree corners. Two of them right around 2K to go. And then inside the final K, which is just about a half a mile or so from the finish itself, you have 3 90-degree corners. But they're wide. They're not that difficult. With only 4 riders, it won't be any issue whatsoever in terms of the technicality of the course. And then you have several hundred meters of just straight flat road all the way to the finish from there.
And that's where the riders are going to need the pure power. So they're going to want to navigate the final corners of this this course quite well, so that they're not gapped out, so that they don't lose any advantage. But then it's going to become a question of just who can put the most power out. But let's see if somebody tries to take a flyer and get off the front before. Only 3.5 miles to go, so that line's coming quick.
So tell me what you think, Lex. I mean, in the numbers game, when you see where they are right now, with EF Education only in a 4-rider break, when you have half of that group, you have 2 of the 4 riders. I mean, the perfect scenario right here is you get down close to the end, maybe even inside the final K. You have 1 rider go off the front to set up your sprinter to then follow that move after the others respond. And it seems like that's the option to play it, right? I mean, that's the best tactic if you can draw it up, wouldn't it be?
Yep, that is the best tactic. And let me tell you, if they don't win with the ratio and numbers that they have, they're going to be pretty mad. But we have to watch out for Agnieszka Skalniak, because this is the rider that Canyon SRAM had in mind to set up for the win, and I think that this is exactly how they wanted this race to play out. I mean, maybe not with the ratio that EF has right now, but they wanted her to be in a final group towards the end and give her the chance to finally shine and get a first place finish.
And the key thing here is for those other riders that aren't part of EF Education Only, you know what tactics you're going to face, right? So when you see that first move being made, you're probably going to realize, all right, this isn't the decisive move. The teammates behind, they're going to jump. So how do you respond? How quickly do you respond? Because you don't want to let the rider get away, but then you also have to be careful of the second move of the teammate coming from behind. So you have to be careful with your response and when you make it.
Absolutely. So these riders are trying to use all of their spidey senses, if I could put it that way. They're trying to listen to the breathing, the gear shifts. They're trying to hear if anybody is going to jump, and they have to be on the wheel of anybody that tries to go off the front, so that they're there and they can have a free ride and they don't get gapped off. Because anytime that you're chasing, you got to spend a lot of energy. So you only get one chance here, and you have to stay super alert.
And when you respond maybe to that initial move, I guess you have to be prepared to take that all the way to the finish, because at that point, you almost have to commit, knowing the teammate's going to come from behind. So you almost have to get on the pedals and just hope you can sustain your power all the way to the end.
Yep, and if you're following a move by EF, if one of these other riders follows EF, they're just going to sit on that wheel. They're going to listen for anything that's coming up from behind them that they might have to accelerate into and jump onto, but they're not going to help or put in any extra effort to bring EF to the line. That's up to them.
Now you see the gaps holding steady for the two riders between the field and these four at just about half a minute. They really don't have to worry about those riders because they're going backwards and not really forwards. These four pretty much understand the race is going to come down between the four of them. And now it's just tactics among these four to finish it off. And now here we come back into the center of Baltimore. 3 miles left to go, a couple of 90-degree corners, and then we are into the sprint finish for this first ever edition of the women's event at the Maryland Cycling Classic.
Oh yeah, it's going to get real spicy here soon. So the riders are still maintaining a good pace here, but they're not going full gas just yet. Everybody's trying to stay very alert and attentive. Clara on the front, she's protecting her teammate Allison, but she's also trying to stay very aware of any moves that the Canyon SRAM rider Agnieszka Skalniak might be making, or even Clara Iman.
Emma Langley also again there, number 82 in that white jersey, third wheel, and now here Iman goes, lifting the pace with Jackson right behind her.
So you see Allison Jackson's not following her teammate. She's letting that gap open, and she's forcing the other riders to follow.
Perfect team execution here, because if they don't follow, Eamon could potentially ride off with the win, and the team gets the victory. Allison Jackson saves energy by not chasing. She'll take the draft, and if they pull her up to her, she's fresher if it comes down to a sprint finish.
Exactly, so they just forced Agnieszka to blow another match.
And there goes Jackson now. She makes the move up the right-hand side of the road with 2 miles left.
Yeah, and she's a little fresher than Agnieszka because she just followed her teammate Clara. So Allison's putting in a really tough effort here.
Skalniak Soika right behind her, and then Langley, and there's Eamon at the back.
Yeah, she's got to work real hard to jump back on here. It's tough, like when it's such a small group and you put in a solid attack like that, especially when you're running on a tank that's getting closer and closer to empty towards the end of a race like this. But she's going to try to make it back here so that she can be helpful and useful to her teammate Allison. So Allison's let off the gas a little bit here.
Coming into these corners that we talked about here in the final few K. Some 90-degree tight corners, but again, wide roads, nothing too difficult or technical. The only thing you kind of have to watch out for is some imperfect pavement along the road, some cracks in the concrete, a little traffic furniture, but pretty wide roads to deal with here. And now Skalniak Soika is going to watch Langley go up the road, and now it's going to be up to Iman to chase her. So that's Emma Langley there in the white jersey at the very front. Eamon for EF Education Only right behind. Then her teammate Allison Jackson behind her. And then Skalniak Soika, the fourth and final rider in this group. And now Eamon going again there, making the move on the right-hand side of the group.
Yeah, she just put in a counterattack just after she was the one that brought Emma back. So good for her for doing that. Excellent work as a teammate. So Allison Jackson saw that Agnieszka was about to follow, jumped right back onto her wheel. Looks like Emma's suffering a little bit. She's not hopping back onto the wheels as quickly as she would if she was super fresh. So I don't know how good she's feeling for the final sprint, but she's definitely not going to give up. It's not over till it's over, and she's still riding very, very strong. But I can sense that she's getting a little fatigued here.
Headed back into the Inner Harbor here. Final moments of this women's race. Less than a mile left to go. They'll be coming up on the final corner here shortly, and then straight, flat, and wide all the way to the finish for the final several hundred meters.
1 kilometer to go. You see the signs there.
All right, now 3 corners left here coming in quick succession. You have Eamon at the front, Skalniak-Soyka second, Jackson third, and Langley fourth.
So I think it's going to be a battle between Agnieszka and Allison Jackson.
They seem to be the 2 strongest riders from this group right now.
Yep. So
a 4 women's battle for the first ever Maryland Cycling Classic.
this is the finishing straight, and you know, this is kind of like a game of cat and mouse because they're not going full gas. So now Allison Jackson just has to decide when she's going to jump, and so does Agnieszka.
All right, we are coming down to the finish of the inaugural Maryland Cycling Classic for the women. 4 riders in contention for this prestigious first victory. You have Eamon of EF Education Oatly at the front. And then right behind her, Agnieszka Skalniak-Soyka. Then Allison Jackson, the teammate of Eamon, in 3rd position. It's Skalniak-Soyka who makes the first move. Jackson responds. She's on her wheel. The straight, flat, wide run into the finish. They are side by side at the line.
Steve, who got that?
A photo finish there at the end. Skalniak-Soyka and Allison Jackson were almost pedal for pedal, stroke for stroke there at the finish. From the overhead, hard to tell who got it.
Oh my goodness. We have to wait for the photo finish. That was so close.
Agnieszka Skalniak-Soyka and Allison Jackson. What a race, what a finish.
We have Marta Jaskaluska coming across the line from Sarah Tizet. Great ride by her. Wow.
Still waiting for official confirmation as to who got the victory. What a way to end this inaugural women's race.
Here's Allison Jackson with Brian Blackhodds, one of the photographers that's been around in cycling for many years.
Look at this. Allison Jackson is looking at the photographer here, maybe trying to get the pictures to see who won, if she won.
Yeah, she's not even sure. Wow, this is amazing. Hey, could this even be a tie? Who knows?
She is having to check with a photographer here. He's looking back over the pictures. A photo finish in this women's event.
She's not sure here. We're all sitting on the edge of our seat.
So it is Agnieszka Skalniak-Soyka.
No way, wow.
Who gets the win. She upsets the multi-time Canadian national champion, Allison Jackson.
What a day for Canyon SRAM, and what a day for Agnieszka too. Again, this is the rider who is such a valuable teammate, so she doesn't necessarily always get a chance to go for the win and shine on the top step of the podium, but here she is. She won the first ever Women's Maryland Cycling Classic race. Good for her.
Against the very powerful EF Education Oatly squad that had 2 riders in that key move. Skalniak-Soyka was by herself, without a teammate, yet the 28-year-old Polish national time trial champion gets the biggest win of her professional career.
And look at this sprint. She was leading that sprint the whole way down the stretch there once she launched it, and Allison Jackson was trying to come up and just pass her before the finish line, but she just needed a few extra meters and she didn't have it. Agnieszka's sprint was too powerful and it was perfectly timed. So despite the odds, despite the ratio that EF Education Oatly had, Canyon SRAM takes the victory of the first ever Women's Maryland Cycling Classic. Look at the power.
Ooh, the back wheel of Jackson kind of popped out a little bit there right at the end.
Oh.
Kind of wiggled.
Yep, it sure did.
I don't know if that could have been the difference. I mean, as close as that was, who knows? Watch again. Allison Jackson on the right-hand side of the screen. Watch that back wheel.
Oh yeah, shoot. I wonder how that happened. That must have felt real sketchy. I don't know if she was just reefing on the pedals a little bit too hard, and that's what made the tires or the wheels slip out from under her. I can't really tell. Maybe there was an oily patch on the road there. It's tough to tell.
It could have been one of those where she needed maybe another 10 yards, right? And maybe she gets the victory.
But here we go. The Canyon SRAM rider, Agnieszka from Poland, she is the champion here. Pretty special day for her. And what a way to finish off the 2025 season. She might have a few more races left, but we're definitely at the tail end. So she's got another top result to add to her 14 top 10 finishes of the season. And here's a top 1. She's got the win.
And let's go to Rasan Bahati with the winner.
Agnieszka, I just watched you have a very emotional connection with someone in the audience here. You just made history. Not only did you win a bike race, you made history. How does that feel?
Yeah, I'm so happy that finally I got this first spot in the season. I worked so hard. There was a lot of up and downs this season, but I'm really proud. We ride super good as a team. We back up each other. I had flat tire one of the lap, and the team waited for me, so I'm really grateful. And yeah, America is for me like a memory, always good, because I was in Richmond as a junior on the Worlds with 3rd place, so always I'm happy to come to America.
So Richmond World Championships made the podium, and now the inaugural women's race here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. What was the hype behind it? Did it live up to the hype? How was it out there on the course?
Yeah, it was really fast course. Yeah, with some cobble sections. Was so many attacks, and in the end, we went with two girls from EF, and they were attacking me all the time, so it was quite hard. But in the end, I'm so proud and happy that I could make and win this race.
And speaking of winning, in the team meetings, were they racing for you? I mean, you're one of the top teams in the world, so there's a lot of pressure. A lot of the other teams are focusing on Canyon SRAM. Was the team tactic was to get you to the line first?
Yeah, I mean, we have a few options with the girls, like Breakaway, but we knew that if it's gonna be like bunch sprint, they will go for me. So in the end was Breakaway, and I was there, so yeah, I went for this.
This has to be a huge confidence boost. I mean, Allison Jackson, she's won the Monument, Paris-Roubaix. You go toe-to-toe with her to the line and come back victorious. Just one last thing for the audience that's watching. Tell us how you're feeling in this moment.
Yeah, I'm super proud, and I mean, I deserve this, and I'm happy that, yeah, almost in the end of the season, I get this first place.
Awesome. This is our winner, the inaugural 2025 Maryland Cycling Classic from Canyon SRAM. What a day, what a race. We'll send it back to you guys.
Well, they call her Aga, and she'll also be known as winner here in Baltimore as she beats out Allison Jackson and also Emma Langley, who complete the podium today. Poland, Canada, and the U.S. represented in the top 3 in this Maryland Cycling Classic. But EF Education only, which seemed to have the numerical advantage, and so many things have been going their way in this race, but they come up empty when it comes to the top step of the podium. They do win the Kelly Benefit Strategy Queen of the Mountains competition.
So cool to see all the emotion in Aga's voice. Like, you could tell how much winning the Maryland Cycling Classic means to her. She has had an up and down season. even had challenges in the race with that flat tire. Her teammates really came through for her, and she came through for them with the win.
All right, so Aga gets the win here today, and we'll continue with more from here in Baltimore in the Maryland Cycling Classic. Beautiful Saturday in Baltimore at the Inner Harbor. The women completing their race. The men will take to the roads in just a little while. Full day of racing here at what will be the third edition for the men. This was the first for the women, and couldn't have asked for a better finish, as it was a photo finish at the end.
Right down to the millisecond. The top two finishers, Aga and Allison, at the exact same time. Pretty wild. What a beautiful place to have a bike race. What a neat way to showcase how awesome Baltimore is. This city has so many historical points to it that are exciting to discover and be able to witness on TV, and for the riders too, who are coming from all around the world. We had over 20 countries represented in the women's field today. Riders traveling all the way from Africa even to be here, and it's a pretty neat way to put Baltimore on the map of professional cycling.
Terrific weather for the women as well. Temperature right around 80 degrees for most of the race. Sunny skies. The men might encounter some rain later on this afternoon, but right now, so far, so good on this early September Saturday.
Yeah, pretty much perfect weather. There's a nice little breeze. Most of the course is actually sheltered from the wind, so that doesn't necessarily play into how the course is ridden or how the tactics play out. But the weather is definitely perfect for racing. Hopefully the guys don't get poured on by the rain later in this afternoon, but sometimes that can make the race even spicier, you know? Some people like that.
Now, Harbor Point Plaza will be the start of the men's race, and that is coming up in just a little while. In fact, less than an hour from now, as the women are just finishing up today in Baltimore. (12:30 p.m. a local time here on the East Coast. That'll be when the men take the start here at Harbor Point Plaza. Not too far away from where it will finish, and where each of the 6 laps for the men will finish during the course of the race. The women raced this course 4 times. It'll be 6 laps for the men, 108 miles around the 18-mile circuit. So before we get to the men, let's take you back through some of the highlights from the women's race, which was just completed. This was the start earlier at Harbor Point. Field of just under 100 riders taking the start.
Emily Newsom was one of the first riders to attack and start the action. She's riding with Fearless Femme. Ooh, the first crash of the day. There were a couple of those early on. That's what happens when the riders are a little nervous. First lap. End of lap 1 here, we see the group call together. Another crash, 2 riders go down, hit the deck. Then we have Henrietta off the front for EF Education first. She was in a breakaway, a solo breakaway for a good part of the race. Definitely flying the colors for her team, picking up the Queen of the Mountain title. Sarah Tizet as well, bridging up to join her. And they worked together for quite some time, right up until almost the penultimate lap. This is where they got caught by the field. Henrietta is scooping up the last Queen of the Mountains points that she needed to secure the jersey. So that's essentially the first win for EF, or the win for EF Education first within the race. Give them a little bit of confidence moving forward. Here that's the end of lap 3 here. And we see the breakaway. This is the day's break. The 4 riders that made it right to the finish in the battle for first place. And then the sprint.
This was the sprint for the win, and what a sprint it was. Allison Jackson on the left, and Aga on the right.
So close. Even the riders weren't too sure who won that one. And look at how much this victory means to Aga from Canyon SRAM. 2 Polish riders in the top 5. And 2 Canadian riders, and then Emma Langley from the United States of America. That's a solid top 5 in the results.
Canadians, the Americans, and the Polish riders all represented in the top 5 here today.
Natalie Quinn from the U.S., Holly Breck from the U.S., Mathilde Duhou from Canada, Janine Salcedo from Colombia, and Kenneth Pfeiffer from the U.S. national team, rounding out the top 10.
Natalie Quinn was a rider who tried to bridge across late on the final lap, just couldn't quite get there, was kind of caught in the no man's land between the field and the front of the race on the final lap. All right, so the women ending their race and the men getting set for theirs as we're between competitions here. There is the Polish winner, biggest win of her professional career, and going through the media duties at the finish of the race.
It's pretty cool for them to have the win. This is the first time that the team has been back to America since the 2019 Tour of Colorado. And their plan was to race aggressively for nothing short of the win, and look, they came through with it. They got the win. They had actually said before the race that we needed to look out for Aga because she was going to be the designated leader for this race, and their plan and their strategy worked.
Didn't have to do a lot either. I mean, it was EF Education Oatly that kind of animated the race early. Canyon SRAM kind of worked at the front for a little while, but in terms of setting up Aga to get the victory, I mean, they didn't have to do a whole lot of pulling or work in order to get her there.
Yeah, and I think that's not even what they were planning. I think that they were planning to have to hold a little bit more responsibility in determining the break or establishing the break, and they didn't have to. They were able just to follow and to execute their plan with Aga, and it's so cool to see how much this win means to her. I think for the rest of her life, like, America's going to be a special place in her personal history books, especially after the 3rd place finish at the World Championships in Richmond, and now a victory here at the first ever Women's Maryland Cycling Classic race.
All right, so she will get ready for the podium presentation coming up shortly as she basks in her biggest win so far, coming today in Baltimore.
So here's the thing. We need her to be at.
So we're between races right now, and you have a different start from where the finish is. So you'll be having the women's podium ceremony going on at one part of the course, and the men getting set for the start at another part of the course. Only a short walk between the two.
Yeah, the way the race organizers have set this day up, there's not a dull moment in the entire day. So we've got the women's podium and then the start of the men's race after a very exciting morning of the women's racing. So this is a really special day for the city of Baltimore. And here's a live shot of the city. Here's the Cobble section. This is Fells Point. Actually, in Baltimore, they call the cobbles Belgian bricks. It's like a little Baltimore expression to describe the cobbles. I learned that from the guy that designed this course.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, his name is Mike. Thanks, Mike.
Well, this week, Kaiser Permanente and race organizers attended Baltimore schools to raise awareness of fitness. Let's take a look.
We are very, very proud to have the Maryland Cycling Classic here in the community program.
And we are supported by our good friends at Kaiser Permanente to bring bikes, to bring cycling, to bring healthy lifestyles and skill sets into the community. We can't thank them enough for their support.
A teacher had an intervention with me and my parents, and they introduced me to the sport of bikes.
So we want to make sure that we want to encourage everyone to exercise. With Kaiser Permanente is partnering, and we have donated bikes.
What a great opportunity for the kids to get bikes and to get exposed to high-level racing and this whole endeavor here in Baltimore. That was earlier this week. They gave out so many bikes, visited several schools. It has been a week-long project here. Of course, this race has been in the works over the last several months, getting it ready. And the men's race is up next after the women just finished a short time ago. This is Harbor Point East. And the race beginning in Harbor Point Plaza. And the men coming up with their race at 12:30 at local time here in Baltimore. Now this Maryland Cycling Classic showing a resilient side. First scheduled 5 years ago. It's been canceled multiple times. Once because of COVID, last year because of the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. But it's come back each and every time. Now the best edition yet this year, strongest and deepest field. And if you've followed cycling for any length of time, you will know that once a race falls off the calendar, it's very tough for it to come back for a litany of reasons. So to come back multiple times after cancellations and postponements, that shows just how committed the organizers and everyone that has a vested interest in this race has been towards making this happen here in 2025.
Yeah, and I think that's a sign that this race is here to stay. This might just become one of the classic or American races in the United States that everybody around the world looks forward to coming to. You know, the CEO of USA Cycling was talking about how he feels and he knows that all of these teams from all around the world always look forward to coming to USA to race, and the fact that this race is on the calendar is giving them the opportunity to do that, and it's also giving the opportunity for American riders to shine and really do their stuff and have the opportunity to race at this level on this side of what we call the pond, the Atlantic Ocean. We had about 20 different countries represented in the women's field, and we have quite a few countries represented in the men's field as well. And there are actually regulations in place that compel organizers to have a certain mix of international riders in the field. So there must be a certain number of UCI trade teams, and there must also be a certain number of countries represented, which is cool because it makes for an international event.
Now the Inner Harbor is glorious on this early September weekend as we are between races here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. The women finishing up, the men getting set to start. Baltimore the scene, and all around this Inner Harbor area. The start just a little ways away from the finish. But the finish is also the end of each of what will be 6 laps for the men's race. Terrific for the spectators. They can walk between the start and the finish, very close, a lot of shops and restaurants. This is a look back to the end of the women's race that turned out to be a photo finish.
So these two riders, they weren't even sure who got the win there, and they had to look at cameras from the media photographers to figure it out on their own. Here we have Aga from Canyon SRAM here lifting up her bike. She's super happy about this win. This is the team's first time back racing in North America since the 2019 Colorado Classic, and they made an awesome comeback here with the victory. And you know what? They planned to set Aga up for the win, and it's not every single race that your race goes to plan, but they made it happen. So this is pretty special, especially for her. She's a worker usually for her team, and so she finally has the opportunity to shine.
And the way she had to do it was not easy. She was outnumbered in terms of the opposition in a 4-rider group. EF Education Oatley had 2 riders. She was by herself without a teammate, so she knew that Emond and also Jackson were going to really work on her, and that they did. But she had the strength to follow the moves even when they were just testing her. She was right on the wheel. She looked very strong. She looked fresh and had the energy at the end. So they didn't wear her down the way sometimes you see teams with that mathematical advantage, and that's what they will do. But she responded to every move, and in the end, she got the win when she was called into the sprint.
Yep. And you know, I was probably a great team effort too, because she did have a mechanical during the race. She had a flat, but she said that her team worked for her and helped her get back. And obviously she didn't have to spend too much energy or waste too much, because she still had it in her at the very end to go full blast at the sprint and outsprint the competition that she was outnumbered in. And she's taking home the victory.
All right. With the men about to take to the roads, let's remind you what this 18-mile course looks like. And to learn more about these roads around Baltimore and what the men will be navigating, we asked our competition directors to ride the course and comment on this urban setting from a pro rider's point of view.
Let's examine the first kilometre of the course. So from the start line here, in only 300 metres time, we start the cobbles. And the cobbles are 500 metres long, and they go through a really cute, vibrant part of the city. And we just haven't seen this before in US racing as much. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, Joanne. So when I first heard that the cobblestones were included in the Maryland Cycling Classic in 2025, I thought it would be more like a smoother brick surface. But let me tell you, after riding them today, they are the real deal. What do you think so far of the cobbles?
Yeah, there's definitely better lines than others, that's for sure. So the teams will be reconning this in the days prior, and they'll be figuring out, is the left side better, is the right side better, which way is the faster and smoother way.
Yeah, Patterson Park is also going to be the location of the Community Bike Jam this year, and it's one of those sections that may not look like much elevation gain, but after riding it today, I can tell you, after a couple laps of this course, that's going to sting the legs a little bit. So heading out of Little Italy, we start heading up towards the original George Washington Monument with another tiny section of cobbles around this beautiful roundabout. George Washington Monument is the high point of central Baltimore. We continue through Hamden and then on to the Northern Parkway, which is where we have the KOM this year. It's a big, wide road. You can see it from the bottom to the top, and let me tell you, there's going to be a lot of action on that KOM line.
So that's going to be a great place to watch the action. The climb is 900 meters long, and it's over 8% in sections.
You go from these big wide roads up the climb and down this little descent, and before you know it, you'll be right back in downtown Baltimore. It's like you're seeing 2 or 3 different countries, not just parts of one little city.
So now we're back on Falls Road, and it's slightly downhill all the way into the city, and we're going back into the inner harbor area.
That's right, Joanne. Coming down St. Paul, riders are going to hit between 40 and 55 miles an hour. It is going to be a screamer.
With less than a kilometer to go, we will turn left onto Pratt Street, and that is considered Baltimore's main street. It'll be just a really long drag all the way to the line.
So after the finish line, we turn right onto President Street and into the vibrant Harbor East area.
Yeah, it's really beautiful here. It's up and coming. There's the marina, there's restaurants, there's nightlife. There's just a lot happening down here, and we're just really, really happy to be like racing right through the heart of that.
But to see a circuit like this with the history that Baltimore has is really going to be something special that I think all these riders from Europe, who obviously have a lot more history, will really enjoy.
Really cool course. This is not the same course that the men rode on in the first 2 editions of this race. It is the same finish, but the old course used to go out north of here into Baltimore County, some of the rolling hills and the countryside, but the course this year is all within the city of Baltimore. It's an urban circuit, but you are not sacrificing climbing or corners. You still have a lot of the different features that make up a very compelling and competitive course. We have a King of the Mountains section, and we have some of the technical corners that you often find in city circuits, so you have a lot to test the riders, and we will see that on display coming up here in just a little while. The men's race now 35 minutes away. Now the women will have their podium presentation coming up, and the men will get set for the starts of their race on what has turned into a pretty warm day. Temperature right now climbing into the mid-80s. Mostly sunny skies. There is a threat of rain for the men later on this afternoon. The women had totally dry conditions, but the men may encounter some thunderstorms later on this afternoon. We will see. For the moment, warm and dry here in Baltimore. Cycling Classic is presented by Visit Baltimore, proud host of America's biggest professional bike race. Baltimore, you won't get it till you get here. Kaiser Permanente, official healthcare sponsor. We believe that good health begins with healthy communities. We're promoting healthy lifestyles to help Maryland thrive. And by the state of Maryland, from the sandy beaches of the Eastern Shore to the mountains of the West and everywhere in between. Maryland is home to spectacular natural beauty. Looking down on the riders' sign-in area here in Baltimore. One of the cool things about having the women's and the men's races on the same day, you get a full day of activities and competition. I mean, you're essentially going from 8:30 in the morning until 5 p.m. in the afternoon. So the fans can come out, you can see the start, you can see the finish, you can see the laps, you have the fan zones, everything's in a pretty contained area. So you kind of get the best of all worlds when it comes to watching cycling.
And it's the perfect day for it. A late summer day. Not too hot, not too cold. We don't have any rain yet. We've had quite a bit of sun for the women's race. So we have plenty of people coming out to enjoy the day, and an awesome show by the world's top cyclists. Hats off to the organizers and to the city of Maryland. The CEO of USA Cycling actually said that they've supported this event since the beginning, since the first edition of the men's Maryland Cycling Classic, and they're incredibly grateful for the strong leadership shown by the Maryland Cycling Classic chair, John Kelly, and the mayor of the city.
And everybody loves Jeffrey Sue!
You know, this is the most important single day of road racing in America, and no other race brings such a fabulous group of world-class athletes to the country. It's a really special day today.
All right, so make sure you stay with us as we continue our coverage, now about a half hour away from what will be the third edition of the men's Maryland Cycling Classic here in Baltimore.
Maybe crowd not a good pre-race meal. Yeah.
The men getting the benefit of the later start, so they got to sleep in today, but the women completed their race in dry conditions. The men will have to contend with the heat and humidity, plus possible thunderstorms this afternoon. Now, the forecast is for the inclement weather to move in sometime between 2 and 8 p.m. The race itself should run between 12:30 and 4:30, about 4 hours for the total men's race, which is 108 miles. So kind of in the bullseye for when the nasty weather may hit, but we will see. Either way, the weather's going to be difficult because even if you don't get the precipitation, you have the heat and humidity that they have to deal with, and that's tough in and of itself.
Yep, on a long, tough course with hot weather like that, it makes things even more difficult. And the riders are really going to have to stay on top of their nutrition and hydration through a race like this. Otherwise, they're going to suffer from cramps and just an empty feeling in those legs. So if it does get pretty hot this afternoon for them, that's going to be an extra challenge that they're going to be forced to deal with. Here we have the EF Education First Easy Post team signing in.
Is in attendance here with us. So Connie, her husband is the
What a cool opportunity to see the top riders in the world racing here in the United States of America. Again, this is the most important single day race in the United States, and there are a lot of riders coming from all over the world, and they're excited to be here. I actually overheard some riders last night in the race hotel in the elevator saying, man, I don't want to go back home on Sunday. Can't we just stay an extra week longer? And that was pretty cool to hear.
Now the EF squad on the women's side. was very prominent throughout the women's race. They won the Kelly Benefits Queen of the Mountains competition. They had 2 in the key breakaway late, finished second with Allison Jackson. And now the men will roll out here shortly. Just like the women, it'll be 6 riders per team. The men will have 13 teams, 89 riders total in the field when they kick things off.
The cool thing about this race is that we're seeing riders come from all around the world who don't necessarily typically race together. So there are a lot of North American teams that the European teams aren't used to seeing, and they're not sure what to expect. So there might be some people that are flying under the radar on these North American teams that they're not as familiar with. So there's a lot of unknown, and that adds to the excitement of the race.
Well, as we get set for the men's race, we will shift from Lex to another special co-commentator. Lex, don't go anywhere just yet. Hang out for just a second.
Okay.
But let's welcome in here a Giro d'Italia stage winner, a 3-time national time trial champion, a world champion on the track, a guy who succeeded at the Tour of Dubai. Where in the world hasn't he had success? Well, now he gets a chance to come over to the dark side of cycling, the broadcasting world, for really the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Taylor Phinney here to the booth for the men's race. Hey, bud.
Hello, world. I'm happy to be here and been listening to you guys all morning. Great job. I've loved it.
We haven't jaded you too much. We haven't turned you away.
Nope. I'm still here. I'm ready to go, and I'm really happy because a good friend of mine won the race today, Agnieszka. She's a great friend of Kasia, my wife, and we spent quite a lot of time together.
What do you know? What do you know about her? What's your relationship with her, and what's the dynamic like?
Well, she's from southern Poland, just like my wife Kasia. They're from a similar region, Gorale, in the mountains down south, and yeah, we've just spent time at different training camps together, and she's a quiet but funny and very strong and fast rider. So when I saw her in that last group, I knew all she had to do was stay with those EF girls, not let them get away, and that she would have that sprint. I actually ran to her and told her that the announcers were saying that she won because she didn't know at the end of the race. So that was kind of a cool moment to have just back here with her and the rest of the team.
Well, we were talking before the end of the race when we were setting things up about how she had been kind of knocking on the door. She had been close to some big results and had put herself in some positions at World Tour races, but just never got a significant win. Now, obviously, this isn't a World Tour race, but still a significant victory nonetheless, as she once again put herself in the spot she needed to be late, and this time came through and closed the door.
Yeah, she has been second, third on the podium here, fourth around. She's always up there in the sprints, but she hasn't quite had that decisive victory. We saw her win the time trial in Poland, the national time trial in Poland, where Kasia got second, which was fun. But yeah, I'm really happy for her and also happy for the team because, you know, every team needs wins these days, and at a race as big as this one in Maryland, I think the team will have have a good time tonight.
Well, let's now turn our attention towards the men's race, which is coming up shortly. It'll be about a 4-hour event. They're going to do 6 laps. The women did 4, 108 miles, hot, humid, maybe wet. What are you expecting from this 3rd edition of the men's competition?
I think it's gonna be a spicy race. I mean, as we saw from the women's race, they were talking about having a group sprint or something. At the end, you have 4 riders. On paper, it doesn't look like it's going to be the hardest race on the calendar, but each team that's come here is coming here with a really strong attacking team. They have options. The big World Tour teams are here with options. You have American riders like Quinn Simmons, Nielsen Paulus, who want it to be aggressive and fast. And I think we're going to see from the start the U.S. teams, the domestic teams, the smaller continental teams, and the pro teams, World Tour teams just going for it.
All right, well, as we make the transition from the women to the men, Taylor stepping in. Lex, you're done for the day. Perfect day at the office. Tremendous job. Glad to have you here. How'd you like it?
Thanks. It's been a real pleasure. It's been awesome hanging out over here, and it's been so cool to be on this side of the barriers and watching the women do their stuff. This is such an amazing race. I'm so glad that it's on the calendar, and I can't wait for it to continue many years down the road.
How about for a first ever edition of a race like this? Obviously, you've been to some big ones in Europe, here in the U.S., all over the world. How did this first inaugural event stack up?
Oh, it's been excellent. The field was super deep. It was great to see so much representation from countries all around the world. And the race course, we weren't sure about how the race was going to play out because it's never happened on a course like this before. And it's proven to be a really exciting race course, and I think that's part of the reason that this race is going to come back over and over again, and teams are going to seek out to put this race on their calendar.
What are you going to do the rest of the day?
I'm going to watch the men race.
Oh, good answer. Good answer. Hey, bring us some lunch or something. We got like 4 hours to go.
I can do that. I can do that.
Make a Chipotle run or something. We'll see.
Sounds good.
Lex,
thanks, Steve.
Thanks for being here.
It's been a pleasure.
All right, Lex Albrecht, top Canadian rider for so many years, and we will make the switch to the men's event coming up shortly here, now just about 20 minutes away from the start, as the men will head to the Inner Harbor and then over to Harbor East as they get loose, get set. This is the Inner Harbor where the race will finish. The start just a short walk from here. And we'll continue with more in our coverage of the Maryland Cycling Classic right after this.
As well as all of our call-ups. We'll meet some of the top riders in our field.
The men will see this banner 6 different times in their upcoming race, 6 laps. This is where every lap ends. It'll also be the intermediate sprint point. The start just a short ways away from here, Harbor Point Plaza. So you get Harbor Point Plaza, the Inner Harbor, all of the key scenic landmark spots here in the center of Baltimore. So for the fans to come out, they can take it all in. And if you're watching somewhere else, we will take you to all of the key spots here. Steve Schlanger, Taylor Finney here on this Saturday afternoon. And the men, when you compare them to the women, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how this race unfolds. Now, the women, a shorter race, not as many laps. We didn't really have a signature big breakaway that formed of multiple riders. We had solo riders going out front at different times. We only, in fact, had multiple riders in a move late on that final lap when it was the decisive group at 4 that came together and dropped the field and then decided the race amongst themselves. Will the men have a similar strategy, or will it play out in the same way? Always hard to tell. Probably not, just because there are so many strong and deep teams. There's a lot of different ways the men's race may go here. And in the first 2 editions, we've seen a small group come to the finish line together. We've seen a rider go solo at the very end. We could see a big group of over 30 come to the line together. You just never know with this brand new race course that the men are racing for the first time here this year in Baltimore. Well, as we continue here, the men are getting poised for the start of their race, and a field of 89 will take to the roads here in Baltimore. And let's, while we have a moment, send you over to Rasan Bahati, who is near the start line. Rasan.
I'm here with Uno X, Abrahamson, I'm sorry, Jonas Abrahamson, and I just asked him one question before we went live is, have you ever raced in America? He said no, so I want to know what's your feeling of being in North America?
Yeah, I never raced there, so no, It's very nice here, special outside the town there. It's amazing to ride, and yes, good condition for training and heat weather, so yes, perfect.
Not to put too much pressure on you, but you know, I'm from Southern California. We have a really good cycling culture there, and you are like a fan favorite. Have you felt that here at all?
No, I haven't think about that, but that's so funny. I have a lot of followers from the States, so yes, hopefully I can do it good today.
So you guys come from a long way, you know, from Norway, and how has it been here, and what are you expecting today's Maryland Cycling Classic?
Yes, it's very nice to be here, and it's a hard loop, and it can be a sprint, and it also can be a hard race with a smaller group, so it's a very open race, so looking forward to come out on the bike and race this area in the States. It's looking so forward to that.
Okay, thanks for your time, and good luck today.
Thank you so much.
Many of the riders gathering there and getting ready for the start. How about some individual names to look for as the favorites in your mind, Taylor? Who do you think?
Well, let's see. I'm looking at the Stars and Stripes. Quinn Simmons, the reigning winner on his team is Skjelmose. I think they've been training together, you know, in Colorado the last 3 weeks. They seem to be really tight. They have quite a bromance forming, and
a legit bromance on the bike.
They were clear about their bromance at the press conference.
Hey,
yesterday.
man, that helps strategy, doesn't it?
It does. I think they got a real 1-2 attacking punch for Lidl Trek. So Lidl Trek will be looking for a return victory here. I can also see Education First, just like in the women's, being up there.
Well, let's take you through the start list here, and we'll go over everyone who could make a dent in this race today. 13 teams, 6 riders per team. We've got 89 riders in total for the men, set to line up shortly. And we will also speak with the winner of the inaugural men's race back in 2022, Sepp van Markup, who will join us here later on this afternoon. But the aforementioned start list, beginning with Tudor here. Larry Warbass of the U.S., always a popular name here on the home roads. And for the EF Education Easy Post squad, Nielsen Paulus, the only rider who's been on the podium in each of the men's races so far here in Baltimore.
Yep, second and third.
Colby Simmons could be a key support rider. Brother of Quinn, the national champion here.
You know, they have a young rider on this team, Alfredo Bueno, who's doing, I think, his second race with the team. He's from SoCal, and he's just been racing crits, and he's super excited to be joining the team. He had a win in West Bohemia Tour a couple weeks ago. Great celebration, a lot of energy with him. I think Marijn Vandenberg is also very fast, but Nielsen has definitely stated that he wants to be up there going for the win finally.
For Alfredo Bueno, all the other teams saying, come on, no bueno. No bueno. Well, the Abramson team, we just heard from him, the Norwegian, part of this largely Norwegian squad here.
Yeah, Jonas has been on a real tear. He won stage 11, I believe, of the Tour de France ahead of Mauro Schmidt. Tight finish, like the women's race, little photo finish, and he's won, I think, 2 races since then. He's only won 4 races as a professional, so he has 3 wins in the last month and a half on fire, as I guess you would say. So we can definitely look to him to also animate. He's trying to make the race hard. He's not an out-and-out sprinter, but he's a winner. He's got the target capabilities.
Israel Premier Tech with Simon Clark, the Aussie, who always has a fast finish. Riley Sheehan is the top American from this squad, and Pascal Ackermann is a guy who's had success at the highest levels of the sport from Germany.
Yeah, I actually used to train with Riley Sheehan when he's about 8 or some years younger than me, but he would come out with his dad, Clark Sheehan, at the ages of 12, 13, 14, and train with us, with the likes of Christian Vandeveld. He's from Boulder. He's got great frosted tips, and he's also on a bit of a tear, been snagging podiums in Europe and doing really well this season. Simon Clark in his last year as a pro.
You buried the headline. The frosted tips should always go first. Come on, man.
Hey, it's my first time.
Yeah. There's a learning curve. There's a learning curve. Well, hey, speaking of the Aussies, how about Michael Matthews coming back from a pulmonary embolism, a health scare earlier this season, and now after missing the Tour de France, he's back here in Maryland.
Yeah, Michael Matthews having blood clots in his lungs over the summer, finding out at an altitude training camp, super scary for him. He's been he's just an incredible competitor. He's been on top of this sport for every year that he's been involved. He won, I think, Frankfurt earlier this year in May, suffered that setback, but now he's back. His first race back in Plouay, he was top 10, so he's definitely here with a strong team. Also cards to play with Mauro Schmidt.
Yeah, Matthews was off the bike for 4 months after that race in Germany, just started up again in early August. Jeffrey Soup, an accomplished rider from this all-French team, one to watch for Team Total Energies.
Yeah, Geoffrey Suppé, he has an amazing beard. And Anthony Tourgy, he won the Roubaix stage of the Tour de France, I believe, a couple years ago. He's a strong built rider, another big boy. I always respect the big boy on a bike.
But the beard, though, the bearded one on a hot and humid day, that's got to be tough.
Yeah, especially if it's raining, especially if it gets dirty, you know. But hey, I'm sure he makes time for maintenance.
And then you mentioned Quinn Simmons already, and you also have last year's winner, or I should say the winner of the most recent edition of this race, which was 2 years ago, Matthias Skelmoza.
Yep, you got Skelmoza. You know, he unveils a new nose strip designed by his 12-year-old sister at every race, so I wonder what we're going to see on his nose here. Other than that, like I said, that bromance is strong and only getting more tight, so I'm excited to see what they got going on.
I didn't know the nose strip business could be so involved and so impactful, but apparently it is. We'll watch out for that as this day unfolds. And what do you think about Team Solution Tech, Vinny Fantini?
Well, these guys are a staple, you know. They're coming all the way from Italy. The only non-Italian is Mark Stewart, and they're always up for animating the race. I know that well. I've raced against this team multiple times, so looking forward to what they have to offer.
Team Medellin EPM, and they feature Oscar Sevilla, who is now 110 years old and still racing.
Yes, 48 years old. He was a domestique for Jan Ulrich back with T-Mobile. He started racing before Tadej Pogačar was born.
That's crazy.
He's still there, but he won a stage of Tour of Ecuador this year, and he's still on top. He's still doing it.
Team Novo Nordisk.
Yeah, Novo Nordisk, we have a relatively young team. We got a couple old staples. I don't want to say old, but David Lozano and Andrea Perron have been on the team for quite a long time. This team, you know, they're racing with type 1 diabetes, bringing awareness to being able to treat that and still compete at the highest level is very inspiring.
And Team Skyline with several Americans dotting the roster here.
Yeah, Team Skyline is an American Continental team, one of only 2 remaining Continental teams here in the U.S., along with Project Echelon that are here in this race. They're just coming off of Volta Portugal, which was their biggest race yet, 11 stages across Portugal. They told me that they had some pretty interesting stories of having to Uber off of the top of mountains and such, but a young team, Irish and American, and they're stoked to be here.
So there's not a quicker way off the top of a mountain than to Uber? I mean, I think just waiting for the Uber would take too long.
You know, we didn't get into the details. I didn't even know they had Uber in rural Portugal.
Right.
But Project Echelon, if I can just mention, they use cycling to coach, mentor, and motivate over 600 veterans So that's very cool. And we have Team USA with a young team and a standout coming over on loan from UAE, Brandon McNulty, fresh off of a Tour de Pologne overall stage win.
Yeah, one of the biggest, highest profile names in the race, Brandon McNulty, a guy with international chops, but back on the home roads here today for this third edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic, coming up shortly from here in Baltimore, Maryland. Inside of 10 minutes to the start, so the men are starting to line up here at Harbor Point Plaza.
There's Michael Matthews right there. He's got his nickname is Bling. He used to wear a lot more flashy jewelry than he does now, but he still has a great shoe collection. He does live in Monaco, so you got to keep the standards high when you're cruising the streets.
Oh, the pressure's high too. I mean, the pressure is unrelenting when you're in Monaco.
It's it's hard to keep up, and that's why I don't live there.
Well, he's not doing himself any favors. Your nickname's Bling. You live in Monaco. I mean, the standard just is unrelenting.
It's a high bar, but he's down to jump.
How do you like Michael Matthews for this course?
Well, he's a very fast rider. He's also a rider who has a keen race sense, and when it comes down to marking the right moves between him and Mauro Schmidt, I think they have two really strong cards to play later in the race. We'll see with what kind of attacks come at the beginning of the race, and how big this breakaway ends up being, and how it really unfolds. I can't see it being a group sprint necessarily, but if it were to come to that, Jaco Alula have Luke Durbridge, Hepburn ready to pace any group, take any group back and make it a sprint.
Michael Matthews prepping for the World Championships, which he's been a part of since 2018, every single year for Australia, but the first in Africa, and he's getting ready for those in just a few weeks in Rwanda. This is the front row of the men's race, now just minutes away.
There's Luke Durbridge there with the Aussie National Champs kit. Nielsen Paulus next to him, America's darling.
All right, before the men kick things off, let's go to Rasan Bahati, who is with the American Brandon McNulty.
I'm here with U.S. owns Brandon McNulty. This is a household name here. We're used to seeing him on the World Tour level, racing in the high mountains, but he's here now at the Maryland Cycling Classic. First time, thought so far?
Yeah, I'm super excited to be here. We don't get to race back in the U.S. very often, so yeah, it's really nice to be here for a hard race.
So yeah, you talk about the race being hard. We saw the women's race kind of blow up with one lap to go. What are your expectations of how this race will play out for the men's?
Yeah, I think it'll be similar. It'll be super aggressive. We have a pretty small field, and it's pretty hot out, so I think a lot of people will be suffering and then a lot of attacking. And I think it's a super open and hard race.
Yeah, not really known for your closing speed, but definitely a very smart racer. We're going to work on that. I know we've been talking about this. But it can come down to a select group of maybe 4 to 8 riders, and I think you do have a chance in something like that. Is that something that's planned through your head?
Yeah, I mean, for sure my ideal is to go solo, but yeah, I think out of a group of 3 or 4, I can at least stand my own. So if it's the right number, right for 3 or 4 guys at least.
No, absolutely. You're on another level, and we just appreciate you being here. We're looking forward to seeing you out there, so good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, Brandon McNulty looking to put on a show here on the home roads in the U.S. And it's got to be special, Taylor. You would know this. You spend so much time racing over in Europe and around the world. To come back for a prestigious race here in the U.S. has to be cool.
Yeah, anytime you get to don the USA kit, it's a special experience. He's racing with a bunch of young riders on the team. I know that can be kind of fun for him. He's a quiet, reserved kind of a guy. It's hard to get a full sense of what's going on in his head, but once he gets out there on a bike, he's a speed demon. And to win the Tour de Pologne a couple weeks ago, I mean, I know he's on one of the biggest teams in the world, but that's a dang hard race. So big props to him, and I think he's going to be active today for sure.
Well, his fellow American Nielsen Paulus also spoke with Rasan Bahati, and that was just moments ago.
I'm here with two-time podium rider from EF, Nielsen Paulus. This is try number 3. I know you're feeling good. How's it going, and what's the plan today?
Yeah, plans to win. I've been on the podium twice here, so we want a pink jersey on the top step. We brought a sprinter with Moran Vandenberg and myself for an aggressive race, so yeah, we're ready for any scenario, and we're going to be chasing the win today.
Well, you're definitely one of the prides of U.S. You've been on the podium, like we said, twice. Some really big results over in Europe. It's got to be a pleasure being back in the States.
Oh, man, it's so nice. All year I'm jealous of the European riders. They get to race on home soil, but yeah, this race is my chance to give it back to them.
Well, good luck, Nielsen.
Thanks.
That's just what we were talking about, the opportunity for an American to race here at home, but also the prospect for EF coming with a variety of options. They have different scenarios by which they could win this race. Their tactics are pretty comprehensive, as they have one of the favorites and plenty of support to get them there.
Yeah, I think we're going to see them similar to in the women's race, how often they were attacking off the front. You know, they have a good sprinting option with Moran Vandenberg. Nielsen Paulus actually did a local criterium last week that he was telling me about in Houston. So when every Wednesday, community gets together and hosts a criterium, and he had some fun out there. So he's happy to be back in the U.S. and it's just a different feeling racing in the U.S., especially when you get to race through downtown Baltimore, Maryland.
Let's go back to Rasan Bahati. Rasan.
We started this morning 8:30 with the inaugural women's race here at the 2025 Maryland Cycling Classic. Temperatures were in the 70s. Now it is time for the men. 107 miles on tap here in the beautiful Charm City, the Bay, the riders, but the temperature has turned up. The high today is 85. Humidity has tipped up just a little bit, but we're going to see a fast race. 107 miles. I think they're going to do it just around 4 hours, and just in moments' time, these riders from 15 different countries will be on the streets of Baltimore tackling the 2025 Maryland Cycling Classic.
89 riders from 13 teams, 6 riders per team, almost 108 miles, 6 laps of an 18-mile course, and we are about to roll.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, right here, right now, the biggest race in America is underway. Vaya con Dios, gentlemen.
So they roll out from Harbor Point, a neutralized start here, so the race hasn't begun officially yet, but we are underway on this first of 6 laps for the men in their 3rd edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic, the biggest professional bike race in America. And Taylor, they're going to get a look here at this section of cobbles that's just about 500 meters long that they will tackle 6 times altogether on the day.
Yeah, you know, any cobble section, you're going to feel it. You don't have any suspension on those bikes. You got those skinny little tires. It's not the longest cobble section in the world, but it's you're going to feel it. You saw in the women's race that it was selective, and there's chances for flats, crashes. You can see that the bunch is already pretty nervous right from the start. Anytime it's fanned out completely like that, it means that riders want to be in the front. Quinn Simmons flying the American flag.
The most tenacious facial hair in the Peloton too, Quinn Simmons.
He definitely has powerful hair.
And these cobbles are over 200 years old, so they're not the smooth pavement that you might see that basically serve a cosmetic purpose on roads these days. These are legit. These are the real things that are very uneven. They're choppy, and you will feel it under your tires throughout the course of a race like this.
Yeah, and Fells Point down there, second largest point of immigration to the U.S. after New York's Ellis Island. Here we go.
And the racing going to start in earnest pretty quickly. Obviously, you get the attacks right when you get past that neutralized section, but when you consider the layout of this race, 6 laps of an 18-mile circuit, overall, big picture, very early, what are you expecting from this race?
You know, I would say maybe 5, 6, 8 years ago, there would be a group of 4 or 5, mostly continental teams, young riders that would go off the front in a breakaway, and the teams would control from behind. But the way that the trends are moving in cycling is more about having action from the start and then whittling down over the course of the race. So let's see if we get an early break. I think it's gonna be action for a little while. It's not a straightforward flat course by any means, so it's going to be hard in the back there.
All right, to get the full picture of the canvas they are racing on, let's take you into Baltimore here, and this brand new course, first time they've ever raced this course in what is the 3rd year of competition for the men. It's the same finish we've had in the 2 previous years, but a different course beyond that. You go through Patterson Park, one of the oldest urban parks in the country, and then at this point, you're heading north past the Washington Monument all the way to the King of the Mountains climb, which is at the furthest end of the course, the northernmost port right here. And then from here, you head back down south, and it's largely downhill all the way back to the end of each lap. But the organizers said that they wanted to make a different course this year from what we've seen in the past. In the previous 2 editions, it rolled out into Baltimore County, the rolling hills, a more countryside feel to the race, more elevation gain. This time, the course is entirely in the city of Baltimore, so you have that city sort of urban feel to the course, but you don't sacrifice the climbing or the technical corners. You still have a lot of different features that will impact the race. The only difference is it's entirely in the city of Baltimore, showcasing the culture, the different landmarks, the scenic nature of Baltimore these days, and riding through a lot of different neighborhoods. This is a city of old and new when it comes to neighborhoods, and you see a lot of different ones along this course today.
220 neighborhoods in this city. I didn't count myself, but that is what I've learned.
Once you get up beyond 200, you're going to take somebody's word for it, right?
Yes. This they actually start to drag up a little bit after they make this left-hand turn around the park, and this could be a strong moment for the breakaway. You know, it's no matter where you are in the peloton, as you can see the road. This is America, right? These roads are largely straight, but it doesn't mean that they don't go up. And it's not easy anywhere you are in the peloton here, especially if you're at the back and you got guys flying off the front. But it will be yo-yoing for a little while here.
All right, so we are underway. The first of 6 laps in the men's race here. 105 miles left to go in the Maryland Cycling Classic. Again, sunny skies, somewhat of a breeze, but the temperature is warm. It is in the mid-80s. It is very humid, and there is a threat of rain as this afternoon unfolds. Could be another hour or 2 before it rolls in, but that's the forecast. We could have thunderstorms, gusty winds, maybe even hail and lightning. We shall see. For the moment, just hot and dry.
Yeah, those afternoon summer storms, they can be powerful. There was one a couple days ago when I was on my way up here, and that's going to change the dynamic of the race significantly. We're not going to claim that we are meteorologists and we know it's going to happen with the weather, but that is what the forecast is calling. So let's see. For now, beautiful Baltimorean summer, late summer, autumn day.
Yeah, my weather skills only go so far. If you want to know about the pollen counts or the mold or whatever else is in the air, you're going to have to go elsewhere. I can give you hot, I can give you humid, and that's about where it ends. And for these riders, if it just stays hot and humid, that in and of itself, forget about potential precipitation, but hot and humid can certainly take its toll too.
Yeah, you know, the nice thing about having a circuit course is that you have ample opportunities to pick up bottles, which means you don't have to think so much about feed zones and the like. So these riders with the team cars behind, and then with ample opportunity to grab feed on the side of the road, they're going to be hydrated, but it's for sure it's an important part of the race.
Now, one rider dangling off the front here of this field, still
like
working their way here through this first lap. How big of a break, Taylor, would you expect to form in a race like this? Again, just a one-day circuit race. How big of a gap and how much time do you think they would get on a day like today?
Well, you know, sort of like what I was saying earlier, it seems that 6-7 years ago, it would be a more traditional group of, let's say, between 5 and maximum 10. But as we've seen in this edition in the years prior, the Breakaway, I think 2 years ago, was 30 riders. So at that point, it's more of a selection than what you would call a breakaway. That could be a breakaway in the Tour de France towards the late stages, last couple weeks of the race, because you have teams behind that are with the yellow jersey that are going to control. But in a one-day race like this, if the World Tour teams end up in a large selection off the front of the race, then they have no reason to chase that group back, which ultimately then means that the race is up in the front. So I'm expecting something like that, although let's see.
Yeah, everybody comes to a race like this with different ambitions, different goals, different riders to accomplish all of those goals. There are different ways to skin a cat, different ways to win a one-day event such as this. And a reminder that we also have different competitions within the competition. We have a King of the Mountains jersey that will be awarded to the rider who does the best on the signature climb, which is at the northernmost point of the course. We will see that in a little while. And now we see a few individual riders getting clear of the field here in this selection trying to form. And riders kind of seeing who's going to make the group. This is that part of the race, as you know, where you might get a rider who goes off the front and then he waits to see who's going to join him, hoping that he won't be alone for too long and hoping that the right group coalesces at the front to have enough horsepower to get some time over the field.
Yeah, this is a Novo Nordisk rider who's been off the front for the last K or so. Medellin riders come up to him, the Colombian team, the team of Oscar Sevilla.
And just to finish the thought on the competitions beyond just the overall classification, we have the King of the Mountains and also a sprint competition. You will have the King of the Mountains points awarded at every time they go up the signature climb. The sprint only happens after the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth lap. So at the end of this first lap, there won't be any sprint points, but every lap after that, there will be points. And those points are the same for the King of the Mountains and for the sprints. 4, 2, and 1 point for the first 3 each time at both selections.
Yeah, so those two riders are Hamish Armit and Victor Ocampo. Hamish Armit from Novo Nordisk and Ocampo from Team Medellin.
This is the Monument Park area and the Washington Monument they are going by, the oldest Washington Monument in the country, by the way, older than the one in nearby DC. Small section of cobbles they have to navigate as well, but they tackle that pretty easily.
Yeah, as you can tell, this is quite a large group now that's made some separation from the main pack. Luckily, we got these drone shots, but when it's strung out like that, you know all the guys are at their limit, even though we just started this race.
I mean, they are really flying. It is creating some damage at the back here. They are not waiting.
Well, this course is sneaky, you know. It's on paper, it doesn't look like it's that hard, but it's relentless. It's undulating. You know, you're going through all these different neighborhoods, a lot of straight roads. Mentally, that's honestly fatiguing. You don't have anywhere to hide, and you can just see the race as you can now up in front of you. Huge selection, big gap in between these two groups.
First part of the course gradually uphill as it goes from south to north. You hit the King of the Mountains climb and then turns back south, and it's largely downhill all the way to the end of each lap. That's a Union Station off to the right there, going across this bridge and making a hard left. But as is usually the case here in the U.S., wide roads for this Peloton. Oftentimes in the European races, you have very narrow roads, a lot of traffic furniture, but here in the U.S., typically wide roads, imperfect pavement, but you don't have those pinch points and bottlenecks that you often see in some of the European races over the course of the season.
The only place I've been with perfect pavement is Switzerland. The rest of the world, especially Italy, very imperfect pavement. This Falls Road is not such a big road and also very nice. Next to this river, got some cool graffiti on these buildings on the side.
All right, still trying to see if anybody can get away. It has been a fast, heavy tempo here. The field pretty strung out here, still on lap number 1 in Baltimore. We dip inside of 100 miles left to go here in this men's race. Still the first of 6 laps on an 18-mile circuit. 3,868 feet of climbing altogether for the men today. 1 King of the Mountains climb that they will do 6 different times. And the intermediate sprint at the end of every lap except the first. And now things settling back down here after a ferocious start. Some very fast riding, aggressive tactics, but now things relenting somewhat here in the field.
Yeah, you see Education First, you see Little Trek up there. I think we just saw Brandon McNulty giving it a little dig. And the thing about the wide roads is it makes it very easy to pass. So anybody who wants to go for it, they can go for it.
All right, so while the men's race unfolds on the left-hand side of your screen, enjoy the women's podium presentation over on the right.
The honor of presenting our silver medalist here. Thanks again, Eric, for having us in Baltimore. It has been amazing. What a cool city. So let's meet our silver medal winner. You're lucky, man. This is one of the most famous women in the sport. Paris-Roubaix Femme Avec Swift champion, your silver medal winner. It's the Canadian champ, way to knock off Allison Jackson. Man, there's some good vibes on this podium. You don't always have to win a bike race to win life, and both these ladies won life today. Next up, we've reserved the top step of the podium for our outright champion. And I want to introduce to you my champion of Baltimore. This man is amazing. He's the president of the Maryland Sports Corporation, the cornerstone of this event, Terry Hazeltine. Terry, with our champion's jersey. Thank you, Terry. So Terry has a chance to congratulate the silver and bronze medalists, but now, ladies and gentlemen, time to introduce from the world-renowned Canyon SRAM Sonderkrypto team. This is your champion standard, Agnieszka Skalniak-Sojka, Pride of Poland! So 2 World Tour Danger women and an American champion on our podium here in Maryland. That's a beautiful, and Terry presenting our champion's jersey from Athlos. Big thank you to Matt back here for creating our winner's jersey. Lickety split here. As is the tradition now, our Polish champion for the Canyon SRAM team in what was a photo finish with Allison Jackson. Agnieszka Skalniak-Sojka, Allison Jackson from Education First Only, and Emma Langley from the Aegis Cycling team. Congratulations, ladies. Thank you for an amazing show. One more time for the crowd here. And thank you again to Terry, Eric, and Maze. It's time for the champagne. And these ladies have some experience. To the victor go the spoils. These really are the gladiators of the sport, without any question. So I can't thank all these women for coming and making it a special, special experience here in Baltimore. These are your champions, Baltimore!
It was an exciting finish in the women's race. Came down to the photo at the end. The top 2 didn't even know who had won. They had to wait for the images just like everybody else. And now the men out on the roads here as the women finish up their podium presentation. This is the first of 6 laps for this men's race. 98 miles still to go. And still waiting to see what kind of a selection or group we might get at the front here. You've seen some attacking and some aggressive racing, but nothing is stuck so far.
Yeah, we got EF moving up on the left here. We've seen Skyline being very active at the front. Team USA, young team, they're excited to be here. So everybody's going for it.
Big sports weekend here in Baltimore. Not only do you have this Maryland Cycling Classic, the biggest professional race in the U.S. taking place today, you also have the Dodgers in town for a 3-game weekend series against the Orioles at Camden Yards, which is only about a half a mile away from the finish. And they have the 30th anniversary celebration of Cal Ripken breaking Luke Gehrig's record for most consecutive games played. That ceremony will take place before the Dodgers game with the Orioles tonight. And then the Baltimore Ravens kicking off their NFL season north of here in Buffalo against the Bills on Sunday Night Football. That's tomorrow. Maybe the biggest sports weekend all season long in Baltimore. And that is John Kelly of Kelly Benefits helping to give out the Queen of the Mountains jersey. Henrietta Christie of the EF Education Oatly team. She locked up that Queen of the Mountains jersey before they even climbed the final ascent for the last time. She was first the initial few times they went up and had an insurmountable lead before they went up for the final time. So congratulations to her. She wins the Queen of the Mountains competition here today in the first women's edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic.
Looks like the road tightens up a bit there. They're getting close to the right turn to head up to their first time up the KOM. We will surely see some attacks fly. It seems that they are all a bit neutralized, waiting for that right turn and that start of the climb.
And that climb, not an overly difficult one, obviously not like something you would see in the Alps or the Rocky Mountains, but it'll still sting. About 8% in some sections. It averages 7%. And now starting that climb. The actual climb itself is just inside of 1K long. And this will take them up to the most northern point on the course.
Yeah, you know, any climb can sting. Any climb will sting, especially one that doesn't go down immediately afterwards. So there's quite a lot of chance for somebody over the top to gain a gap. You know, you'll see the main damage done perhaps during the climb, but it's over the top when things start to get tactical. Education first, going for it on the far left side of the peloton there.
And there is a little false flat once you get to the top of the climb before it starts going downhill as well. Back end of the field here on this half-mile climb. There's an EF Education rider in the pink who we saw trying to get up the left-hand side of the road on this climb, and now some others coming across as well. So there is several riders trying to bridge from the field up to what is looking to be a select group here. We'll see if this sticks.
Yeah, we've got Uno X, Education First, Tudor, Team Medellin, Total Energy, Skyline, Mauro Schmidt coming up, Lidl Trek. So a lot of representation in this little group. You can see Novo Nordisk trying to bridge across, and some Team USA riders. I think this will be neutralized, but good composition. These are the sort of compositions that we're looking for if we're looking for a breakaway to stick.
Sometimes on a climb like this, riders will try to get to the front and get enough of a gap that once they get to the top, they have a margin to where they can perhaps stay away if there's no serious chase this early in a race. But right here, it looks like things are still very much together. Single file and no real gaps opening up.
Yeah, this is Mauro Schmidt. This is a little bit what I was talking about, you know, is the climb makes it hurt, but it's over the top when everybody, you know, the heart rate is high. That's when that's the moment, as Philippe Gilbert would call it. When it's the hardest and you think you're gonna rest, that's when the best, they launch and you never see them again. So Mauro Schmidt definitely putting in some work. It's all still together here, but anytime it's strung out like this, nobody's got an easy ride.
Yeah, all it takes is that one moment, right? A little bit of inattention. Somebody makes a move when you're not expecting it, and it doesn't have to be a sustained type of situation. It can happen quickly, and if you're not ready for it, the gap opens up and it starts small, but then it just grows.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like a pretty big group coming off the front there. That's dangerous right there.
Well, now, Taylor, as you know, the question is there's so many teams up here in this group. It's a matter of if teams have riders in that group, who's going to chase?
Exactly. That's what I was saying from the start. It looked like Quinn Simmons was coming up to take that speed into warp, that group into warp speed.
Well, as the men's race unfolds here, still on the first of their 6 laps. There's a familiar face handing out the sprint jersey. All in the family here today for the Finney squad. Mom.
Is that my mom?
That's your mom. What do I have to tell you?
Mom, what are you doing here?
Did you make her buy you dinner last night?
No comment.
I would. I'm just telling you, I would.
I always take my mom out.
Yeah, okay, good. I wouldn't make your mom buy me dinner, just to clarify. I'd make my mom buy me dinner.
Yeah, my mom's here representing the Davis Finney Foundation, the charity partner for this race, helping people with Parkinson's to learn to live with the disease and giving them information that they need to live well with it, as my father does and has for the last 25 years. So super grateful to this race for including the Davis Finney Foundation in the as the sole charity partner.
Great cause, and we hope to speak with your mom at some point throughout this men's race a little bit later on. And this is really strung out here. Peloton not fully dismissed yet, but this is the part of the race where things can happen quickly in terms of a gap forming and riders getting away, and all of a sudden they start getting chunks of time.
Yeah, as you can see with the riders coasting, they are going downhill here. So when you come into a group or you're part of a group, it's easier to gain speed on that downhill and use that to rip around and bridge across.
And back to the women's podium. Alexandra Volstad, the best young rider. So Volstad dons the latest jersey. And as the men roll along here, still very early in their race here, but some very ambitious racing here on this first of 6 laps at the Maryland Cycling Classic. This is the front of the race, just south of 95 miles remaining. 4 hours total for the men here on this hot and humid Saturday afternoon in early September. This is a really good spot on the calendar for this race, because for the riders internationally who are coming here from around the world, you come over to Baltimore, you have this race, and then in the next couple of weeks you go north into Canada for the one-day races in Quebec City and Montreal. In fact, that's next weekend, Friday and Sunday, which also serves then as good preparation for the World Championships, which are later this month. So in cycling, which is such a long sport throughout the calendar year, so many races over the course of a calendar year, to find the right spot is always kind of tricky because you have so much travel involved, and I think the Maryland Cycling Classic is about as well positioned as you can have it for the type of race it is to draw the best riders.
Yeah, you know, it's also not that far from Europe. It's a relatively easy flight. I flew here directly from Barcelona. A lot of teams flew direct into Dulles or into BWI. And yeah, not having to jump on the plane again and go over to Utah or Colorado or California, that makes a big difference for the staff and the riders. And then with these big World Tour races in Canada, Montreal, and in Quebec, it makes a lot of sense to kind of stack a couple races into that whole trip, because it makes it more lucrative, more fun for the teams to come over for a couple weeks instead of just 1 week.
Some terrific cities too, Baltimore, Quebec City, and Montreal on the North American docket. Now we've got a rider here who needs something.
Looks like he might have broken a chain or something with the derailleur. I mean, there were bottles flying on that descent back down into this Falls Road. I saw one rider going straight off to the left. I'm not sure what happened there, but that section coming back down into here is really I would say the most technical descending that happens on the course. And yeah, now we're back on the quote-unquote small road, and everybody's fanned out. Looks like they're all looking at each other, playing a little bit of a bluffing game.
Since this is a first-time course here this year at the Maryland Cycling Classic, how would you compare this course to some other one-day races around the world that you have done?
Well, doing circuit races feels uniquely American. It's not totally uniquely American, but we end up racing circuit races in the U.S. and in Europe. Doing one-day classics, you typically end up going out, doing some sort of large lap or doing some sort of point-to-point, like a Paris-Roubaix situation. This course, like I said, it's sneaky. If you just looked at it on paper, I was looking at it with my wife Kasha, because she was thinking about coming. She didn't think it was hard enough. But when I came out here and rode the lap, granted I rode the lap on a lime scooter, hour and a half, but I made it all the way around. I thought, man, it's harder than you would expect just on paper. So yeah, it's up there. It's over 100 miles. September, can be hot. The level of the field is high.
As far as the other circuit races, Montreal and Quebec City, which as we mentioned are coming up, those are also circuits, and you do have them at the World Championships too. So it's not a totally foreign concept for these riders. They will obviously have done races like this before, but now you have a rip of them with the North American circuits, and then of course the World Championships, which are coming up at the end of the month.
That is a very good point.
But for the first time, they're going to be in Africa, in Rwanda.
Yep. Yeah, Rwanda has an amazing cycling culture. They have the Tour of Rwanda. A good friend of mine, Kiel Reinen, won the Tour of Rwanda way back when, who knows when, 15 years ago. And they have also a premier gravel race there, the race across Rwanda, race around Rwanda, 1,000 kilometers self-supported. It's a unique place, you know. Actually, plastic bags are illegal, so they pride themselves on having one of the cleanest cities in Africa, and you can tell. And they're just passionate about bikes. They have people from the cycling world that are also passionate.
Well, speaking of African cycling, we had an historic moment in the women's race earlier today with the Benin women's team from Africa coming over to compete here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. The first team from Africa to do so at a race of this level. The Benin team making the long trip. It was a 10,000-mile journey to get here. Benin, a small strip of land that runs north to south in West Africa, bordered by Togo to the west, Nigeria to the east. A French-speaking nation, about 2/3 the size of Portugal. And quite an historic moment for Benin coming here to race in Baltimore for the inaugural Maryland Cycling Classic on the women's side. A nation of 13 million people. And Taylor, I think you particularly would appreciate this, the birthplace of voodoo.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
Yeah, that's where it all began. No one does the voodoo like you do, so I figured you would like that.
I wonder if they practice any voodoo today, because a good friend of mine won the race, the ladies' race.
Why not? You look for every competitive advantage you can.
Man, that could be the next marginal gain. I would love.
It could be. Yeah.
I would love to see that.
The watts, nutrition, power meters, and voodoo. That's your list right there.
And they all just have a doll with a UAE jersey that they're poking the whole time.
Non-stop. So 3 riders here, just 10 seconds ahead of this main field. Now they're back in the inner harbor here, and we're coming to the end of this first lap. And they're on this long, straight, flat run into the end of the lap. No intermediate sprint points here, but after this lap, for every remaining lap, there will be.
Yeah, this can be a strong potential breakaway. I mean, you have the smaller teams represented. You got Project Echelon there, you got Skyline, you have Vini Fantini, Medellin. That's really what the main World Tour teams are going to be looking for. If a breakaway is going to happen early in this race, it needs to be the smaller teams with no World Tour. We got a Novo Nordisk there leading them all out. So if there's going to be a breakaway, this is a pretty perfect one for all the World Tour teams to be able to sit back and relax and then fight it out amongst themselves a little bit later.
Now could be a group of 5 before too long at the front as the field comes through under that banner that marks the start of lap number 2. And 90 miles as well as 5 laps now left to ride.
Yep, coming back into downtown here.
it looks like this group is coming together at the very front. So Campo, Geraldo, Lozano Riba, Bassett, Baldacchini, and McDumphy.
Victor Ocampo, he's been active from the start. Lozano, he's actually from Barcelona area. He's been racing gravel as well. He was third in the Gravel Earth Series last year. He's a local from the area that I live in Catalunya.
Gravel has really become one of the most popular disciplines in the sport, hasn't it?
Yeah, you know, it's a fun community, and the races, they're challenging, and they're all over the place in a lot of different, very interesting countries and destinations, from Iceland to Kenya to Nebraska, South America. There's just events all over the place, so it's easy for people to kind of create a calendar and do some travel, but push themselves at the same time and be involved in a community event.
So it is a group of 4 riders at the moment here. It's Ocampo, Geraldo, Bassett, McDumphy, and Baldacchini. And we'll see how much time they have over the field here on these cobbles that mark the start of every lap. This group of 4 between the leader, Lozano Riba, and the field.
We're back here in Fells Point, just along the harbor here. The cobbled section, yes, this route is full of ups and downs, but this section right here, I think later in the race, remember, 107 miles on tap today. You can see there's riders going down. The pave is what it is. It is hard, it is stricken, and we have one rider from Little Trek who has taken a hard fall. He is down right now. Bottles are flying everywhere. We'll see if he can get back up. That's rider 111 from the Little Trek team, an American team. So they actually have 2 riders right now that are out of the race, and I think that is Skelmos, who won the race in our last edition, 2023, and he is down. We'll see if he can get back up. He has another teammate who has a mechanical right now, and if they can get back together, perhaps with such a large caravan, they'll be able to get back into this race. But the longer he stays on the pave right here, the harder it will be for him to catch back on. He is up. It looks like he's going to be okay. He's going to wait for the team car, assess the problems, and then try to get back into this race. So our defending champ from 2023 has hit the pavement right here, and he is looking for help anywhere that he can get right now. And I think his team car is just behind, helping another Little Trek rider. We'll keep tabs on this situation right now, because he is the defending champion. He spent the last few weeks over in Colorado with his teammate Quinn Simmons. They've had a great preparation for this race, training at altitude, all for it to be over in just 1 lap. So he's got a teammate who's back in the race after a flat tire. Skelmos right here is gonna get a spare bike, and it's going to be a hard chase for him to get back on. We will see in a few minutes if the team sacrificed the other riders to come back and get our defending champ. And the spectators here are giving him a round of applause. Our defending champ of the Maryland Cycling Classic is back on the bike, and we'll keep tabs and see if he can work his way back into the Peloton. Sad sight to see right now.
A huge development here at the start of the 2nd lap with almost 90 miles left to go. The defending champion, who also won the very prestigious Amstel Gold Race earlier this season, he goes down hard, and that has really compromised his chances. And what is his team potentially thinking now as well?
Well, that's you never want to see that, you know. Falling on asphalt is one thing, falling on those cobbles is another. He looked pretty beaten up and even a little bit confused. I couldn't tell if it was just bike shoes walking on cobbles or if maybe he had hit his head. So I hope that they're able to assess him and really make sure that he's okay to jump back in the race. And I hope he's all right. He was walking, standing up, but that's, you never want to see that.
89 riders starting this race. The first one to go down is the defending champion. How about that?
Yeah, you know, cycling, she's a cruel mistress. Just when you think you're on top, she'll take you right back down.
That's what you get for having a mistress, right?
Well, let's not get into that.
No, we won't go that direction. Instead, we'll follow this map and follow the turns that it provides here, where the leader, Lozano Riba, is, and then the rest of the field, we have chasers in between here. And going by Patterson Park, again, one of the biggest urban parks in the country and one of the oldest as well. But still early in lap number 2. This is the part of the circuit where they're kind of slowly trending uphill, going towards the north. And this is a replay of where Skelmos went down on the cobbles, right in the middle of the road.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that there's just bottles flying all over the place. I mean, oof. You never want that. You never want to hit the ground, but...
All right, so back to Lozano Riba in the green here, number 165. He is the leader. There's 4 chasers behind, and then the field. No time gaps as of now exactly where they all stand. But as you can see, still going uphill here, and it'll be slowly uphill through Monument Park, and then eventually to their second time up the King of the Mountains climb. This is back behind the field, and the chase. The teammate of Skelmos, who is waiting for him here. So Skelmos' teammate, Sam Ullman of the Netherlands, and he's waiting for Skelmos, and it's going to be a long road back because he was off his bike and standing around for quite some time after the crash, and that's not to mention how he might be feeling and how beat up he is after falling to begin with.
Yeah, you know, let's say, quote-unquote, luckily for him, if the breakaway is going now, then the pace in the field should, in theory, be a bit lower. So it can be easier to get back in. Well, let's see how that crash rattled his body and his mind. But, you know, these guys are so tough, man. Yeah, doesn't look like they're letting that breakaway get away at this time.
So this is the front of the race. We have these riders and then just a slight gap to the rest of the field that looks like they're pretty close to reeling them back in.
Yeah, right. So forget what I just said. It's going to be a speedy way back for Skelmoza. It's got Sam Oman waiting for him. Young rider on the team. Actually, maybe the only person in the peloton that doesn't have social media. It's not on Instagram or anything. I got that from his team press officer, so.
Because you couldn't find it yourself, right? So you had to ask, say, what's going on? Where's the Instagram?
No, I reached out to their press officer and I was trying to get some quirky little infos about each of the riders, and that was that's what she shared with me, that he's offline, which in this day and age is, ooh, look at those clouds. We might have that storm. We got a storm brewing already.
Yeah, partly sunny on this part of the course, but there are some threatening clouds in the distance the other direction.
Yeah, that man, I am surprised that they didn't let that breakaway go, but it goes to show that people here are motivated. They're ready to race. This is a big race for all of the racers here, the World Tour teams and the Continental teams. I can't see exactly who that is, who's closing them, but it almost looks like Mauro Schmidt. It's a red jersey.
Yeah, this thing is just about back fully together here. 85.5 miles left to go. They're on lap number 2 here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. All right, so now the pace has pulled back somewhat with the group in front caught. And now it's a matter of, all right, are we going to see other attacks? Who's going to lead? Exactly how's it going to play out from here? Team's kind of trying to decide, and the riders at the front sort of taking the opportunity to look around and take the temperature of the room.
Yeah, those riders off the front, you know, they'll have burned a couple matches, but that's what they're here to do. Try to get out in front of the race early. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of those guys still trying to make their way. This is just an overpass, but I can tell you that it's not flat. It's a good launching point as we see somebody ripping it on the outside. That looks like Team Medellin on the attack again, so they're very motivated to get into the breakaway today.
And for some teams, that might be it. Their sole ambitions to get in a breakaway, to maybe have things fall their way after that. But if you don't have a top sprinter or a favorite in some way that can win later on, get in the break early and take your chances.
Well, yeah, quite often if you can get ahead of the race and you're not one of the strongest teams in the race, you're not the strongest rider in the race, you set yourself up to avoid having to make those selections that happen when the biggest riders go. So it allows you to benefit from being in the front and perhaps end up in the right place at the final.
So one rider off the front of the field. Our big story, though, happening back behind the Peloton. The defending champion, Matthias Skelemos, crashing on the cobbles at the start of the second lap, still trying to make his way back up into the field. Meanwhile, a select group of 5 riders that was out front earlier has been caught. And now this is Oscar Sevilla, the Spaniard for Team Medellin, at the front, the 48-year-old who raced, I think, with Jacques Anquetil back in the day. I mean, he has been around forever and now leading a premier race here on U.S. roads in 2025.
That is the legend himself, Oscar Sevilla. If anybody knows a good time to attack, it's him. And I mean, only an old school rider like Oscar can be powering a massive gear like that in the modern day cycling age of high cadence. Our man Sevilla is just grinding his way off the front. Great to see.
Fabian Wies is the rider who has joined him here.
Fabian Wies. Apparently Fabian loves doing latte art and often prepares coffee for the riders and staff before races.
So latte art in basically preparing the coffee, and you know, you have like a heart in the coffee, something like that. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, Steve, it's called a rosetta.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I'm not well versed in latte art and in that world.
Well, if there's one thing that goes with professional cycling, it is latte art. And he's not the only one on his team. This is coming directly from their press officer, who prides themselves in latte art.
Now, I do know that coffee is big, because you go on any team bus and usually the coffee machine, the espresso machine, that is the focal point of the bus, right? People gather around. That's the first stop in the morning. Usually when there's a new one delivered, everybody is excited. And so I know it's big. I just didn't realize how big the art aspect was.
Well, you know, you got to take everything to the nth degree. But yes, every team bus has a coffee machine. Nutrition, obviously, being a very important part of the sport. And coffee, natural source of caffeine. I think it's also about the ceremony and the ritual of sitting down with a coffee before the race, before you're about to have 200 grams of gels every hour.
For me, it's coffee before anything. So it doesn't matter whether it's a race. It doesn't matter whether I'm getting set to take a nap. Coffee anytime. Well, that perfectly leads us into this conversation about the way the modern Peloton operates in this marginal gains era. Nutrition, the bike, training, how it all works. And climbing watts per kilo is something that you can track over the years, and it's kind of fascinating, the evolution of the sport in this regard.
Yeah, I mean, they keep getting faster, that's for sure. And they're definitely eating a lot more fructose and glucose than ever before. I remember back in my day, it was if I got 40 to 60 grams in, I was stoked an hour, but 200 grams, they're training that in training. I know my wife is doing it. And yeah, you treat the gut like a muscle. You put it under the stress of essentially feeding it as much glucose as possible. And I guess it learns how to pull that in and convert it into the energy that you need to keep you running at a high gear.
Watts over weight, food equaling fuel is kind of the calculation and the formula. I don't know about the breakfast though. The rice, the pasta, and the noodles. Don't know if I could do it. I respect you guys that you can. Need something a little stronger, maybe some tricks, maybe rice checks, I don't know, Fruit Loops.
Tricks are for kids.
When I was a kid, they were for me. I loaded up.
I can tell you that I'm not eating rice for breakfast anymore. A lot of the teams like Visma, for example, who is not at this race, but they actually have meal plans for their riders. So I was talking actually to Matteo Jorgensen a couple weeks back, and he said it's easy for him because he doesn't have to think about what he's going to eat. The team essentially, just like a training plan, sends him what he needs to eat, and he weighs it out. They all have scales. I mean, I remember back in the day when Lance busted out a scale, and it was like, oh my goodness, this guy's weighing his food, and now everybody's weighing their food. It's the, let's say, new normal, which is a popular phrase.
Did you ever do anything dramatic or different, maybe unique in terms of your diet or the way you got to a certain weight, or maybe just the way you thought about it back in the day?
Yeah. I am not gonna lie, I'm on the bigger side of these bike riders. I was upwards of 185 pounds, around 82, 83 kilos at the lightest, and I had a lot of difficulty in restricting food from myself because I felt like I rode my bike so that I could eat more food, and it made me hungry, and,
right,
and it made food more enjoyable. And so the idea of going out, punishing myself on a bike, and then just not eating as much as I wanted to, that was really hard for me to commit to. I don't know. Yeah, that's just me.
You have to have the reward. You have to have the carrot dangling at the end of the stick, or maybe the cake at the end of the stick in that regard.
Yeah, at least a carrot and some hummus.
Yes.
At the end of the stick.
a little dip to flavor it up.
But I was never weighing my food.
No. All right, so Sevilla and Weiss here, the two leaders, half a minute ahead of the field on lap 2 here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. All right, so the first real selection that we have had in this race. We saw some aggressive riding on that opening lap. We saw the field single file, but no one really got away with any meaningful time. Now 30 seconds here for these two riders. Is this something that might last a while in your mind?
Yeah, it could. They, other than the fact that Oscar Sevilla won the Vuelta in 2001, him and Fabian Weiss, they're not, I wouldn't say that they are being looked at as the top competitors, and there's only 2 of them out there. So if this group was 10 riders and there were more World Tour teams involved, I think that the group behind could start to be worried. But it seems like this possibly, yeah, as we see, the group has sat up. So this looks like it's a good breakaway, and I mean, can't say enough about Oscar Sevilla. I'd love to see that he's out there still enjoying. That team is coming off of the Gateway Cup actually last week. So they've been racing domestically here in the U.S. And I think they even have a race tomorrow that they're going to, also on the East Coast. So they're doing a little U.S. tour.
Yeah, the Gateway Cup in St. Louis last weekend. It's become a regular staple on the calendar. And again, these races fitting in nicely at the back end of the summer, early fall, to get a swing through the U.S. and Canada before heading back overseas for the end of the season. It's interesting when you have somebody like Sevilla, 48 years of age, and clearly that's beyond the outer rim of what you typically see, but it is truly remarkable in a lot of ways. Oscar Sevilla, 48 years of age, but it's also an illustration of how in sports at the highest level in general, you have athletes playing longer and sticking around at the highest level more so than they ever have before. As we highlighted earlier, nutrition is better, science is better, analytics, they all play a role. So you have a LeBron James playing into his 40s. You have a Lionel Messi who could be at another World Cup at the age of 39 next year. You have different sports, but the theme is the same. Older athletes still sticking around because they can remain competitive with the changes in the way they handle their bodies.
Yeah, great example of that is Mavi Garcia winning a stage of the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift this year, 42 years old. She is the oldest rider in the women's peloton, and we often talk about the racers at the top step of the podium getting younger with the likes of Pogačar being so dominant from a young age, but you know, it's all in the mind. If you have and in the heart, if you have the love for it and you have the dedication. You know, Oscar Sevilla has said that he's not going to be racing if he's not competitive. And I mean, to be at one of the biggest races on their calendar and the biggest race in the U.S. off the front, you know, it goes to show that he's still got it. He won a stage of the Tour of Ecuador this year, and anybody who's raced in South America knows how high that level is down there, and it's not easy. So this man is putting in the work, and tip of the hat to him.
To be racing against guys that are half his age, could be his sons, and it's not an easy sport. I mean, this isn't paddle tennis, it's not golf, it's a demanding physical sport, and when you're pushing 50 years of age, to have the body in the kind of condition to be able to handle the rigors, this is definitely impressive.
Yeah, and Fabian Weiss there, he's actually been on the Tudor Pro cycling team since its inception in 2021, so representing that team as we take our right onto the KOM for the second time.
So it will be two different riders to the top of the KOM point than what we saw on the opening lap. So the King of the Mountain competition for the moment pretty wide open. And again, this climb just about a half a mile, tops out at 8%. There's a false flat at the top. This is the furthest north they will get on this course, and then it will turn and head back south and largely downhill to the end of the lap.
Don't quote me on this, but I wouldn't be surprised if one of the U.S. teams like Project Echelon or Skyline tried to send somebody up the road on this climb. You know, there's only two guys in the breakaway. They've for sure, it's been hammered into them that they need to be represented at the front of the race, and I would not be surprised. They're all sitting up there. The group is going to yell at anybody if they go, but hey, this is a race, and that's just what happens.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Hey, on home roads, the representation has to be there. You don't want to miss out. You don't get many chances to race here in the U.S., so you want to take advantage of the opportunity. But by the same token, the rest of the field, they probably feel pretty good about this. They have an established group of two at the front, non-threatening riders, a time gap that's very manageable. So in a lot of ways, it sort of settles down the rest of the race.
Yeah, as we get to about 100 meters left to go on this climb, these riders are putting in a stout effort, and it does seem like the riders behind the World Tour teams, they would be more than happy with this to be the breakaway. It's easy to control. But I can tell you that the rest of the teams here, the directors in their ears, they are not happy. It's always hard to go up against the World Tour teams, and especially when you got some of the biggest pros yelling at you not to attack.
Have you ever had a director in your ear yelling at you to do something and you just can't do it at that moment?
I would say not necessarily yelling. I mean, we like to say that they'd be yelling in the ear, but definitely making some orders that you are either not capable of following with or not willing to comply with. So ultimately, it's the riders that are out on the road, right? And the directors are in the car. They see the feed that we see. It's a much different experience.
So do you have the option if a director says do something, if you don't want to do it? Is that an option that's given to you, or do you kind of just go rogue at that point?
Well, we do have free will, but you might hear about it later. I think quite often it's hard for riders to fully respond to everything that the directors are saying. You know, the riders will be making the ultimate decision on the road, taking into account what the director wants to have happen, what the team plan is. I think it's more important what the team captain on the road has to say. If there's something that the team director is telling you in the ear that you are not complying with, and you have your team captain also telling you to go for it, then you better go for it. But if not, then there's some wiggle room for sure.
Well, a pretty substantial gap now, as we're getting 4 minutes from Sevilla to Wies.
Yeah, they've really slowed down in the back. Now it's time to get all those grams of carbohydrates in, like we had talked about. You'll see a lot of guys eating gels, getting drinks, maybe take a nature break. This is the time. This is the calm before the rest of the storm that we're about to watch unfold here in beautiful Baltimore, Maryland.
So 4 minutes, still very doable for this field if everybody's motivated to chase. But with two riders, if you do the math, what is the largest amount of time you would want to give these two?
I would say maybe I could see them giving them 6 minutes maximum, 6 to 7 minutes, maybe upwards of 8 to 9. These are really crucial moments where the team directors are in the cars behind and they're driving up next to each other saying basically, are you going to pull with us? Should we start pulling? You pull, we pull. It's a bit of a tactical chess game in the back, and the riders up in this group that we see from this drone shot are essentially waiting to receive those orders, whether it's time to start riding. You would think that a team like Lidl Trek would be taking up that, but with the crash of Skelmos, which I don't know if he's made it back to the Peloton or not yet, that changes things up a bit. So it's hard to know who that responsibility would fall upon, but it always ends up being a situation where the group looks to the World Tour teams to start putting one rider on the front to ride. So look for EF, look for Uno X. Jayco Alula obviously have one of the strongest sprinters here, but what a fantastic shot from the drone. You definitely not going to get that close with a helicopter. So beautiful day here in Baltimore.
So the field not in chase mode as of yet here on the climb on the northern part of the course. 2 leaders, 4 minutes. Sevilla and Wies. And Again, this is the second lap. Still a long way to go, almost 76 miles to the finish. Little sticky bottle there at the car, hanging on while the exchange is made from the driver to the rider.
Two very different energies between the two riders up front and the vibe here in the group. These are the moments where you can catch up with old friends that maybe you missed in the hotel and really breathe, have some food, and kind of reset and start to think about the rest of this race. As we do not have an enormous group off the front, it means that this will be a bit more controlled, and we'll look towards the last couple laps for that activity to come from our main hitters in the pack.
And it's funny, all the conversations that take place between riders on different teams in the Peloton when the race isn't fully engaged. Sometimes just joking around, and even though you're literally in the middle of a competition, you're just having a chat about so many different things. I heard at one point in a European race, there was a rider who actually sold his car to another rider during the race itself.
I could tell you with a lot of certainty there's been many sales made. This is you're looking at basically like a networking conference.
Really? Kind of like a Facebook marketplace that happens during a sporting event. I get it.
Yeah, it's cars, watches. This is maybe more of an old school thing, but for sure there's some networking going on, some trades being made. I always enjoyed this period to be able to catch up with people, and it's a rare thing in a sporting event.
The paperwork just gets exchanged later. Well, it's over 2.5 miles from these two leaders back to the field with 75 left to go. So look at that. The top of the screen is where the field is, and down towards the bottom is where the two leaders are, and they are heading back down south towards central Baltimore, largely downhill back to the end of the second lap at the Inner Harbor. That's a pretty big gap between those 2 points in the race.
Yeah, you can make quite a lot of difference when you're pushing on the pedals, especially when it's downhill from the top of that KOM. And if the Peloton took the KOM slow and the Breakaway took the KOM at a regular speed, let's say, and then pushed all the way down, I mean, 3 miles gap in between the two groups, that's 5 kilometers. That's a stout amount of time. This Breakaway, the time is gonna go up quick, and but that's part of this cat and mouse game of cycling that we are watching. There's Supe the beard that I was telling you about with Total Energies right on the front there. The commanding beard.
You got to fear the beard in the Peloton on a day like today. He's at the front. Got a couple of teammates with him, but no team really pulling right now.
No, Tudor represented up in the front, but they're definitely not going to be pulling with their barista, Fabian Weiss, up in the front, the king of latte art on the Tudor Pro Cycling team. Apparently, never missing in Fabian's luggage is a book. An avid reader, as we have Uno X deciding to mix things up. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the race started to open up a little bit, because I can't see anybody taking full control and bringing back a 5-kilometer gap. That's mentally, it just becomes more and more difficult to process, to think about. So these teams like Uno X that are here to animate, even EF, as we see, that are going off the front, J. Lula, the American teams, Novo Nordisk. Yeah, let's see. The sales pause is over.
Yeah, these one-day circuit races so different from a stage race or anything else, where there's no tomorrow, there's no next day or general classification you have to think of long term. There's no placing you're trying to protect from the day before. It's all just focused on the results of today, and all of the dynamics get compressed into one 4-hour competition. And the gap over 5 minutes here.
Yep. One-day racing, you just put it all out there. A lot of the times you'll have about half the field that ends up finishing the race, or even less, because once you're out of the race, unlike a stage race, you don't have to try to make it to the finish line in order to be able to start the next day. So hopefully that police car gets out the way, and these guys are ripping. 5 minutes can come down quickly towards the end of the race, but
well, our two leaders are coming up on the end of the lap, but just a few moments ago, check this out. Matthias Skelmos, the defending champion of this race from the last edition 2 years ago, crashing at the start of the second lap on the cobbles. He tried to continue, but now has had to abandon, basically just hanging his right arm off to the side. Really can't put any pressure on that right arm or the right hand, so he eventually stopped and he has abandoned the race.
yeah, I think that's a good call. I mean, you can tell when somebody goes down. If they're up immediately, then they're ready to get back into it, but he was almost, it was almost like The Walking Dead when he stood back up. I couldn't tell if it was the bike shoes or the cobbles, but I think that's a good move from him, that he was able to call it. I hope he's all right, and I hope he's going to be all right for the races in Canada, and be able to go 1-2 punching with Quinn Simmons. Will be interesting to see Quinn on his own today with Lidl Trek. Obviously not on his own within the team, but their game plan was to be that 1-2 punch. So we all know from the Tour de France this year that Quinn is perfectly capable of being aggressive on his own, and I think we'll look to see that as this race comes into the last half.
All right, this is the long, flat finishing stretch at the end of lap number 2 for the two leaders, Avis and Sevilla. Over 2 miles between them and the field. There is a rider here in the gap between the leaders and the peloton.
Project Echelon.
Yeah, that is Eric Brunner of the U.S. But over 5 minutes from the front to the back here. And he's not too far ahead of the main field here. May get scooped up before too long as the two leaders go under the banner and proceed out onto lap number 3. All right, so two leaders ahead by over 5 minutes. 2 laps down, 4 remaining here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. Now the gap steadily increasing to these two, Avis and Sevilla. Short stretch of cobbles coming up, and on the last lap, remember, this is where Skelmos crashed. A crash that has now taken him out of the race.
You can see the patchwork that they've done on this particular roundabout. It was a little bit too dangerous for the riders with some parallel openings in the cobbles. So they were able to patch that roundabout up, but they're about to hit the main cobblestone section of the course as they come back down through the start area after having gone through the finish.
A little time has been sliced off the margin down inside of 5 minutes.
It's Oscar
the iconic voice of Dave Toll. You can hear in the background Dave Toll announcing races who knows how long, perhaps before I was even born. Probably not that long, but I remember him announcing races when I was 16, so 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Local races in Colorado. He's a staple on the circuit, as are you, Steve Schlanger.
Oh, stop now, Taylor. Stop that. The riders onto the cobbles now here. This is where Skelmos went down. About 500 meters to navigate. Much easier when it's just 2 riders here, like we have with our leaders. Crowds building throughout this race and the afternoon. Last couple of times at this Maryland Cycling Classic, we've had around 20,000 at the finish. Good crowds at the Inner Harbor right now, and even more out on the climb at the KOM. And still a few hours of racing remaining. We've got 70 miles left to go. Meanwhile, as they are out onto their 3rd lap, this is the main field coming back into the center of Baltimore, and still on their way towards the end of lap 2.
Yeah, it looks like the Peloton is not happy with just sitting back and having their little carb break. So some of the continental teams ramping it up. We've seen Education First, Lidl Trek getting after it. It's hard to tell, but that looks like another Project Echelon rider coming off the front. I wouldn't be surprised if we get another breakaway sort of situation here that's going to try to make their way up to Sevilla and Weiss up in the front. But they got a long way to catch those guys.
Also getting word that it is raining out on certain parts of the course. And with the pace here in the field, you see how it's kind of stretched out. The gap has come down to inside 4.5 minutes. And it was over 5 a short time ago.
You can see the riders precariously darting from these pieces of concrete on the road. You can see that there's a line that is formed in between those 2 pieces of concrete that can be treacherous if you get your wheel stuck in there. You have roads like that in Belgium as well. Coming back down into Fells Point, we can hear the buzz of the riders coming by the commentary booth. Whoosh of wind.
A little bit of a breeze out there on the course, not a whole lot, but the clouds are building, that is for sure. Largely sunny skies earlier in the day, but as we noted before, rain is in the forecast, and it could be quite heavy with thunderstorms this afternoon. They are predicted to roll in anytime between 2 and 8 p.m., and we are just shy of the 2 o'clock hour right now here in Baltimore.
Yeah, we're getting reports that there's some rain on the course. When I'm looking at the radar, it looks like it might hold off for these riders, which I'm sure they would prefer. As far as a spectacle is concerned, I never disliked some rain.
What's the worst weather you've ever raced in?
The worst weather I ever raced in was probably Milan-San Remo in maybe 2012, where they canceled they didn't cancel the stage, but they neutralized the stage in the middle before we went over the Turquino Pass because it was snowing and it had been raining all morning. So we started, and I think it was just above freezing. You start pretty early in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning. Start out, we rode 3 hours, progressively getting to higher altitudes, and the temperature didn't rise much over freezing until it just started snowing, and we were riding single file. You know, you can imagine the tire tracks on the snow, following one single tire track to get to the bus. We heard that the stage had been neutralized. We got into the bus. I had about a centimeter of ice that had formed onto my helmet. But we got to the bus. We were able to take a shower and reset for round 2, and got out towards the coast where the weather was marginally improved. It was still cold. It was still raining, but it wasn't snowing. And we were able to head to the finish. I actually got 8th that year as we watch Quinn Simmons flying the flag, getting after it as he did so well in France. It was really cool to watch that.
And he's helping to push the pace at the front of the field here. 4.5 back of the 2 leaders.
Yeah, you're starting to see EF getting involved. Lidl Trek up there, Uno X. I mean, these are the teams that we need to be mindful of. That's Guillaume Boivin from the Israel Premier Tech. We're back with the steady cadence of Oscar Sevilla and Fabian Weiss. You can tell that Weiss comes from a younger generation of higher cadence. Even different position. Sevilla still much further back in terms of seat setback, whereas you can see that Fabian Weiss is positioned much further forward. This is a trend that has become more popular in the last couple of years.
Why is that?
It's a good question. I think it's something about the use of the hamstrings. If you can deal with taking the weight of your body more on your arms, you free up some weight, let's say, on the lower body. It becomes more like a time trial position when you're further forward, further over the bottom bracket. I mean, if you look at running and you talk about running form, you really want to be having your momentum and your weight further forward. If you look at the Kenyans, for example, in marathon running, the top marathon runners, they're further forward over that stroke point where they hit the ground. So, I mean, we've seen a lot of what happens in cycling is trend based. So the best riders in the world end up dictating what other riders end up wanting to do. So if we look at the best example of that, it's Tadej Pogačar. His position is especially further forward when we're talking about the saddle over the bottom bracket. And he also rides shorter cranks, 165mm cranks. So you're seeing a lot more riders using shorter cranks instead of, let's say, 175.
Right.
And being further forward, and I think it allows you to get a bit more aerodynamic, but it is more taxing on the neck and the shoulders and the arms. But just like the nutrition, something that you can train, that the riders do train, and the body adapts. That's the wild thing about sport, and especially cycling. You know, you get to the end of a grand tour and your body, all it wants to do is ride a bike. By the time you're done with the race, 3 weeks of racing at the Tour de France, your body doesn't know what to do other than ride a bike. So constantly moving forward, constantly evolving in this sport, whether it's technology or just simple positioning on the bike.
And now the riders coming through the feed zone. And this is where you got to be careful with throwing bottles that ricochet back into the peloton. We've seen that a few times where you get a bottle that flies back in, a guy runs over it, and sometimes in races people will actually crash because of that. And other riders taking the opportunity here to get to the front while others take on the food and the water.
Yeah, it looks like the feed zone is on that hill section that is climbing next to the park, and that is not an easy section. So you start climbing up there, and then by the time you get to the top, you got to reach out and grab a bottle or a feed bag. if there's any spectators that are looking for some personal mementos, I would go find that feed zone. What is that park called again?
Patterson Park?
Patterson Park. You're gonna find some bottles, you're gonna find some feed bags. Could make a nice little memento. Pro tip.
All right, so we have Weiss and Sevilla here, and the gap has come down. It's now 3.5 minutes. It was up over 5 at one point, but we see how the pace has picked up back in the field, and riders very aggressively at the front. So as a result, it's cutting into the lead of our two riders at the front here. Lap 3 of 6 at the Maryland Cycling Classic. The Maryland Cycling Classic is presented by Kelly Benefits, proud sponsor of the Start and King and Queen of the Mountains jersey competition. Athlos, proud partner and the official merchandise and apparel supplier with offices here in Baltimore. And by H&S Bakery. We are America's largest family-owned and operated variety baker and distributor for 4 generations and counting. Rolling by St. Paul's and the Washington Monument area. Weiss and Sevilla 3.5 minutes ahead of a charging field here. 65.5 miles still left to go. We've had reports it's been raining on certain sections of the course, but right now it seems like it's dry here, still warm and humid on this Saturday afternoon, temperature in the mid-80s. Sevilla, the 48-year-old, at the very front right now. And meantime, right behind him, a guy who is less than half his age, Fabian Weiss, the 23-year-old from Switzerland. Came up through the Swiss Racing Academy, has a track background, won the time trial at the National Under-23 Championships, has proven to be good in the one-day races since he has turned pro. But again, you double his age and it still doesn't equal the man he's riding alongside here. 48-year-old and a 23-year-old in what has so far been the signature move of the day here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. A lead of north of 5 minutes at one point, now 3.5 for Sevilla and Weiss.
Oscar Sevilla starting his career as a domestique for Jan Ullrich on T-Mobile, winning the Vuelta in 2001. I remember racing with him in the US. I believe he was on Rock Racing in the end of the 2000s, early 2010s. So this man has seen it all.
Seems like the gap is holding steady here.
You know, I'm just receiving a piece of information that I wasn't aware of. I was looking for the Toronto Hustle jerseys, the checkerboard jerseys of the Toronto Hustle. They were told actually this morning, 7:30 this morning by the UCI, that they didn't meet some sort of requirement, administrative requirement for the teams participating in the Pro Series events. So unfortunately, they were not able to start this morning, even though they came all the way here and were ready to race this morning. That's a big blow for the boys of the Toronto Hustle.
No doubt.
I feel bad for them.
Well, a look at where the leaders are in the yellow at the top of the screen, and then the blue circle is where the field is. Still 3.5 minutes between them. Still heading north towards the KOM point. The field coming past the Washington Monument.
Yeah, well, Washington, D.C. is known for its Washington Monument. This is actually the first Washington Washington monument that has been erected in the U.S. So the oldest Washington monument right here in Baltimore, Maryland, and these racers just racing right by it. Most of them probably have no idea.
No, you always think of the Washington Monument. You think of D.C., of course, but Baltimore has the first. Over 200 years old, and Baltimore at one point the capital of the United States for a short time.
Yeah, and there was the monument just there in the background. We could see it. If we pan out a bit, we'll be able to see it again. There it is. Very cool.
Charm City, as it is known.
Charm City, baby. I wasn't aware that Fort McHenry here in Baltimore was the birthplace of the American national anthem.
Yes.
Written obviously by Francis Scott Key in the War of 1812.
Yeah, he wrote it, and obviously the bridge was named after him, the bridge that collapsed last year, forcing the cancellation of last year's race, but back bigger and better than ever this year. Did you also know that not only the first dental college was in Baltimore, but also the first post office? Taylor Finney.
Actually, I did know that, but only this morning when I found out.
They didn't have same-day delivery, but the first post office located right here in Baltimore.
Inaugurated in 1774. They also had the first telegraph line in the world that was established between Washington, D.C. and Baltimore. That was a little bit later, in 1844.
So many historical milestones, anecdotes. We could talk for hours, but let's spare you our discourse, at least for the moment, and go down out on the course to Rasan Bahati. Hey, Rasan.
All right, I'm here in Fells Point. I'm just having a good time watching the Maryland Cycling Classic, and this distinguished young man walked up and said, "This is great." Tell us what's so great about it.
Oh, man, we're down here. We're on the cobblestones of Fells Point, and we got Baltimore cycling. It's amazing. I mean, you can't, it's as pure as it is, man. Good weather, good times.
Wait a second. Are you a local?
Baltimore, yes. I mean, yeah, Baltimore County.
And what do you think about all of this that's going on right here in your city?
Amazing. Love it. I love it. We're about the cycling scene, and we love this.
Well, that's awesome, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Make sure you tell your friends to get down to the finish, and we're going to have some fun later on.
Down to the finish. Let's go, man.
Now he's repping the Baltimore Crab. He's got the brew, had the Gatorade bottle in the backpack. I mean, he was well prepared when he came out for the race today. That's another thing. Beer making is actually a big part of the history of Baltimore, too. You go back to the 1800s, even into the early 1900s, there were over 100 breweries in and around the Baltimore area.
Yeah, I'm starting to... Whoa. There we go, Cookie Monster. This is Baltimore's equivalent of the...
Does the Cookie Monster not have like a bottom portion of the costume? I mean, just the top?
I've never seen the Cookie Monster running. So I think
he's always stationary, right?
It was a sacrifice that spectator had to make. Bottomless Cookie Monster.
Yeah. At least he doesn't live in a trash can like his buddy Oscar. This Oscar, however, never been in a trash can. I mean, he has been a pro longer than anybody else in the Peloton and riding pristine racing so far here today.
He's got the passion, that's for sure. Oscar Sevilla.
This is a rider now who's come out of the Peloton.
Project Echelon. Great kit, by the way. I'm loving the kit design. Seems to have a bit of a Maryland flag inspired design. Could just be me.
Ethan Crane, the American here.
Ethan Crane is actually from New Zealand. He's the only New Zealand rider on Project Echelon. Most of the rest of the team is American. I think he's actually been on the team for 4 years or so. He's one of the more senior riders, although he's only 22 years of age. This team is very cool, Project Echelon. They use professional cycling as a platform to remove barriers to endurance sports and the positive communities that surround them. Their riders work to coach, mentor, and motivate over 600 veterans that they serve each year. Love a team with a bit of a side hustle that is doing good for the people of this country.
Well, the sport of cycling very much on the front burner on the American sports landscape here today in Baltimore. And how about this for one of the most prominent American cyclists of all time, Greg LeMond, three-time Tour de France winner, road world champion, and receiving just recently the Congressional Gold Medal. This was back in the month of July. It's the highest civilian honor awarded to an American. It's dedicated to individuals, institutions, or groups who've made some kind of distinguished achievements or contributions that have profoundly impacted American history and culture. Just the 10th U.S. athlete awarded, the first ever cyclist, joining a list that includes Jackie Robinson, Joe Louis, Arnold Palmer, Billie Jean King, and others. But the only cyclist and 10th athlete of all time, Greg LeMond. So a huge congratulations to Greg for his Congressional Gold Medal. What a moment and what an honor back in July. Happening not too far from here, down south in Washington, D.C.
Huge accomplishment. I believe he was actually slated to receive this medal back in 2020, but it was put on hold due to COVID. So really happy that he's able to revel in that accomplishment. Yet another gold for Greg LeMond.
His results, though, didn't change between 2020 and this year. They stayed the same, still as worthy as ever.
Yeah, we actually just recently rewatched the final time trial of the 1989 Tour de France, where he narrowly beat Bernard Hinault on the Champs-Élysées using aero bars for the very first time in professional cycling.
And now our two leaders at the signature climb on the course.
Fabian is definitely taking the turns a bit faster than the old dog Sevilla.
Back to Ethan Crane again. He is a rider between the two leaders in the field, but much closer to the field than he is to the leading group. 26-year-old.
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody has jumped out there with him. Curious to know what's happening back in the pack. Last time we saw them, Quinn Simmons was up in the front. You had EF, Uno X trying to make things move. That just shows you that there's not going to be much organization when it comes to bringing this breakaway back. They have taken a significant chunk of time out from that breakaway gap with those attacks. So showing that they might be far away, but not too far out of arm's reach.
Some very enthusiastic fans along the road here with 60 miles left to go. .200 meters to the top of the climb. Weiss and Sevilla here. Weiss in the red helmet, Sevilla in the white.
Do we have points on offer for this round?
Yep. Every time up the climb, 5, 4, and or I should say 4, 2, and 1 for the first 3 to the top of the climb. So 4 for the first rider, which will be Weiss. 2 points to Sevilla for going through second. And if Ethan Crane holds his position, he would be the 3rd member of the field across, and that would be 1 point. And don't forget intermediate sprint points at the end of every lap. And the points there are the same, 4, 2, and 1 for the first 3.
Looks like the Peloton has decided to sit up a little bit again. Just looking, the last race that Ethan Crane did were the Gravel Worlds, the Lauf Gravel Worlds. So he's perfectly comfortable with a long day of steady rhythm. He'll be able to crank out some solid watts for quite a long period of time. So him being solo in between these 2 groups, not foreign territory for him.
Well, the margin has come down between the field and the 2 leaders. Now inside of 2 miles. Was up around 3 at one point. Still 60 miles remaining in the race, so a lot of time. And no real heavy pursuit at the moment.
Israel Premier Tech leading the riders onto the climb. EF, Medellin, Uno X, Jayco, all visible here at the front. Looks like Brandon McNulty moving up on the right side. Signature style. Signature McNulty sway.
So we saw our 2 leaders go over the top of the climb earlier, but this is the beginning of the climb for the field. And now back to Weiss and Sevilla. And they are starting downhill and going north to south on the second half of the circuit, back towards the end of lap number 3 now. At this point in their minds, are they thinking that maybe we got a shot, or do they think they're doomed?
You know, when you're out there, 2 guys in front of a peloton of what would be 86 other men, you're not thinking about the victory at this point in time. Still over halfway to go. You're just trying to get into a nice rhythm. Find a good balance of work between one another and just push on and kind of hope that they sit around and bluff too long in the back. I haven't seen the moto with the whiteboard come by to give them any sort of time gap. I'm sure they're aware, but I think that they'll be hoping that they can get as much time as possible. And essentially this is just a 2-up time trial, which can be quite fun, can be quite peaceful. It's a long day, but when you're with a legend like Sevilla.
And the field just going over the top of the climb at the KOM point. And they are 3.5 minutes back at this point.
Okay, so
the gap not really coming down right now.
Well, it was up to 5 minutes on the last lap.
And it's been steady now for about a lap or so, I believe. It was up over 5, then came down pretty quickly, and has sort of like plateaued at about 3.5 minutes now.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see where Ethan Crane is in the middle there. It doesn't look like these 2 are putting in a monster effort. You know, their body language is pretty composed, which it would need to be. Got a long ways to go.
Now, so far, the weather has been very good as they roll through what is known as Roland Park near Johns Hopkins University.
Beautiful.
That's off to the east of where we are right now. Johns Hopkins, one of the world-renowned medical centers and schools of medicine. One of the famous institutions of Baltimore. And that's Ethan Crane you're looking down on right now. He's in the gap between the 2 leaders and the main field. Beautiful tree-lined streets, some majestic homes here in this neighborhood. And I mentioned it's a city of so many different neighborhoods, such variety in culture, style, cosmetics here in this town on the eastern seaboard. All right, well, there's a stabilization of some in the race at the moment with 2 leaders, a chaser, and then the field. Let's get some flavor of what's happening on the streets in Baltimore and send you down to Rasan Bahati.
We just cannot get enough of Fells Point because I'm still here. We saw the crash a couple laps ago. We saw the fireworks. And now we have some locals, Elena. And I got a little game I want to play, all right? Okay. How many miles are the men racing?
Well, he just told me 107. 107?
107. All right, let's push it a little more. How many kilometers is that?
I want to say maybe 140 kilometers.
I'm going to say you're wrong. Come on. You're the expert now. Close. Close. Oh, come on. All right, wait. I said the expert was out, but we're actually going to come to him because I want to ask you a very serious question. This is great, right? I've been around American cycling now for 25 years, and this is your hometown. This is now the 3rd year. Like, what's going on through your mind being a cycling enthusiast?
It's amazing to see these international pros and see them riding the streets of Baltimore, to see the big names that I only watch on TV throughout the year because I follow a lot of races. It's just amazing. I'm glad it's an event that's happened multiple years, and I hope to see it happen a lot.
Absolutely. All right, you guys are not off the hook. I'm coming over here. I'm coming over. You know anything? Okay, I got one for you.
I know nothing.
You
just got here.
Perfect. You know, sometimes it's hard coming in late to a movie. You miss all the action. But since you just got here, I want to know, what is the name of this event?
Maryland Classic.
And
cycling.
Yes. See? All right. So you're right. You're not fooling me. So I got another one for you. How many different nations are represented in the men's race?
I'm going to go 50.
50. 15 is correct. You got good help here. All right, so I'm gonna bounce back to you because I think it's important for the people of Baltimore to know how important this is, not only to the state of Maryland, but the city, Charm City. How important is this to bring such an international feel, to Charm City?
I think this is a great event. It shows off the city. It shows off a lot of areas of the city. I love the course. It goes through the cobbles in Fells Point, does the climb on Northern Parkway. That's like the best course ever.
And if you could talk to the powers that be, and I'm gonna ask you this, if you could talk to the powers that be, what would you tell them about bringing this thing back year after year?
It's necessary. It's necessary to bring all these, there's people I've met today, people from all over the world. So they need to come here and see how beautiful Baltimore is.
I could not agree more. I'm from Southern California, and I've enjoyed my week here to the point where, I may dip my toe in some real estate. Back to you guys.
Huge day for the fans to come out. A full day of activities with the women's race earlier. Fan zones throughout Baltimore, and now 4 hours of men's racing. We're coming up on the halfway point of this race, which will be at the end of lap 3. Fabian Weiss and Oscar Sevilla, still the 2 leaders who are pacing the race at the moment. We have Ethan Crane, one rider in between these 2 and the Peloton. But this has been the signature move of the day so far. They had a lead of over 5 minutes at one point, and at the most recent check, it's down to 3.5 minutes. Sevilla, the rider at the very front here, and Vice sitting just behind him on this downhill section that takes them south back into the center of Baltimore and to the end of the lap, which will be at the Inner Harbor. Now Vice rolling through to take the pull. Well, the good news for Oscar Sevilla is when you're trying to get your partner here, Vice, to come through to do the pulling, typically when you have a two-man breakaway, you try and share the workload as much as possible. I mean, you don't want to pull for any longer than you have to. You don't want to use more energy than you need to. You'd like the other guy to do most of the work, but it's a gentleman's agreement, right? You try to share it 50-50 as much as possible. But in Oscar Sevilla's case, you have the perfect excuse. You could say, hey man, I'm 48. I'm almost 50 years old. I'm over twice as old as you. You're the young buck. You go to the front. That's hard to beat.
Yep. I will say what I know about guys riding bikes in their late 40s is they love to pull. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was more than happy to just get out there. I'm wondering about his mismatched tire situation. If maybe he got a flat earlier in the stage and he had to swap out a wheel. Regardless, he's found himself in front of the race while we have another group forming behind from that's Mauro Schmidt right there, the Swiss champion. We've got Uno X. I mean, that's what these guys have to do from the back. Doesn't look like they're gonna make it back up to the front in a traditional way, in the sense that a team is just gonna get on the front and line it back.
So Taylor, do you think at this point it's a mistake that no team is taking charge and trying to pull it back?
I don't think it's a mistake necessarily. It's just the way that the cookie's gonna crumble here at this race. There's no mega sprinter here with a sprinting team that's gonna say we want this race to be a sprint. We want to keep this controlled. Most of these teams, the big teams in particular, they have sent a very dynamic team to this race. I think because they're heading towards the races in Canada, those are not sprinting one-day classics, and so yeah, you have groups of guys in each team that are wanting to animate this race and not wanting to sit on the front and pull a brake back. Even if this brake is not terribly dangerous, you can see that in the back, you can never let two guys, especially Fabian Weiss, who was fourth in the time trial at the Swiss National Championships, and Oscar Sevilla, who has more results than probably everybody in the race combined on his Palmars. You can't let these guys get too far. But
Weiss and Sevilla halfway through the race. 3 laps down, 3 to go. 2 leaders at the front with just north of 50 miles remaining at the Maryland Cycling Classic. So behind the 2 leaders, there was another small group trying to form at the front of the field, trying to get a gap, trying to ride a little more ambitiously to cut into this lead. 2 miles back. And still a long way to go, but the longer it does go and the larger the gap stays, the dicier the strategies will get.
yeah, here we are at the halfway point of this race. 3 laps down, 3 laps to go. This is when the top competitors are going to start thinking about the finish, the amount of opportunities for them to launch off of the front of this race. They're going to get progressively less and less as this race goes on. And there are a couple launch points on this course, but as you can see, the time is flying, and we're halfway done here.
when they went through that finish area and underneath the banner, there were points for the sprint jersey. Obviously, they were not sprinting, but 4 points for first, 2 for second, 1 for third. And the sprint jersey isn't one that has been hotly contested here today. It's been more just a byproduct of the way the racing has unfolded.
Yeah, it's interesting that they haven't been contesting the sprints or the KOM in a traditional way. As you can see, Weiss is riding these cobbles as if he was on the Paris-Roubaix cobbles.
Leaders on the cobbles. And now the field. And they are coming through the end of the lap. This is the midpoint for them in the race. The gap at 2.5 minutes, so it has come down significantly. This should be pretty comfortable. 2.5 minutes with over 50 miles left to go. There's also the consideration, too, that you don't necessarily, in some cases, want to bring a breakaway back too soon, because then that encourages counterattacks. So there's always that fine line between how much time do you give a break, how quickly do you bring them back, because there's always the unknown about mistakes that are made in calculations for the strategy of when to bring them back, how to bring them back, and who's going to bring them back.
Yeah, you can see that even though there wasn't one team necessarily pulling those two riders back, the gap has fallen quickly, which will tell those riders in the main group that they're not so out of reach up in the front. But we've been seeing counterattacks throughout this last lap. So it definitely shows that there's not much cooperation in the group, but the riders are ready to race, that's for sure.
Even though this is a different course this year than we have had in the first two editions, the finish is the same that they've used every single year, and we've had different types of finishes. Going back to the inaugural edition in 2022, Sepp Van Mark won in a 4-up sprint. The following year, Matthias Skelmos won solo after getting away late. Skelmos, meantime, has crashed out of this year's race. He went down early on the cobbles in lap 2 and then later abandoned. So what kind of finish will we get here in this third edition?
Yeah, we're hoping that Matthias Skelmose is okay, as we see a couple pedestrians running across the road, barely making it over in time. This is the exact point where Skelmose crashed. Still not sure exactly what happened there, but it seems that the riders are taking, you can see that the cobblestones on the right side, it looks as if it's a bit lighter in color. You can tell that there's maybe a smoother line through these cobbles, which they're going to find after that, just that first lap.
Through the Fells Point neighborhood. One of the priorities of changing the course, and one of the reasons that they altered it from the first couple of editions, is because of the fact that Baltimore is such an historic city with so many different neighborhoods and so cosmetically appealing in different sections of the city. They wanted to bring the entire course back within the city limits of Baltimore, whereas the previous courses were out in the countryside north in Baltimore County. And we see evidence of the different cities, the neighborhoods that they roll through here today, and very different architectural styles, going through Patterson Park, going through some of the majestic historic homes, some of the newer homes. And now our leaders going through the feed zone here and getting an opportunity for an afternoon bite.
An afternoon slurp of a gel.
What was always the favorite thing for you to eat on the bike? I know some things you got to just force down like a gel, which aren't necessarily appetizing, but what was sort of your guilty pleasure when it came to eating on the bike?
Well, I think you can talk about guilty pleasures when you're training. When you're racing, you're always, you know, imagine that you run up a set of stairs and then you have to keep running up another set of stairs but eat something at the same time. It's never really a pleasurable experience. And you're eating so much sugar and so many carbs that it's more a test of your your ability to intake than it is a pleasurable consuming experience.
Sounds like a challenge. Now I'm going to try and eat a pizza while running upstairs.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that on my calendar. Well, look at some of the ominous clouds out west of Fells Point and Baltimore here. Could be some interesting weather on the horizon soon. Weather is forecast to move in anytime now through the rest of the afternoon, and thunderstorms, gusty winds, even hail and lightning could be in the mix. So far, so good. A few raindrops out there earlier, but still dry at the moment. How much longer that will last, we don't know, but it does not look great.
Beautiful, beautiful view of the harbor. I've been pretty blown away with this city. Just being here the last couple of days, I really enjoy it. I love the history, and it's absolutely beautiful.
The culture, the history, and just the renovation too of so many different aspects of it, especially down in the inner harbor, the Harbor Point area, Harbor East. It is magnificent. Vice and Sevilla getting an unencumbered look at it without any riders around them to distract them from the views as they head out here on their fourth lap, and their margin down close to the 2-minute mark now. It hasn't been that low for a while.
Yeah, going back to talking a little bit about the nutrition, I would say if we're really talking about a guilty pleasure, the best combo on a training ride still to this day is a Snickers and a Coca-Cola. That was always Chris Horner's go-to. I remember him giving some interview where he had like 20 Snickers and Coca-Colas in a ride.
And he would always go to McDonald's too. I mean, he was a huge proponent of Mickey D's.
Yes, he's Americana.
Yeah, through and through.
Americana.
Mm-hmm.
Mickey Diesel. But yeah, they don't really have time to chew these days.
2 leaders sticking to the nutrition plan here today, and they've been keeping things buttoned up with the bottles and the gels. No McDonald's drive-through to spin through along the course here.
Could be a nice addition, just a little McFlurry.
It hit the spot, right, on a hot day like this?
McFlurry hand up. My wife Kasha, she ends up with eating a lot of Magnum, those candy bar, the ice cream candy bars on a stick. That's a bit of her guilty pleasure.
Go-to, yeah. So the Peloton just came through the feed zone. Leaders are in the center of the screen in the yellow and through the center of the city, and the gap just over 2 minutes between these two contingents. But at this point, there are plenty of opportunities to bring them back. Now, there are a few riders who have gone clear of the field that are between them, but still trying to gather information on exactly who it is, where they are. But everybody within 2 minutes, we know that at this point. So Vice and Sevilla, and this is just part of that steady, sort of moderately uphill section when you're riding out north of Baltimore up to the KOM, which we'll see again later, before you turn back and head south and downhill to the end of the lap.
looks like this is a group.
Now the Peloton now is kind of really spread out. Single file in a lot of areas, no one organized field.
That would indicate that the pace is quite high, that there's some attacks. Coming up over this overpass, I can tell you it is uphill. Here we go.
So this is the chase of the 2 leaders. So this is a group that's in front of the main field, but behind the 2 leaders. A rather lengthy number of riders in this group.
There we go. We got Mauro Schmidt in there. He's a hitter, one to watch. We got Abramson in there as well. Jonas, he's got the nose for smelling victory. Big EF representation. Looks like Nielsen Paulus is in there. Alex Baudin, French rider, fresh signing for them. This is a really good group right here. Missing Lidl Trek. They're not going to be happy about that.
And now up to the Washington Monument here for the 2 leaders. And St. Mary's Seminary on the way as well. That'll be coming up.
This church on the right is actually beautiful. Saw that riding through right next to the Washington Monument. That looks like the Sprinter Marine for EF Education.
It'll be interesting if a group like this, because there's so many strong riders and because there's a volume, there's a quantity that are in this collection, if they can perhaps distance the field.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. We got some Trek representation. We got Brandon McNulty up there. Marijn Vandenberg, Nielsen Paulus, Mauro Schmidt, another Medellin rider who's going to be able to just sit at the back. We got Oded Kogut from Israel.
And there you have it right there. Some prominent names. And if you're back in the field, and so many different teams and big riders have made this move, who's going to pull? It kind of discourages a lot of motivated pulling at the front of what's left of the peloton.
Yeah, it's also pretty uneven between having 3 EF riders in there, and you know, Lidl Trek just has 1, but not their main hitter, let's say.
So now we're getting 1 minute from the chase group to the 2 leaders. This is the chase group here.
This is a great group. I mean, who we're missing from this group is Quinn Simmons. He's going to be fuming back in the peloton, that's for sure. But you got Brandon McNulty. You have 3 from Education First. Abramson, huge favorite coming in. He's on a streak right now, winning 3 races in the last couple months. Doesn't look like the work together is super smooth between these riders. They're even attacking each other a little bit. But we're also missing Jaco Alula from this group.
And no Michael Matthews.
Oh no, sorry, we do have Mauro Schmidt. He's got that red jersey, so it's easy to confuse. So we do have Jaco Alula in this group. I'm sure he would love a little bit of redemption over Jonas Abramson for the victory at the Tour de France, stage 11. He's actually a watch and art collector. Very Swiss of him. However, they tell me that he's not very punctual. which is not very Swiss.
That's very counterintuitive. I mean, if you're a watch collector and you can't get there on time, come on.
You know, that's what happens when you keep the watches in the cases.
Yeah. Or if you're not a battery collector, so you don't have anything to make them run.
I have a feeling the watches he's collecting, they don't have any batteries.
Could be. Could be. All right, so still Weiss and Sevilla here out front, but just about a minute back to a large chasing group of some high-profile riders with 46 miles left to go.
Yeah, they're not too far away from these guys now. A couple of drops you see on the lens. I mean, those are some big storms. We can look out the booth here. We see nothing but gray coming towards the city of Baltimore. So this could be an interesting development as we get into the last third of this race. And this is really when the action is going to start heating up, and we see it happen already. I'm just wondering, where is Big Red? Quinn Simmons, I keep talking about him all day, but it's just because I know that he wants it.
Could it be that he just missed the move? And then it's a matter of how far is that group of 11 ahead of the rest of the field at this point? Latest gap we got was from these two leaders back to this chase group you see on the left-hand side of the screen, and that was a minute or so, but no real word on how far the chase is ahead of the field. And more raindrops here. I tell you what, if we get wind and rain, and especially some of the gusty winds that are in the forecast, even hail and lightning, it could be quite a mess. Wet roads and wet cobbles for the final laps could really be tricky.
Yeah, it looks to me like these guys are rolling pretty well together. Nielsen Paulus sitting on the back there. We know he's been on the podium the last 2 editions of this race. He wants to win this race. He's in a good position for it.
All right, so the chasers making some inroads on the 2 leaders here on this 4th lap. So the chasing group slowly whittling away the lead. Weiss and Sevilla, the day's signature breakaway. But the rain slowly starting to move in.
Looks like that rider from Lidl Trek is Patrick Conrad. I think he's a late addition to the roster. Thibaut Nice was originally supposed to be here, so it's a great performance for him, having just been a last-minute call-up.
Big crowd around this section.
Like that group has 35 seconds to the main peloton. This is Vilmar Paredes on the back here with Medellin. He's a 2-time stage winner of at the Vuelta Colombia. I can tell you from doing that race that you got to be a really good rider to win one of those stages. So let's look out for him. He's going to have a free ride this whole time, having Oscar Sevilla up front. He doesn't have to touch the wind, and he's in a great spot.
So 40 seconds between these 2 leaders and the chasers. Another 40 seconds from the chasers to the field is where we stand at the moment. And while Sevilla and Weiss continue to set the pace at the front, let's go back down to Rasan Bahati. Rasan.
I'm with Brando of Kaiser Permanente, and we're in Patterson Park, sponsored by Kaiser Permanente. Why did you guys get behind the Maryland Cycling Classic, and specifically having the bike jam here?
Thank you. So we got behind the Maryland Cycling Classic. It's a big, huge event out here in Maryland, and we just wanted to come out and support and be big in the community.
Yeah, I've been around all week and had the honor of being around some of your colleagues, and they spoke a lot about equity within the community, and I think this bike jam kind of speaks to that. You've been out here all day. How has the vibe been?
Yes, we've been out here all day. It's hot. The pace is picking up. It's slowing down now because of the weather, but overall it's been a huge turnout. The kids love the spin art when they come out and get on the bikes and create their own art. And we have a lot of giveaways here for the community, and just to show that we're here to be supportive. And if they have any questions, we're here to answer them.
Yeah, so Kaiser has been one of the big reasons why this race even exists, and they're fully committed to making sure everyone within the city of Baltimore, and actually all across the U.S., have health care and proper health care. So thank you, Brando, for your time. Thanks to Kaiser for supporting this, and I hope you get down to the finish and see the exciting finish.
Will do. Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's it, guys.
So we are back to the chasers now, who again are 40 seconds behind the two leaders, but 40 seconds ahead of the field. Just north of 40 miles left to go here in this race, and we are joined now here at the finish in our location by someone who knows this race pretty well. The winner of the inaugural men's edition back in 2022, Sepp Van Marke. Sepp, how's it going?
Good. Thanks for having me.
No, a pleasure to have you on the show here, and proof that he is actually here. Sepp Van Marke joining Taylor Finney and myself. Sepp, this is a new course, not the one that you won on back in 2022, the same finish, however. First of all, what do you think of the course and the layout itself for this year's edition?
It's always nice. First of all, to see this race coming back after what happened last year with the bridge. I think everybody was a bit afraid from the outside, but I'm happy that the organization is strong enough to bring it back, and hopefully it can last in the future also, and other states can join you guys and also organize races. But I think it's interesting. Like 3 years ago, when I won, we went in the countryside. That was a really hard but beautiful part. Now it's more closer to the city, more laps, and this creates like a structure for the team. It's more hard to split the peloton because the peloton knows what's coming. But we see now there is a split, and it's an interesting split. So I'm really happy to see this developing, because it will create a very exciting final.
What do you think is going to happen at this point, the way it's unfolding, and we're now in the second half of the race?
Let's say in this big chase group, there's strong riders, but also just like strong teams involved. All the strong teams have one guy, so it's looking like who's really going to chase them down.
Now that was when Sepp won back in 2022. There was the finish, and you won in basically the 4-up sprint here, and then Matthias Skelmoza won the following year in more of a solo fashion. But the 4-up sprint, certainly a possibility again today from a small group. If a couple of guys get away, we could see the same type of finish in the same area as where you won.
That's true, and also the finish is more difficult, let's say, for European riders. In Europe, you always have the same kind of sprints, the same kind of lines, and here it's different, because also the last 2 kilometers is a little bit bumping up, then down, bumping up and down. It's a wide road, so you can miscalculate the meters to go. Like when you want to start your sprint, because it's such a wide road, you can make mistakes. And then on the images we saw now from a few years ago when I won, I also went too early, and the second guy just nearly caught me. So it's very, very interesting, but like the climb they're doing right now in the last lap, that's going to be interesting because they've been suffering already. There's an interesting group now, and I still expect in the last lap to see some big attacks here.
Yeah, we're happy to have you in the booth, man. And I was watching the ladies sprint, and you could see that Allison Jackson's rear wheel was kind of slipping a little bit, and I was wondering just how you prepared your sprint on this. You said you went a little bit too early. It seemed like the ladies also went a little bit early. Are you looking at the meters to go? Are you looking at the road?
You have to look at the meters to go. That's first of all. But then also in my case, I came from the back. And when I went, I wanted to move up, but they slowed down in the front. So suddenly, before I knew I was in the front, so I hesitated. And instead of taking that speed from the back, even though it was too early, I hesitated, I stopped, and then I went again from the front. So actually, my whole advantage was gone. So yeah, it's important on a different finish, like some riders are used to really look at the numbers on the side, because the numbers are the numbers, and 200 meters is 200 meters.
Yeah, and as far as the group tactics, when you are in a group towards the end of the race and you're on these bigger American roads, I mean, for the most part, these riders are used to racing on smaller roads in Europe. How does that affect the sort of tactics of jumping from the group or following moves?
It affects a lot for the teams that are here. I would say there's not many teams who are fully committed to the sprint. And then it's important to race different. And I would say if we would say it comes down to a sprint of a smaller or bigger group, in Europe the timing is very important, that you're early enough if you only have one and a half lane or 2 lane roads. For example, in America you can wait longer to make your move as a group to go to the front, so you can save your legs a bit longer and at the right timing then come at one time, because the chances that you will be blocked on that big road is very small.
So the 2 leaders have now been caught. Weiss and Sevilla are back with the chasers. Now we have this large group at the very front that contains some pretty marquee names in terms of contenders for the win. We've got just over 40 miles left to go. How does it play out from here? What do you think?
Yeah, it's still a long way to go, of course, and we see this split, but we see another split behind. Is it coming back, or is it a new split? I'm not sure yet, but I think some guys are coming back from the Peloton. So it means the Peloton is still not far away, so anything can still happen, and it's getting really exciting to see this.
And it is really starting to rain now. It is coming down in full force here at the finish. This is as hard as rained all day, and this may be a sustained rain as well, if the forecast is to be believed. So enter the weather as well to add the spice of this race.
Looks like it's still dry where these guys are at, but they are about to plunge into the bath that we see outside of the commentator tent here, as that group is swelling up towards the front.
Yeah, it's a new group coming now, with another set of big teams coming. So that's very interesting. I see a team of UNOX. I saw a team of Israel also. So they're getting stronger in front.
So the umbrellas are out here near the finish, and this is where it's really pouring. Even some puddles starting to form. This is going to be very dicey as they come back in here towards the end of this next lap. And this is the full view here.
Yeah, this is quite a strong summer storm that we got going on, and it'll make the cobbles even more dicey. They don't have to do too many turns on the cobbles, but just one turn on the cobbles in the wet can be enough.
Can be enough, yeah, of course. Not even, hopefully no crashes thinking about, but just the stretch. It puts always the group on the stretch. It creates more fatigue. Even if it's like not so many corners, but still every corner you have to make, you lose a few more meters. Some guys take better corners in the rain than others, and the riders will just get more fatigue from this.
How do you take the corners well in the rain? I mean, it's got to be such a nervous prospect.
It's nervous because many riders don't know how often it rains here in Baltimore. So you can expect, if it wouldn't rain a lot, the roads to be more slippery. If it rains a lot, for example, Belgium, it doesn't have such a big effect. You always have to pay attention, but then you know the roads are always cleaned basically by the daily rain that arrives. And now the riders will be more cautious when they have to take corners, and some will be confident, others will be cautious, and yeah, it's about being in good position on the important corners.
Hitting the technical section of the course just as they're entering into the rain. That was Oscar Sevilla coming off the back of this group, so those two in front have been caught. And honestly, this kind of weather, I used to live for it because it just makes everybody a little bit more on edge, and everything becomes more intense, gets tighter, and can be kind of fun, even though it's scary. It's scary kind of fun.
Is it different at all as opposed to, let's say, raining all day from the very start and dealing with the wet roads versus the roads getting wet as you're riding on them?
For sure, mentally, it's a big difference if you don't start in the rain. If you're sitting there in the rain at the starting line, waiting to depart.
All right,
mentally, that's tough.
Just south of 40 miles left to go here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. The Maryland Cycling Classic is presented by Visit Baltimore, proud host of America's biggest professional bike race. Baltimore, you won't get it till you get here. Kaiser Permanente, official healthcare sponsor. We believe that good health begins with healthy communities. We're promoting healthy lifestyles to help Maryland thrive. And by the state of Maryland, from the sandy beaches of the Eastern Shore to the mountains of the West and everywhere in between. Maryland is home to spectacular natural beauty. So this is where that big group is out on the course right now. This is the 4th of 6 laps. And Sepp, I got to ask you, even though Oscar Sevilla has now been carved and he's in that group, can you imagine being almost 50 years of age and still riding in a race as big as this?
No, I cannot. It's, I think, I would say one of the only, but he's just the only rider who is still professional at that age. So it's really impressive, not only physically how he can keep up with guys half of his age or even less, but also just mentally, like how you can keep training day in, day out, keep taking the risks, keep racing in that rain. No, I cannot imagine how he does it.
Yeah, you hear so many riders say that the older I got, that you start thinking about just life in general, right? Like, how much do I want to risk at this point? Getting hurt and long-term injuries, surgeries. I'm getting older. My body's feeling it. And they start thinking about, is it worth it anymore? But here he is. I mean, in some cases, 15 years older than guys who start to think about it in those terms.
Yeah, it's true. And maybe some people just, yeah, they don't know anything else sometimes than what they're good at. And he's always been good in the past at this, and he's still on a good level to compete in these races. So he thinks, like, why should I change? If I still love the game, then why should I change?
Well, something for both of you as we watch just how ferocious the rain is at the moment. And again, the forecast calls for gusty winds and potentially some lightning and hail. In terms of the protocol, I want to get into exactly what could happen here as we move along. We'll get to that in just a moment as we try to get back out to the race here on this lap number 4. Very steady, hard rain here with 38 miles left to go.
Great pictures.
And when you think about the protocols and with inclement weather, how bad does it have to get before something would happen? I mean, how much can you race through before there would be some kind of a delay, a postponement, something like that?
As long as it's not flooding too badly, then the bike race keeps going. If it's not snowing too badly, then the bike race keeps going. So this is just part of the sport, and yeah, some people respond better to it than others.
And it's an interesting part also because, yeah, like you say, some people respond better, some are just becoming a really, really good rider when it rains or when it's hot, or like thinking about the opposite. Valverde in his time, yeah, the hotter it got, the better he became. And then you have guys like Alexander Kristoff, for example. The colder it was, the more it rains, the more races he started to winning. So it has a big effect on the race, but also individual on the riders.
I was calling a race in Pittsburgh one time in downtown, and there were tornado warnings nearby, and the race kept going. So at that point, I figured, well, not much is going to stop this.
Had a rider with a foot out on the left turn there. Must be a little slippery. I mean, these are those corners coming in towards the finish area, and so, same with how the riders react to the rain. Some also can corner better than others in the rain. Look for those Norwegian riders to be good in the rain, because they're training in the rain all the time. Meanwhile, there's another Jayco Alula up here to help out Mauro Schmidt, and the water is just coming down.
Now, bike handling obviously is such a big part of dealing with these conditions, but how much of it is psychological, the mental toll of dealing with the weather?
Well, you can see that the gaps between the riders are bigger. Everything, like I said, it just it becomes a bit more tunnel vision. You can't see what's going on around you. I mean, you got barriers blowing down. It's it gets pretty intense, but that also allows you to focus in. And some people get distracted by it. Some people just dive right into that focus.
2.5 hours into the race. We're into the second half of the competition, lap 4 of 6. Started with 108 miles to go, now just over 36. And it may be the hardest 36 that a lot of these guys have ridden in a while.
Yeah, it's gonna be harder because the riders just physically cannot always follow the wheels anymore, simply because the water is, how do you say, getting up because of the back wheel. So it's gonna be right in their face if they are too close behind the rider in front of them. So it's
spraying, yeah.
Spraying. So it's getting more and more physical game because you have to ride next to each other and not use the aerodynamics or the slipstream of the other riders in front of you.
Oh man, it's getting real. It's getting real out there now. This is a real bike race. You can see that the corners, in the middle of the corners, they end up getting a little bit more flooded than the rest of the street.
All right, this is coming to the end of lap number 4, and they're coming through that finish area you could barely see a moment ago because of the intensity of the rain. This is the leading group that's going to be coming through here, and it'll be 2 laps left to go.
Another thing you don't think about is visibility. So depending on what glasses these riders are wearing, it can be really hard to see. So you really just punching through. It looks like a problem for the Team USA rider there. Mauro Schmidt on the front.
That's another thing that adds up when it starts raining. All the dirt comes up on the ground, and riders start to puncture a lot faster. You don't need to wait for those cobbles to get punctures. Like here, it's a clean street, and yet it only started raining, and we got already the first punctures to see.
And now a lonely chase. We'll see how much time he lost, but having to navigate back up to this big group here at the front. Other riders chasing from behind. Now, something to watch out for. The leading group is about to hit the cobbled section, 500 meters. The first time they will race in those cobbles in this kind of rain. Very wet, very tricky. This is going to be wild. And here we go.
Yeah, this is the roundabout. That's maybe the most tricky one of cobbles to take in the rain. I mean, on the straight part cobble section, should be pretty safe. Of course, it's going to be different. If it's pretty rough, then it could be more difficult.
All right, this is what's left of the field. And they are coming down through the end of the lap right now. So the field is really just split. We have that large group at the front, now this group behind.
It's like Skyline, Novo Nordisk there, pushing the pace for the second group. I hate to say it, but I think that this group's day is over. That group in the front is pretty strong.
And also fencing is falling down there on the left-hand side of the course.
Sun's coming out, though.
Peloton became really small.
Yeah, the thing about these summer storms is they come in hard, but they come out, they leave quickly.
All right, now we will move back to the leading group here on the cobbles. And the last time through, they have been riding on the right-hand side of the road. It seems like there might be a smoother line through there as they hug that right-hand lane towards the barriers, but boy, very careful and slow through here.
That's Zacharias Luland on the back for Uno X. He'd be a great helper for Jonas. Hopefully he can stay up in that group.
You can see how difficult it became to take the corners. If you see the first one in the group, how far he's away already from the two last guys here. They're about to get dropped just because of the rain.
How many risks do you want to take? That'll be the question as we get deeper into this race with wet roads. Especially when you think about the end of the lap and the circuit here, which at the end of the race will be the final 2K and 4 different 90-degree corners. If those are wet, if we have a group coming in that's really fighting for the finish, that could be treacherous.
Still got Wilmar Paredes, the Colombian for Team Medellin, on the back of that group. He's a fast finisher. I'm gonna keep my eye on him.
All right, they're going through Patterson Park now. And a big group at the front of this race after catching the 2-man breakaway earlier in the race. So with 2 laps left to go, how do you make the call here? With the weather and with the size of that group, you have teams with multiple riders. Can you focus in on 1 or 2 right now that can be the favorite at this point, or do they have to wait until maybe we get down to the final lap to really make the call?
I think they have a good view on it now. If the list is complete, there are some really strong riders, not particularly sprinters. There's a few guys with a really good sprint. They can count on it or bet on it, but there's some guys like Abrahamsen. You know he's gonna attack. You know he's gonna make the race really hard. And then, for example, Paulus, just saying some names. These guys can make the difference. Schmidt, if they come all together in a good breakaway and a good attack, yeah, then it's really not sure it's gonna be a sprint here.
Now the finish looks a lot better than it does out on this part of the circuit. Things brightening up and the rain relenting somewhat near the finish area.
I see Riley Sheehan is also in that group. Riley Sheehan in a really good shape. He's also one of the guys who can follow the brakes and is really fast at the finish. I would like to see him win.
These are the updated sprint standings, the cumulative total of the last few sprints. And again, the sprint point is at the end of every lap. So when they went through that finish area, it was kind of hard to see. It was a big group together. The viewing and the perspective was very compromised, but with the points that went to the first 3 across, 4, 2, and 1, that puts Oscar Sevilla in the lead here in the sprint competition. Next up will be the battle for the KOM and the climb they do at the northernmost point of the course next on this lap. Now the rain really letting up and almost stopping. It's just a miss now at the finish.
Ooh la la.
But still pretty hard out here at this point on the course.
To answer your question that you posed earlier, also the radios don't always work in the rain. Most of the time they will stop working, whether they even worked in the first place.
I wanted to say, you can, if you say don't always work, you can You can skip the always.
Right.
They just don't work in the rain.
Yeah.
Especially because like the team cars are still behind the Peloton, which is already more or less 1 kilometer, or how do you say, 1 mile, 1 mile behind maybe. So that's already a difficulty. And then with the rain, just the water gets soaked by the, the radio gets soaked by the water. And just riders have no communication anymore with the sports director in the back. So they have to rely on themselves and on their teammates.
Real racing. Nobody in the ear. Looks like Tudor, EF, and Uno X have the most numbers in this group. They seem to be working pretty well. So there's a bit of a lull as a couple of riders boost off the front.
Abrahamsen. He sees his chance and he won't wait for it. Abrahamsen, who won Franco Belge lately in Belgium, also a really hard race.
Yeah, Abrahamsen's been on a tear since he won the stage at the Tour de France ahead of Mauro Schmidt, who's also in this group and also following him up the road. Tricky little feed zone section right at the top of that hill coming out of the park. So it's these kind of riders that end up sneaking away. You don't even see it.
That's true. Maybe one of the strongest riders in this group. And then if they get a gap of 5 meters, you know it's always dangerous.
There's Quinn Simmons. Looks like he's pulled out of the race on the way back to the hotel.
And the stars and stripes there on the right-hand side of the screen. That's interesting. So he's abandoned the race, and now one of the favorites goes by the boards.
I think him and many guys saw they were in a losing position, in a bad situation when they were still in the peloton. You know, if there's a group of about 20 riders getting away with all the big teams involved, then you know nobody's gonna chase it down. Nobody's gonna be capable of chasing it down. So he knows that chance is lost, and with this storm, then many riders think like, I'll just try to stay healthy, go to the hotel. My race is lost anyway, and next week we have a new chance.
He will be in the shower within the next 4 to 5 minutes.
Now these riders in a different kind of shower, but it is slowed to a trickle here as the sun has come out, and now just kind of a mist. But at the finish it's clearing up, and it looks like out on the race course it's starting to clear up as well. But still very wet roads. I mean, with such a downpour, they're going to be wet for a while.
Paredes from Medellin, the Colombian team, he's always sitting on the back of that group. He's a fast finisher. Like I said, he won 2 stages of the Vuelta Colombia, 2 sprints. He can hang on to these guys over the climbs. I'm sure Abrahamsen and Schmidt, they're going to try to go for it on the climbs, but I keep looking at him. He's got the sprinter legs and everything.
There's about 17 riders in this group right now, and pretty much no chase at this point. Even before the rain, the chase didn't really exist because the field had been splintered so much, and no organization, no advantage in any kind of numbers for one team to pull. So you're looking at the group that will eventually decide this race, but it's still a big one.
Riley Sheehan also sitting pretty there with Israel Premier Tech. He's from Boulder, Colorado. Great talent. He's had also a great summer, and is it his 2nd year as a pro?
Yeah, it's his 2nd year. Last year he started off really well in the spring with an 11th place in Tour of Flanders. This year the start of the season wasn't as great, but now, like you say, in the summer he's bouncing back. Did a really strong Tour of Germany, was a couple of times podium there. Could have won a stage, but he raised his hands just too early on the line, and right at the end a rival passed him, but still podiumed in GC, so he's in shape. Here number 79. He has a teammate in front with him, Orit Kogut, and he's one of the sprinters in the team. So they have 2 options, and both strong options actually. I expect also if Mauro Schmidt or Abrahamsen would attack, that Riley Sheehan would follow, and that they keep Kogut for the sprint. And also EF has the same bullets with Paulus to attack, and then with Marijn Vandenberg to sprint if it's needed.
Okay. Just inside of 20 riders in the decisive group here on the penultimate lap at the Maryland Cycling Classic in Baltimore. Now, still so many different ways this race can break. From a group coming to the finish together, big or small, some kind of solo move, a sprint between a small group, a big group. I mean, it's still all on the table. How about these fans? I mean, they endured a pretty hefty rainstorm earlier. Could still see more rain. I mean, it's not like it was forecast to just blow in and blow out. We could see more rain coming up later, but they are not going anywhere. They're getting their spots for the finish, and we're not too far away. 30 miles left to go and about an hour and 15 minutes from the finish.
They're looking pretty dry for that storm that came through. I think there was a bit of evasive tactics that they made, but they're back out on the course. It's a nice thing about a quick storm is just freshens everything up. Race explodes the race and get right back to it.
Explodes also a little bit the legs, especially in the last lap. They will feel it. It's like your legs become a bit slower, a bit more full. Now it's different because they have the rain in the full final, and if it has to rain, then it's always better in the full final. If you have it in the start of a race, you slowly cool down, your body cools down. It's too early to attack, but sometimes with some riders, I had it, your legs are gone suddenly. In the final, some riders just get more adrenaline.
It can also affect the equipment as well. You might see some riders go back and get a little fresh lube sprayed onto the chain.
All right, single file here with our 17 riders at the front of the race on lap number 5. One of the things about the weather is the fact that these late summer storms can sometimes come in, and afterwards they can cool it off and the temperature comes down, or what was already a hot and humid day can get even more humid and the humidity can go up. So you never know exactly which way the weather's going to break, but for now at least it is dry, not raining, roads still wet, and we'll see what the weather has in store with just over an hour or so of racing left to go. And again, who knows, radios could most likely not be working, so these riders freelancing it on their own. You have a team like EF that has multiple riders in here, so they could rely on each other to discuss tactics and formulate a plan.
It's also difficult to decide the tactics when you know the peloton probably is not coming back. When the peloton is still close enough, you have to keep rotating, you have to keep the chain going. When you know the peloton would be too far behind, which they don't know now because of the radio communication, yeah, then you can start to gamble more. You can save the legs, you try not to rotate so much or slower to save the legs for the final. So that's something, if they don't have communication, if they would not know how far they are in front of the peloton, it's a big gamble you have to take.
That's a very good point.
That park on the left-hand side of the map is Druid Park. On the other side, Roland Park. Meanwhile, in Druid Park, again, the big one, that's where they have some pretty big cyclocross races every year. And the next will be coming up in 3 weeks' time as cyclocross season starts to kick off here in the fall.
You know, we lost Sevilla from that front group, but Fabian Weiss is still up in there. He was able to stay in. He's got Hannes Wilksch and Mariusz Meyerhofer, both from Germany as well, representing Tudor.
Kind of a lull here Well, no impetus to really ride at the front. So, Sep, like you said, now it's just a matter of waiting and seeing who might launch an attack, who might try and get away here, who doesn't want to sprint, what team doesn't think they have an advantage of some kind.
Yeah, and I think by now the sports directors arrived. Now we see the first car of Total, and then they can try to connect again. Is it through the radios or in real life? Discuss on the car. What is the plan? What do you think I should do? Sport directors always ask, how do you feel? You still have something in the legs, or should we work for your teammate? And then it's about being honest to yourself and to your teammate.
How often is a cyclist honest? When they have big ambitions, but they might not be feeling it in the legs. When you're asked point blank in a race, how often would you say they're really honest about it?
It depends. In this race, I would say they will be pretty honest. Depends if you are stressed about the contract, you will rather say, yes, I still have the legs. But if you're not stressed about it, then you can be honest, because you also don't want to say, yes, I have the legs, and then kind of fail. But of course, sprinters will always say, I still have the legs if they can for the bunch sprint, because they know they only have a few opportunities in the year, and if they say no to one opportunity, it's gone. And in this situation, sometimes they have to rely on themselves and one other teammate, so they just have to be honest, because you want to win this race.
That's Brandon McNulty of the U.S. there in the blue, red, and white at the very back. Number 193, a big name coming into this race, and one of the most prominent Americans racing at the World Tour level over in Europe. He's sitting at the back of this 17-rider group, which is at the front of the race right now.
Very dangerous rider for this final. Just won Tour of Poland, so in a great shape. He doesn't have teammates apparently, but he's strong enough by himself.
Where would he go when attacking from distance? Because he doesn't have teammates, probably doesn't want it to come down to a sprint. So if you're thinking about Brandon McNulty, if you were advising him, what would you say?
I would say let the other teams still work like they do now. Make sure they lose one or two guys of each team, and then it's man-to-man. And yeah, the easiest thing to say is on the climb up for him. Maybe it's not punchy enough, but still, if he creates fatigue for the others, he can try again afterwards. And maybe if they hesitate one time, he's a great time trialist. If they hesitate one time, he's gone. But for now, it's better to make these guys work, do the job, then you're also sure to stay in front.
That's Fabian Weiss on the front. Can't get enough. Can't get enough of the win today.
Why is he pulling when he was in the decisive two-man move for so much of the day?
Can be that his team put him to work. You know, he's got two let's say, fresh riders coming up in that group now, and his day, you know, is pretty much shot, let's say, having spent most of the day out front. So he's going to put in that work to make sure that this group has the gap that they need over the peloton coming into this penultimate, second to last time up the climb. Another young talent in this group is Matthias Kopecky for Team Novo Nordisk. He's a young Czech rider who lives in Girona. Real talent, got a good sprint on him. And one to watch. Surprise, one to watch.
All right, they are headed towards the key climb. Another King of the Mountains point coming up with just under 27 miles left to go. Weiss at the front of the 17-man group. That's pretty much all that's left of this race, and the 89 riders who started it, and everybody else more or less out of the picture at this stage. Going through the heavy rainstorm, now still on wet roads, but it is dry, making their way steadily uphill towards the King of the Mountain before it loops around and heads back south towards the end of lap 5.
The screen was showing that Larry Warbast is also in that group for Tudor Pro Cycling. That's great for him. We got solid American representation up in this group with Nielsen Paulus, Riley Sheehan, Brandon McNulty. It looks like Artem Schmidt.
Home race, you have to be ready.
Yeah, the Americans always get G'd up for the home race, and we only got one of them, the Maryland Cycling Classic.
Larry Warbass, a national road champion for the U.S. way back in 2017. The Michigan native, now 35 years of age, one of the veterans, but in this select group here.
One of the nicest guys you'll meet, and just truly loves cycling, training, racing. He's had a long career. He's had to fight for it, but he's a big talent and a really great guy off the bike as well.
This is the very front as we come up on the final 25 miles here in this third edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic here in Baltimore. Kind of a rule of thumb on circuit races like this of any significant distance seems to be that things really start to pick up in earnest on the penultimate lap. That's where we are now, and we're coming up to the penultimate climb very shortly. Would you expect that to be decisive in the race, or maybe just a good launch point for the next big move?
It's a bit strange to say, but actually it's waiting until Weiss has done the job and it's finished, because kind of he does amazing work, but at the same time he blocks the race from developing because everybody's waiting until his job is done, because then they lose another competitor, they lose another guy, and then attacks will follow again. So when his job is done, he doesn't get help, so he doesn't get recovery. So I assume his job will be done sooner than later, because we cannot forget from lap 1 he was in the breakaway.
I'm gonna guess that when they make that right-hand turn onto the climb, which is coming up fairly shortly, he's gonna swing off and the race will open up again. Just like Sepp said, he sort of neutralized the attacks, which allow for some breathing room in the group. You don't have to be so alert and aware of what's going on. But you see this happen as you come into the KOM, leading into the climbs, the bigger parts of the race, that the riders tend to wait until those moments. So here we go right, and let's see what happens.
All we can see is the roads are dry again. Not at the finish yet, not raining, it's sunny at the finish, but where they are now, no rain.
And starting to really go uphill here. This climb that is just about half a mile. Average is 7%. 900 meters long. And then at the top, there's a false flat.
Here we go.
So I see Tudor has actually 4 guys, not only 3. So they were very strong in the break.
I think it's about to be 3.
It's 3.
Who is that? Donaldson from Jaco Alula? Young talent. A lot of young talent up in this front group. Super cool to see.
It's a more open race. We don't see it so often that 20 guys get away and they will decide the final.
Yeah, this is Bob Donaldson's first year as a pro. He finished second in the under-23 edition of Paris-Roubaix last year in 2024. That's his favorite race.
For Israel Promertech, I think, I'm not sure, but like it's on the list now also, they speak about Boivin and not about Oded Kogut, so their fast sprinter is not there. So it's Guillaume Boivin, another strong rider. He's been top 10 in Paris-Roubaix also, together with Riley Sheehan.
Yeah. So over the top of the climb, and we will update the King of the Mountains points shortly. Now in this little false flat before they make that right-hand turn, and then it'll steadily go back downhill as they turn south towards the Inner Harbor, central Baltimore, and the end of lap 5.
Boivin is a classy rider from Quebec. On the podium of Paris-Roubaix. He's been in the Peloton the last 15 years. He's a great teammate. Has a good kick on him, but I think they're going to be going for Riley Sheehan out of Boulder, Colorado. Yep. As we see the attacks coming off the front of the group.
And there's a little splintering here. You've got, looks like 6 riders and then 2 more, handful behind. And this is where you're starting to go downhill, not a steep downhill, but just gradually downhill enough to really pick up the pace and make it single file like this, and for a few gaps to open up.
Some people might think, why would they go on a false flat downhill? It's nothing about the legs at that moment, but if you attack and you would get away with, for example, 5-6 guys, and they just hesitate a bit because it's downhill, before you know, you get 50 meters, 100 meters, and that's already hard to close it down. So it's always worth it to try, even if it's a downhill.
Yeah, it just takes that moment, right? A little disorganization, or guys not knowing who's going to chase and pull, and then that gap of 2 or 3 seconds balloons enough that it's not worth it to pull.
Yeah. And that's exactly what I was saying before, when Wise of Tudor would finish the job, that he would start looking at each other and attacking, and could be for a while that we see attacks now coming. Nobody wants to pull just to pull.
Is it an instinct that you develop to follow the right move in this sort of end of the race situation?
Maybe, but it's something I cannot explain. But the guys that are in a great shape will always pick the right move. And why is that? Is it that they're less tired and they see more what's happening, or is it that they just follow more moves and because of that they have a bigger chance? But it happens a lot that the riders that are really in shape, they will always be in the front. They will not say, I missed a move even though I had the best legs ever.
Yeah, it's true. Was a mystery that always confused me as a rider. I never mastered that.
And you can see how it could be a numbers game, right? If you follow enough moves, more often than not, you're probably going to get the right one.
Yeah.
But just having that ability in a split second, right, in the blink of an eye, to kind of identify a dangerous rider and get a feel for how the race is developing, how that rider looks in terms of form, and be able to jump on the wheel. I mean, hey, it is a skill.
It is a skill, and it's a skill, it's a talent that you cannot put in data. You cannot put in numbers, and often it's not seen, especially in 2025, where everything is about the power and the numbers you produce. They speak all about aerodynamics, which is super important. But like the skill of fighting, positioning in a peloton is one thing you cannot measure. A skill of seeing how the race is going to develop in the final is a skill you cannot really measure, and it's a talent that a rider can have. And you have to see it as a team owner to see, like, okay, is that a good fit? Because he has this certain talent, and it can be important, even though you don't have the best numbers. It can be important for your teammates that you have some extra skills.
All right, these are the results of the latest King of the Mountains climb. With just over 20 miles left to go, it's all downhill now towards the end of lap number 5 here, with just about an hour left to go here in the Maryland Cycling Classic. Now for all the science, the power meters, the nutrition, the analytics, racing IQ is still something that you just hope your riders have if you're a director. Sometimes there's things they're hard to teach, hard to instill. You just hope, I guess, with experience and maturity and just repetition in the peloton, you kind of figure things out.
Yeah, and it's also a natural instinct, like you say, race IQ. It's very difficult, and then as a DS, if you're behind them, you can help them a bit with what you see, with what you know about the competitors and about your own rider, to give him confidence to help him make the right choices. But in the end, it's the rider and his legs and his mentality who decide to make the right move, because at the DS you see them riding behind, they're riding a few hundred meters behind it. They don't feel, they don't see what the rider sees. And also just what people need to know, like the sports director in the car, he sees every image that we are seeing. He sees it with a delay of like 20 seconds. So the micro decisions can never be made by a sports director, but always needs to be from the rider.
Yeah. Now flying along here, all mostly downhill until they get back to the inner harbor in the end of the lap. And as we close in on the final 20 miles, they are literally running out of road, so it's going to start to get interesting in terms of the dynamics and how this thing is going to develop. Still a big group, slight gaps in between, but largely all together here. Penultimate lap of the third edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic. 3 miles or so away from the end of this lap. As I said, this is the third time they have done this race. The man sitting next to me, Seth Van Marco, won the inaugural in 2022, and then the year after that, the most recent edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic, it was 2023, and Matthias Skelmos got away late from a group to win solo at the end. So Skelmos came to this edition as the defending champion, as last year's race was canceled due to the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in March of 2024. Nielsen Paulus was the second place finisher going back to 2023. He's the only man who's been on the podium in each of the 2 editions, and he's in the decisive move right now here in this race. Paulus, though, looking for the top step of the podium for the first time. He's been second, he's been third, now looking to be first today, but somebody who won't be first is the defending champion. Skelmos crashing earlier. This was the start of lap number 2 on the cobbles. He went down. It was the first crash of the race. He tried to continue on, but eventually had to pull the plug. He abandoned, so the defending champion is out. There will be a new winner here shortly in 2025. A huge surprise to see Skelmos go down, and that's really the only significant crash we've seen in this race today, given all the rain and the weather, but maybe somewhat surprising. We haven't seen more crashes. He's the only one, so he's out, and these are the riders on the left-hand side of your screen who are near the front of the race, and now some trying to go off the front here as they make their way back down into central Baltimore. And a lot of attacking, a lot of movement now starting to occur.
Uno X off the front.
It's Levi. Abrahamson still in the peloton. Johannesson also. Not their leader, but still. Abrahamson bridging across now because about eight guys are getting together, so it's a dangerous move. If you have three guys in this big group, you want to have at least 2 guys in the front. Riley Sheehan at the moment missing the good split. Now it's getting really dangerous. If guys keep waiting here, Marijn van den Berg also doesn't move. That could be decisive.
And they're going to be dealing with some technical corners here as they get inside the final few K.
Roads are still wet. It's not raining, but they're still slippery. Yeah, you do not want to end up in the last couple riders off the back of the front group and watch that race ride away from you, but that's just what's going to happen. I can see this group kind of whittling down over the course of the last lap, but we only got one lap to go.
This is Filippo Zana, number 89 in the purple at the back. The Italian struggling to maintain the pace.
The Italian going to Soudal Quickstep next year.
Former Italian national road champion in 2022.
But now is the moment not to hesitate as this group. If they want to come back, now is the moment. Don't save your legs. First make sure that you are back with the leading group. Otherwise, all chances are gone anyway. And this is something that riders, when they start to be tired in the final and they want to gamble, that they make the wrong choice. If you see 15 guys get away, it's not about gambling. It's about being in position. You can only gamble when it's a few guys. When it's 2 guys, 3 guys, then you can hope somebody else will save you. This moment, I would say, close it down with every energy you have.
Looks like Mauro Schmidt on the front, leading the group, stringing it out. Definitely a gap there between these 2 front groups.
So 11 riders in this group at the bottom of the screen. That is split to the next group. This is the straight, flat run-in to the end of the lap. We will hear the bell, and it will be the start of the final lap of the race.
Got McNulty up there. Looks like somebody's about to take a flyer on the left-hand side.
Bowden of EF might not work because they have Marijn van den Berg, the strongest guy, the fastest guy, I would say, in the back. But they're coming back. Riley Sheehan closing the gap now. That was necessary.
Great performance from Tudor Pro Cycling here at this race today. They've been super active and had numbers in the front.
Intermediate sprint points here. And the bell coming.
And Bowden with a puncture. He has a puncture. Bad moment for it.
Last lap at the Maryland Cycling Classic.
Looks like those groups are going to come back together, but looks like a bit of a touch of wheels on the left side.
So we had a mechanical touch of wheels, kind of dicey starting this final lap. And now remember, we're going to deal with the cobbles one more time. 500 meters of cobbles. May still be wet in some spots as well. And with the race really picking up in terms of the speed and the intensity, this could be interesting.
This is the rider that nearly crashed in the corner.
And Kopecky, the rider from Czechia.
And this is the difficulty, like you mentioned. Some parts are still wet, other parts are dry. They come from a dry part of the race, and suddenly they have some corners in the wet. They go full gas without forgetting that it's dangerous again. Then you get a chain reaction.
Yeah, we saw Dujardin from Total Energies spraying off his glasses, and it's not guaranteed that all of these riders have sprayed off the mud from their glasses, so they are still maybe going to be having trouble seeing.
Especially when you spray it off with sugar water.
With the 100 grams of carbs. A couple of those grams are going to stick.
It's getting foggy here.
There's Paredes still in 3rd position from the Colombian team, Medellin.
All right, let's go back to what happened a moment ago. I think it was hard to see, but a rider hitting the barrier, it looked like.
Yeah,
he just got pushed hard.
Yeah, he clips the barrier after almost touching wheels there.
Hey, that's impressive, though. To hit a piece of metal while you're riding a bike and stay upright.
Yeah, so that's Kopecky again. That's why he's at the back.
That's a shame, man.
And here he is now. He's at the back of this group as they're on the cobbles for the final time.
Let's go, Matthias. Great talent for Team Novo Nordisk. Coming out of Czech, living in Girona.
Slowly coming back, but it's not easy. It takes a lot of energy.
Not easy, and these guys are sprinting out of the corners. But this group is abnormally strung out due to the fact that the roads are wet. Can play into his favor to make it back, but here comes Abrahamson.
Tudor again on the wheel. Schmidt on the left sees the danger.
Something with EF, raised hand, looks like maybe a flat. That could be Nielsen Paulus.
That would be the second flat in 2 kilometers.
Now that'd be Brandon McNulty, who's moving up into 3rd position on the road too, in a blue jersey.
And the group is getting smaller and smaller.
These are strong moves right now.
That's their second puncture in 2 kilometers. So maybe
it is Nielsen Paulus. This is one of the favorites.
Maybe the car is not back yet. Takes time.
This is not the time you want to have a flat, especially not right after another one of your teammates. Going to be very hard pressed to make it back to that front group.
Boy, what a heavy blow for EF. I mean, for so long in this group, they were sitting pretty with numbers, several teammates, and now all of a sudden, within the matter of a couple of minutes, it has all gone sideways. And Paulus, you can see visibly frustrated with how long this is taking. He's been on the podium in each of the last 2 editions. The only place he hasn't finished is 1st. Coming this year, hoping that he could rectify that and finally climb to the top step. But boy, oh boy, this is really damaging his chances.
This is neutral support. This is not his team support. So this is not a Formula 1 wheel change.
We just saw his teammate pass in, Baudin, who got a new wheel. So expect the team car still has to follow, still has to arrive. So it's going to be very difficult to have another podium for Paulus.
That's game over for Paulus, I'm sorry to say.
Wow.
Took too long.
Terrible break.
That's what happens when you're riding on air-inflated rubber.
Oh, so neither of those wheels are going to work there.
No bike. Took his Wahoo off. He's clearly frustrated after a 3rd place and a 2nd place. For sure he wanted to win today.
Now he's got a neutral bike, not even his own bike, so I think that game's over. Oh, he's pulling a Chris Froome. He's going to run it.
Well, he doesn't have to run up a mountain, at least.
Yeah, he only has to run for 15 miles.
His team car probably is 100 meters, 200 meters away, and they're not allowed to go in reverse, of course.
Sure.
That's why he starts running, but...
These are iconic scenes here in Baltimore, Maryland. I'm loving it.
Wait, is the drone on?
I mean, cycling is about creating memories, and he surely does, even though he's losing minutes.
Well, a little cyclocross, carrying the bike over the shoulder for a few minutes.
There's Tom Hopper, trusted mechanic, Team EF, Education First, and that's a blow for Nielsen Paulus. Sorry for him.
Now that took a long time, and now just the frustration and the disappointment converging for Paulus after he got in the right move, seemed to be riding well, said he was feeling extremely strong coming in. And this is a guy who had really targeted this race. He's been back in the U.S. for several weeks, went home to Houston to ride in the heat and humidity that he expected he would face here in Baltimore. So he was preparing in so many different ways. Wife about to give birth to their 2nd child, so very excited about the prospects in his life as well as for this race. And now all of a sudden, with a chance late on the final lap, he has a terrible mechanical issue.
Unfortunately, we have to say it's part of cycling. Races have been decided because of mechanicals, and this is one of them, and it's always sad to see, but it's part of it.
Here goes Brandon McNulty. Now this is a bit of an uphill section, so just putting the hurt down. This man can climb. It's not a climb necessarily, but anytime you got a climber attacking on a hill in front of you, you're going to be hurting.
Maybe one more bottle for some of these riders going up this hill on the final lap here. 15 miles remaining in the Maryland Cycling Classic, and Brandon McNulty of the U.S. near the very front. So Nielsen Paulus is just over a mile back of the leaders now.
No bottles yet. Means the sports director hasn't returned to him yet. They will give him more bottles, but 1.5 mile, 1 mile, it's a long way to go.
Yeah, like Seb said, that was about the bike change. That was just a series of unfortunate events with his teammate flatting before, not having the car immediately there. I mean, he would have been hard pressed to catch back up, even if he had a super quick bike change. But I think they tried 2 wheels and tried to give him another bike, and yeah, he's putting in a valiant effort, but his race is over.
I think at this moment we both had it, Taylor, in the past, like, this is frustration. This is riding on frustration, like emptying the mental tank that you have now, because you know you had the legs to race the final, and he also knows normally he cannot come back. But then you just want to show for yourself what you still had in the legs.
And the other difficult thing too is, even let's say he was closer, right, after he got this new bike, he would have still had to use so much energy to get back to that group. Had he even done that, to then have anything left to try and win at the end would have been especially difficult.
Especially difficult, but the thing is, you would have still had the chance.
Yeah, sure.
Even if the legs are empty, with just with some luck, you could still win this race. And now even that luck is not enough anymore.
Yeah, it's a home race. He's performed well here in the past, and he's putting in the effort. He's got the TV moto with him. He'll know that. So he's pushing, and we congratulate him for that, and we thank him for his effort.
Nielsen Paulus a long way back here. And we will see just where he is compared to the leaders right now. Last lap of 6 here at this 3rd edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic. That's a long way. Well, as far as features on this circuit, which is 18 miles long, still have the final climb up the KOM to go. Now it's TJ Van Garder in there, team director in the car.
He knows the race is over. He just sent the team car ahead. Here comes my boy, Vilmar Paredes.
Oh, he goes down! Around that roundabout, still wet spots on the road, crashing hard as the race goes by.
Jinxed him.
Yeah. The announcer jinx is real, Taylor. I know you're still new to this side, but it does happen. Oh, man.
That was my pick. That was my dark horse. Man, slippery roads.
Don't blame it on yourself, otherwise the next races you cannot say anything anymore.
It's true.
It's got to be very quiet.
One and done. First and last.
You never talk about the no-hitter during the no-hitter. All right, this is another look.
White line? White line? No.
Nope. Oof.
Just a slippery spot.
Both wheels.
It is a spot where the cars take the corners. There's always a bit of oil on those corners, especially when there's a lot of cars who have to stop and gas again to go. And then with the first rain, it always gets more slippery with the oil on the road. McNulty.
Looks like Riley Sheehan right on his wheel. Frosted tips.
It's Guillaume Boivin, with Schmidt also on the wheel.
Guillaume.
Yeah, so Guillaume Boivin, Sheehan, McNulty, all near the front there, all looking pretty strong. But no one really launching a significant move right now.
That's the thing with this course. Like I said, it's sneaky. You know that this is an overpass, but it's a bit of a hill. It's not enough of a hill, let's say, to create a huge selection, but it's enough to create a little bit of confusion. And it's those top riders that are just going to sneak away and claim this victory.
Very cagey moment now on this final lap with just about a dozen miles left to go. One more time up the key climb. Could be the launch point for a significant move here.
Yeah, they're taking all these turns as delicately as possible.
Again, important move. Tudor is in front. Uno X, Israel Primertech. Jayco, so strong teams in front. Teams in the back won't chase them down.
Final time past the Washington Monument on this very brief section of cobbles.
Man, did EF lose all 3 of their riders? Is Moran still?
Moran is still there, but staying in the back, hiding. He knows he's one of the fastest guys here, and if they make him work, if they make him chase, he's gonna lose that power. Guillaume Bavin again.
That's a good move.
Having great legs today.
Bob Donaldson. And you know, this road coming from downtown all the way to the climb is just stair-stepping up. You can see it with the Washington Monument in the back. It just climbs up a bit, goes down, climbs up.
Yeah, this
is Baudin.
Baudin, the Frenchman on EF. So he's behind the leaders. So Baudin and also Nielsen Paulus, who were with the leaders, now have dropped behind. So EF down to 1 in that front group.
But it's still a strong one. They can still win the race.
Looks like Kopecky made it back to that front group eventually. That's a super strong bridge back up to the front. We got distracted with all that chaos.
All right, so closing in on the final 11 miles. Still one more climb to go, and still several riders in position battling at the front of the race here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. The Maryland Cycling Classic is presented by Visit Baltimore, proud host of America's biggest professional bike race. Baltimore, you won't get it till you get here. Kaiser Permanente, official healthcare sponsor. We believe that good health begins with healthy communities. We're promoting healthy lifestyles to help Maryland thrive. And by the state of Maryland, from the sandy beaches of the Eastern Shore to the mountains of the West and everywhere in between. Maryland is home to spectacular natural beauty. Pretty fast pace here, and we should see this all the way to the finish.
This is Dujardin, I think, from Total Energies. Tudor Pro Cycling having a great race, representing in the front in nearly every single move. And Guillaume Boivin, the Canadian veteran.
Well, opening up somewhat of a gap here.
Yeah, so Guillaume is picking the tactic. I'm gonna try to be in every move because at one point it's gonna snap. The elastic is gonna snap, and it's like it's working out. At the moment, he's in a good break with 4 guys, 1 trying to bridge. And the gap is already 100 meters. McNulty, is that McNulty bridging?
That's McNulty.
He's a strong horse.
He is a strong horse indeed. I think that's Mariusz Meyerhofer from Tudor.
He's coming across here, and some pretty healthy margins opening up behind as it's getting more and more select the deeper we go into this final lap.
Yeah, you can see Uno X in the background. They've organized. They haven't made this group, but they still have 3 riders in this front group. As you can see, this, you know, they're going uphill here.
But if you have McNulty on the front on that first group, they better be fast. Uno X.
Yeah, McNulty's
not easy uphill.
He's a great time trialist. He's a great climber. He might be able to ride away with this thing himself.
Much smaller group now here at the front on this final lap. The biggest professional bike race in the U.S., the Maryland Cycling Classic, and it has been a day. We have seen rain, we have seen crashes, we have seen guys running, We've seen mechanicals all over the place. The roads are now drying out. We've seen small groups, big groups, and now down to just this group. And at the very front on the final lap, a small handful of chasers behind. One more time up the decisive climb, and here comes the American Brandon McNulty launching a significant move here. And who's going to go with him?
And that's Larry Warbass, actually, of Tudor Pro Cycling. Brandon McNulty, this is an uphill section right here. He could be one to watch for a solo victory.
If you can hang on like Dujardin, you have to be immediately on the wheel, exactly like he did. Guillaume Boivin just was gapped a little bit, and that will be a big effort to come back.
McNulty, twice a runner-up at the U.S. National Championships road race, winner of the Tour of Poland earlier this year. At the Olympics last year, he was top 5 in the individual time trial. And now at the front of this Maryland Cycling Classic with a fellow American Warbass right behind.
Only 2 guys left.
Let's go, Brandon. Dujardin is definitely not going to pull through. He knows that he's not as strong as Brandon McNulty. McNulty just has to put the power down and hope that he can drop him on the last time up the KOM. Fantastic race here in Baltimore, Maryland. Great American representation as they're coming through Hampton.
So McNulty and Dujardin, the 2 riders at the very front on this final lap. And will they ride away?
McNulty on loan from UAE with Team USA. Tanner Putt, or Mike Creed, sorry, in the team car. Old veteran. If the radios still work, Mike Creed's going to be, he's a tactical mastermind. And he's going to be amping him up.
And if you were Mike Creed right now, what would you be saying? What would be your tactics?
Well, Dujardin's not gonna roll through, but Brandon is a very accomplished time trialist. He knows how to pace an effort like this. We're into the last under 9 miles to go. He just needs to drop Dujardin basically on this KOM. If he can't drop him on the KOM, then he can start to play games with him a little bit and ask him to roll through. What do you think, Seb?
Yeah, for sure. That's the only chance he has, and also Dujardin knows, like, okay, I will just follow. McNulty gonna keep riding. It's a home race. He's the strongest. Also, McNulty knows he's the strongest on the road. And Dujardin just has to make it come down to a sprint, and then he has a chance. And anything else that he does is lost energy, except when he's over the climb. If I was him, then I would start working, so McNulty would also keep working. This is a great scenario for Dujardin, couldn't be better. For McNulty, it's a good scenario, but one rider having with you is a difficulty. Maybe for McNulty it was better to be with 4 or 5, because then he could gamble and try to attack. Now with one rider, there's only one rider to watch, and then it's very difficult to get away. You cannot surprise him.
Yeah, this climb it's short, but it's still a climb, and Brandon McNulty, one of the best climbers in the world. I believe he can drop him. But these guys are rolling pretty good behind. Uno X and Tudor, they both have 2 riders respectively. Guillaume Boivin from Israel, Premier Tech, he sat on the back, not pulling through. Mauro Schmidt. I mean, these are race winners. We got Larry Warbass in there.
Very strong group, but McNulty got away from that group, from the riders. They know it was a decisive move that he could make, and he still, yeah, made a gap. So if he keeps going, if he wants to keep going with Dujardin in the wheel, they're gonna have to be at their best to still close it down.
Yeah, we're coming up to the moment right now. About to turn right onto the KOM, and let's see if Brendan can drop Dujardin. Sandy Dujardin.
Now the 28-year-old veteran who knows how to climb. He won the mountains classification of a smaller race over a decade ago, just when he was getting his career started in the Alps. He has won a sprint classification at the Tour of Rwanda. So he's one of those riders that can win in different ways. And right now, his way is just sitting on the wheel of Brandon McNulty of the U.S.
Here we go. They're on the climb. Looked like McNulty was putting in the acceleration from the bottom. It's not a long climb, but it's possible. Let's go, Brandon.
That's exactly what he has to do. Use every meter of that climb. He's the best climber. He can extend that effort for as long as he wants. And you see Dujardin suffering to hold on the wheel, but he's still there.
The advantage that Dujardin has is that he's been able to sit on the wheel up until this point, whereas Brandon's been pushing into the wind. We see the Uno X riders coming from the back. Johansson, 6th at the Tour this year.
Anybody from here going to get across?
No, not in my opinion. You see the group is falling apart. Johansson is getting away behind them, 4 guys, 1 guy getting dropped. So it's not a cohesion really. They cannot go faster. And like I just said before, McNulty just won a week ago. He won Tour of Poland. So if he really wants to go full in his home country, it's going to be very difficult to get him back. Look, he extended the gap.
Dujardin clinging to the rear wheel of McNulty. This group behind knows that they're running out of time, and now they're really trying to attack to close that margin down.
That's Abramson and Schmidt.
And that's a different story.
That's a different story.
Look at them
right
going. There. They were saving themselves. They just want to do exactly what they did in the Tour de France.
They're back together again.
Back together again, and now Schmidt thinks, oh no, not again.
Well, they really launched from these 3.
Yeah, what a gap. So forget what I said before that nobody could bridge, but
it didn't take long, did it?
I regret those words already.
Well, now Dujardin has come to the front. McNulty gets somewhat of a breather. And now, after this little false flat at the top of the climb, they will then go downhill the rest of the race.
They see them in front of them already. The gap went down to maybe 15 seconds.
They're having some deja vu. Stage 11, Tour de France.
If I was Dujardin, I would start pulling now. They passed the climb, he survived. His chances only get bigger if he holds off Schmidt and Abrahamson. Abrahamson, like we saw before this year, can be really fast in a small group sprint. It's been a great race so far.
And we've seen just about everything, including very diverse weather. And now back to the very front with Brandon McNulty in the blue, red, and white for the U.S. Dujardin in the white jersey, the Frenchman. Abramson and Schmid, the 2 chasers. And then the trio led by Warbass is right behind.
Dujardin asking what he needs to do, if he needs to pull or not. You can see he's moving a lot on the bike, so he's suffering. But this is the right move. You have to pull. You want to keep those 2 guys away from McNulty and Dujardin.
And you see Dujardin look over and say something to Brandon McNulty. No doubt probably talking about who's going to pull, about these guys behind, what they're going to do, something in that order.
Yeah, it can be that he's just explaining that he's given all he's got, but he doesn't have much. These guys are about to catch up with the 2 in front, and that's going to significantly change the dynamic and Dujardin's role in this group. I imagine him sitting on the back even more. Not sure what kind of a pop he has, but let's see if Brandon is able to take another flyer from this group once they get together, or if these guys simply just go over the top.
Dujardin has a pretty good sprint also. So maybe he's gambling on it, and he doesn't mind if the other guys come back.
Dujardin, also a pretty accomplished cyclocross racer. He's a very versatile rider in so many different ways. Now, letting McNulty come back to the front, but we're going to have a group of 4 here at the very head of the race with 5.5 miles left to go. The climbing is in the rear view. So downhill all the way back to the finish now in Baltimore. So closing in on the finish of the Maryland Cycling Classic, just about 15 minutes left to ride.
That's right, 10K to go.
And they have to keep riding. The group behind is only 100 meters away.
Who do you like from this group if they all stay away?
Well, we've seen a sprint between Abramson and Schmidt before, and that was tight. I would have to say that Schmidt has extra motivation to try to take the W. I would love to see Brandon McNulty escape on his own in that USA jersey, but these Tudor boys, led by Larry Warbass, they're on their way back up to the front. I'm not sure they can contest the sprint necessarily, maybe Mariusz Meyerhofer, but very exciting finish to this Maryland Cycling Classic.
Now within 10 seconds now, and could have a group of 7 coming down to the final few K.
Coming into really the only technical section of this course as they come back down into Falls Road. Parallel the river all the way back down into downtown Baltimore, where they're going to finish this thing off.
Roads largely drying out, but as you can see, still some patches of moisture out there from the thunderstorm earlier. Well, they are flying though, and just about to catch the 4 in front. So with just over 3 miles remaining, could be a group of 7 in mere moments. Final lap here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. Well, no more true launch points for an attack or some kind of substantial move, mostly just downhill the rest of the way. So what's going to decide it? What is going to make the difference here? It's come back together. We have 7 riders at the front of the race. Started with 89 at the beginning of the day, now almost 4 hours in. It's come down to these 7. And Brandon McNulty here is at the very back.
Trying to pick his moment to make a final move. Needs to pick his moment right, because there's not much time left. It still falls flat down. Before you know, they're at the finish. So he knows he will have to try to attack to win this race.
Yeah, usually when you see a rider leaving a gap like that to the group in front, they're getting ready to launch a little bit of an attack. I thought Brandon was trying to sneak away yet again. Larry Warbass taking up the work up on the front. A little bit of a bluffing session happening in the back of this group.
Well, in the previous 2 editions, we've seen Sepp Van Mark win in the inaugural race from a 4-up sprint. Matthias Skelemoza win going solo late from a small group. Now here in this 3rd edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic, we have 7 riders together with 2.5 miles remaining.
Starting to look at each other.
Attack coming.
And now an attack coming here as they start to slightly go back uphill.
It's a good moment.
Well, we have a moment before we really pick up in the final 2 miles. Let's go to Rasan Bahati. Rasan.
It's been a fast, hot, steamy, and also wet race here at the Maryland Cycling Classic, and we are getting down to the closing kilometers. We're going to have the PNC push coming into play momentarily, and I'm standing at 300 meters to go here on Pratt Street in downtown Baltimore, and this is where I think the sprint is going to take place and where it's going to shape. After about 300 meters, if you're not in the right position and have the legs, you're not going to work your way into the podium. I suspect the winner is going to make its move between 300 and 250. If you look way down there, they're coming out of that last corner about 800 meters to go. So you have some space to work around and to get yourself into position for the PNC push.
All right, nobody getting away right now. That's the corner that Rasan was talking about, the final corner on the course, and then just about 800 meters from there to the finish, straight and flat.
Just before that second to last corner that we also saw, that's a little bit uphill, and I would say that's a last good chance for an attack like Abrahamson does now. It's attacking. Abrahamson is attacking, but he doesn't want to go full. He doesn't want to waste his sprint legs. He's looking for an opportunity, but not all in.
Tactical battle.
Yeah.
And the roads are just wet enough in spots that they're going to have something to think about around those corners. How hard do you want to push it? How much do you maybe want to be on the brakes? Because you might still slide out. Not fully wet the way we saw earlier, but still enough that it might cause some consternation for these riders.
Johannesson, new attack of Johannesson.
With Larry Warbass, Schmidt.
And I would have to say Dujardin does everything right in the back at the moment. Doesn't follow any move. Does he have the legs or is he tired? We will know soon.
He is playing it smart. This is a sketchy little series of right-hand turns here. We're coming up into the final of this race.
Final corners on the course. Dujardin there at the back in the white jersey. Just ahead of him, Brandon McNulty. They were leading in a two-man group for a while before they were caught, and now they're losing contact here.
Johansson is putting in a solid dig at the front.
Now Johansson, the Norwegian, for Uno X at the very front.
Look for a counterattack from that. They've all just been pinning it. Brendan McNulty puts his hands in the drops.
And now that's Warbass at the front there in the dark jersey, number 31. The American Larry Warbass, the veteran at 35 years of age, now leading this seven-man group. Now with the cinematic feel, the steam rising from the urban city streets in gritty Baltimore. Coming to the end of this Maryland Cycling Classic, the most significant professional race in the United States.
Looks like Larry might take the charge and lead it out for Meyerhofer. That would neutralize any attacks here in the last K. We are underneath the Flamme Rouge.
This is the last bit of uphill. Isn't too long.
All right, the last two corners on the course. And now making the final 90-degree left-hand turn, 800 meters to the finish. Long, flat, fast. This is the final push to the finish of the Maryland Cycling Classic. 7 riders, single file. Larry Warbass, the American, at the very front. Everyone patient and poised for the moment. And now a move coming from the very back. Johansson launching up the left-hand side of the road. Johansson and Abramson, the two teammates.
Dujardin.
And now right up the gut, Sandy Dujardin of France in the white jersey. He's in the mix, and he's on the top step of the podium. Sandy Dujardin wins the Maryland Cycling Classic.
He did everything right. He did everything right to follow McNulty in that move, to gamble and not pull, to let the others come back, to let the others chase each other down. And in the final, he knew he was the strongest.
very impressive.
A handshake with Brandon McNulty. Those two were in front by themselves for a while before they were caught. Then they both went to the back of the group, and Dujardin just was patient near the end, waited and played it perfectly. Recovered just enough to have that sprint at the finish.
Dujardin just sitting pretty in the wheel of Abramson.
Knew he would be the fast guy to beat.
Yeah, that's a masterclass right there.
Now the 28-year-old from a small town in northwestern France near Normandy. Look at him come right down central, up the middle. And that's just having the better legs right there.
Not a bad sprint from Brandon McNulty either, 4th place.
Came just a bit late, but he came with speed.
Abramson and Meyerhofer rounding out the podium. Great showing from the US though. There's Alex House trying to get Dujardin back to the podium. What a day out there. Starting in the heat, big storm comes through, shatters the race into pieces. Riders everywhere, and just a race of attrition from there on forward.
And I think
finishing back in the sun.
I think the most unlucky team was EF with that double puncture at the same time.
100%. Brandon McNulty, great showing, causing that final selection in the last lap. Dujardin showing his classe.
Now the biggest win of his career, first win of 2025. Sandy Dujardin, the 28-year-old Frenchman, with a sprint from a 7-man group. Just shy of the 4-hour mark, gets the victory here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. And there you see Rasan Bahati getting set for the interview. And it looks like he is ready to go. Rasan.
Yeah, I am here with the 2025 Maryland Cycling Classic winner. Total Energy's absolute jubilant right now. The team is coming over to celebrate. Sandy, what an incredible day out there. So many different elements. How you feeling?
Yes, sorry for my English, it's not good, but I'm really happy to win here. And I'm good feeling, and I'm strong team, and I'm very happy to win. Yes, it's amazing.
Bike racing is hard. It is hard to come across wins. What is it like to win here on American soil?
Yes, I don't know. It's crazy for me, but I'm super happy.
Well, now you're in the record books. It's been one of the winners of the Maryland Cycling Classic. You have so many more incredible things to come. The team rode incredible. What was a pivotal point out there for you to get to the point where you can cross the line first?
Sorry, but my English is not super good. But really, it's amazing to be here and win here. I have no word.
Well, congratulations. Maryland loves you. United States loves you. Once again, our winner of the Maryland Cycling Classic 2025.
Now this is again how he did it. Just sat in the middle of that group in the white jersey there. Followed wheels and then found the opening right up the middle here. Look at how it opens and is able to slide right through.
Yeah, it was about timing and being a little bit lucky because Schmid came back from the right towards the group, and it was just a matter of luck, a matter of seconds to not be closed in, boxed in, and he found the gap and was clearly the strongest, I have to say. It was not even close in the sprint. He had almost a bike length in front.
Now, his only other professional victory is from a stage at the Tour of Rwanda 3 years ago. So a huge moment today for Sandy Dujardin of France in Baltimore. Well, EF in the pink had the numbers for a while. 3 riders in a big group late, but then some misfortune, some mechanicals, and they were decimated. Did not factor in the finish among the 7 riders who came to the line at the end.
Yeah, very unfortunate for them, suffering 2 mechanicals within maybe 1 kilometer of each other. But at least we got to see the gait of Nielsen Paulus.
I mean, his technique of running was great.
I think it was better than Froome. I mean, I think his running style was better than Froome.
And he even was carrying a bike.
Yeah.
He remembered the bike. He remembered the bike, yeah.
Just lost a wheel, but that's maybe details.
That's a small issue. First timer at running in a cycling race.
But hey, he finished it off. He made it to the end of the race. Got to respect that.
Yeah. Great riders to watch. Remember Dwars door Vlaanderen this year, where he beat Van Aert in the sprint, when he beat all the Visma guys.
Yes, an epic American accomplishment in Belgium. There's Riley, the frosted tips, our boy. Didn't quite make it up into that front group. We're proud of him no matter what.
Team rode well for him. Big crowds here once again in Baltimore as some more riders dropped earlier come across the finish line. Now the sun is back out just the way we started almost 4 hours ago. Warm and humid on this Saturday in Baltimore. But now we have a winner. Now this Maryland Cycling Classic, it's the man in the white jersey, Sandy Dujardin. The Total Energies team, his biggest pro win in America's biggest pro race.
Yeah, they went pretty fast at a 45K an hour average.
I'll show you how they did it as we roll back through some of the highlights in the race today. This was earlier, some attacks coming off the front just after the flag dropped, but somebody also then dropped on the pave. That was the defending champion, Matthias Schelmoza. This was at the beginning of the second lap, and he eventually would have to abandon because of his injuries. So then this was a 2-man break for quite a while that included Oscar Sevilla, the 48-year-old Spaniard. That would eventually be caught. The EF team in the pink was well represented at the front, and then the rain came down. Eventually, it started to dry out. And then we had a big group late in the race for the final few laps. But watch this. Matthias Kopecky colliding with the barrier there. Even though he would lose a little time, he would eventually regain contact with that leading group. And then Nielsen Paulus had a flat rear wheel, took so long to change, he eventually decided to run with his bike in the one good tire up to where the team car could get to him. And then right after that, a crash on what were still some moist roads there around a corner.
Paredes.
And then Brandon McNulty of the U.S. attacking late from just a 4-man group. And he had Sandy Dujardin on his wheel at that point. And then down to the final sprint from the last 7, Dujardin right up the middle after following wheels. And just got to the front at the perfect time. Good pace and the opportunity to celebrate his biggest professional win. As the race finishes in the Inner Harbor here for the third time at this Maryland Cycling Classic. And despite the threat of really bad weather throughout the afternoon, we only had the brief rain shower. That was it. So by and large, they caught a break here for this race, and especially at the finish when it was largely dry. Sandy Dujardin, the winner, and now waiting for the podium.
Honestly, great race. I really enjoyed it. Anytime you start with 88, 89 riders and you end up with 7 in the front of the race, that means that they really go for it. So great to see here in Baltimore.
And that's something very different than we often see in Europe, where it's more controlled towards the sprint, towards a mountain stage. It's super nice to see an open race where everybody can get their shot. And sometimes we see surprising winners because these kind of guys, these kind of riders don't get a lot of opportunities when it comes down to sprints. Then it's always the same riders. So when it's an open race, it's always spectacular. It's always nice to watch, and we always see new names coming.
All right, waiting for the podium here at the end of the Maryland Cycling Classic in Baltimore. Could see some weather rolling in now, but that will not trouble the riders with the race now finished. Had the women's race this morning, the men here this afternoon, one full day of competition. It was the first ever women's race, third edition for the men.
2 great races. Women's race was also jam-packed.
It was a photo finish for the sprint in their race, and another good sprint here in the men's.
There's our female commentator, Lex. Freddie Rodriguez, legend of American cycling, there on the right.
Fast Freddie at the race all week long, getting set for today.
I had a ride with him yesterday.
Is he still that fast?
He's still fast. No, it was nice because he's one of the cycling heroes from the past. I think when I was a child, when Taylor, probably you also remember him when you were a child, the images of him in Lotto and Quickstep with his champions jersey. That was nice to see him in the classics, in the Grand Tours.
Yeah, he also flew the American flag, did the flag proud over in Europe.
He told me that for every race he did, he wore a new jersey. So every team he was, he just bought extra jerseys for every race he did. And on every race, he kept the number on, and just he has every jersey of every race he did as a memory. It's special.
Now the riders preparing themselves for the podium in this Inner Harbor portion of Baltimore, revitalized over the years, and Harbor Point, Harbor East, the Inner Harbor is such a wonderful area in the center of the city. As we take you through the results, led by the winner Sandy Dujardin, Abramson and Marifer rounding out the podium. Brandon McNulty of the U.S. just missing out in 4th, with Mauro Schmid rounding out the top 5. So you have 5 different countries in the top 5 here today in Maryland. Larry Warbass of the U.S. leading out that group of 7 until very late on the final lap. Kopecky, after hitting the barrier, got back in the group and made the top 10 right on the number. But with the heavy rain shower didn't get to see some of the top sprinters survive in the front group.
Okay, so the only one that we were
There's Bobby Julich there on the right. Got the whole cycling, American cycling royalty family here to support this Maryland Cycling Classic. And we're all happy to be here. Sandy Dujardin. Dujardin would mean of the garden, right?
But no garden variety cyclist, I'll tell you that.
Sandy of the garden.
So just about to commence with the podium celebration here in front of this crowd at the finish.
Right on the edge of Little Italy. Could be a good time to go get some pasta.
Little rigatoni, maybe the spicy variety.
A spicy meatball.
Another good crowd despite the weather from earlier. Once again, a huge sports weekend for Baltimore. Right up the road, about a half-mile away, right down East Pratt. And if you look at the top of the monitor in the distance, you'll find Oriole Park at Camden Yards. The Orioles hosting the Dodgers tonight in just about 2.5 hours. And it will be the celebration commemorating the 30th anniversary of Cal Ripken becoming baseball's all-time Ironman, passing Lou Gehrig for the most consecutive games played. The Ravens open up their NFL season tomorrow night on the road at Buffalo. And today, America's biggest professional bike race taking over the streets of Baltimore, the Maryland Cycling Classic.
Because, well, we have to do math. We have to figure out for sure who the KOM is, for sure who the sprinter is.
Well, right now, they are preparing for the podium, but what's happening is, while they know the top three in the overall race, they're still doing some math to determine the King of the Mountains winner and the intermediate sprint winner. Now, the sprint points were at the end of every lap, but because of the way the race unfolded, it kind of just gets blended into the overall classification, right? Because you're not racing exclusively for a sprint jersey, you're racing for the overall classification, and it's kind of a bonus in the end because the classification is the priority, but the sprint happens at the same point of the race.
It's unique to this race that they have these extra categories and extra jerseys that you can win. So somebody's doing some math somewhere up in an office somewhere. Probably a tent.
I would guess that's the case.
But yeah, you don't see that in many one-day races.
Right.
Having KOM competitions or sprint competitions, but that's unique to this race and something cool that this race offers.
Just trying to give people something else to watch throughout the day and pay attention to. It's a little easier to maybe target the KOM if you're so inclined as a team. But the difference is everyone is so focused on the overall race itself. Typically there's riders up the road that are going for the classification, so there's no opportunity to just carve that out and try to focus on either a sprint or the climb.
Yeah, this way you actually have to make a tactic around it as a rider yourself before the race.
Sandy Dujardin, just prior to going up onto the podium here, basking in the biggest win of her career, just the second win, first in 3 years, but no doubt the most substantial over Abramson and Marifer on the podium. Highest placed American is just off the podium, Brandon McNulty. Mauro Schmid, the Swiss racer, in 5th place.
Great showing from Brendan McNulty. We thought he might have been able to have it there on the last lap, but Sandy Dujardin proven that he was the one to beat.
Yeah, it's still waiting for the first American win in this race.
Now we have you, we have Skelmosh, and now we have the Frenchman, Dujardin.
Very international top 10 today again.
Again, a terrific race to have at this point in the season, leading into the big one-day races in Canada, both Quebec City and Montreal next weekend, and then of course after that it's the World Championships in Rwanda. So good preparation for a lot of these riders, and good logistically that they can travel over, not have to make an additional trip, and just stay in North America this week. And now we are ready for the podium here in Baltimore.
Stick around.
Yeah. Yeah, we're good. I'm gonna come in. Yeah, I'm gonna turn. Yeah, no. Just right down here. Feel that. What happened there? Seriously, what are you? Is that
Champagne bottles ready to be popped.
All right, I started to pull last year near the finish line.
Is it lenses? Is it because it's wet? Lenses. Man, you're racist. Don't bring that. We can, yeah. Over and it's ugly. I feel like guys are Permanente is going to. Huh? No, not going down, but my knees. At my age.
Got the whole Maryland crew down there. Big thanks to everybody who helped put on this race. It took hundreds of people to coordinate with the police and the city.
An undertone of getting the jerseys ready.
Very thankful.
Getting the riders here. Hey, sometimes we're ready and the riders are not. First year we did have a mix-up and one of the riders didn't come to the podium for like 30 minutes, so. You always have a bike race, and clearly Maryland Cycling Classic is dialing it in here. And by the way, I didn't know if you guys knew this or not, but the officials were on at 6 a.m. The volunteers were on at 4:30. Our sponsors were here early. So this has been one full glorious day of bike racing.
And the day is not over yet. Still waiting for the podium. It's coming. It is coming, slowly but surely. We are getting there. Several jerseys and competitions to present, so stay with us. And the podium from Baltimore on the way at the Maryland Cycling Classic. We continue from the Maryland Cycling Classic, and the podium just about upon us. The top riders about to be honored here in Baltimore.
We are now ready for the podium. It is my pleasure to turn it over to Frankie Andreu, my co-commentator.
Maryland Cycling Classic and 107 miles done. I'd like to be able to start off with our RX Benefits Optimizer jersey. Your most aggressive rider, please welcome Brandon McNulty from Team USA. We're going to start with our top three of the day. I'd like to be able to start off riding for Tudor Cycling Team, the German, a bronze medal ride, Marius Marhofer. Yeah, go up. Finishing up in second place, riding for Uno X, the Norwegian, Jonas Abrahamsen. And please welcome, coming from France, your 2025 Maryland champion, Sandy Dujardin. Presenting our medals, Tarek Modadin. From our Sport and Entertainment Corporation Maryland and the Board of Maryland, our medals being awarded from Tarek Modadin and Mayor Scott. Sandy Dujardin, come on Maryland, make some noise! Baltimore, you were fantastic, you're a winner! Right there on the top step, Total Energies, first place once again. Congratulations, Dujardin, Abrahamsen, and Marhofer. Abrahamsen and Marhofer, you can step down. Like to be able to bring up the winner of our pro women for a photo. Riding for Canyon SRAM Zonda Crypto, Adeliska Skaljanek Soika, your pro women's winner. Unbelievable, our inaugural pro women's race. Agnieszka Skaljanek Soika, your winner. And congratulations once again to Sandy Dujardin. Jonas back up to the podium. Marius back up to the podium. Champagne spread, they're already wet, so that's no problem from then. Pop the champagne and celebrate here. 1, 2, and 3. Marius, have fun with this. Smile, enjoy, shake it, that's how we do it. The German. Awesome job. Congratulations, our top three. A fantastic ride on the podium here in Maryland. Maryland Cycling Classic with our pro men. Photo time in the final step of the puzzle. Arms in the air, your champions right here. Thank you, Baltimore. Moving on to our most aggressive rider, the RX Benefits Optimizer jersey. Like to be able to bring back up to the podium, Jonas Abrahamson. Rider coming out of Norway, riding for Uno X. Big thank you to Casey Armstrong from RX Benefits, presenting the jersey to our most aggressive rider. Fantastic ride, making it into the breakaway, forcing the break. Congratulations, Jonas Abrahamson, your winner of the RX Benefits Optimizer jersey. Moving on to our best young rider. Visit Baltimore and the city of Baltimore. I'm looking for the Dutch rider to head on up to the podium, Matthias Kopecky. Your team, Nova Nordisk rider, finishing up as your best young rider. These tight jerseys going on some wet arms and wet jerseys don't make it very easy. Nova Nordisk, a team fully committed of riders with type 1 diabetes. Kopecky coming out of the Netherlands right now. Your best young rider here at Maryland. Did you gain weight during the ride? Hey, once again, put your hands together. Matthias Kopecky. Moving on to our In the Community Kaiser Permanente Award. They traveled around to 4 different schools a couple days before the race. They gave away 50 bikes. And we would like to be able to award our In the Community Award winner. Please welcome Larry Warbos. Your Vice President of Kaiser Permanente, Gracelyn McDermott from Marketing, Sales, and Business Development, presenting your jersey. Larry Warbos making it into that breakaway, riding for Tudor Cycling Team as well. The American finding himself on the podium here. Hey, once again, congratulations, Gracelyn McDermott. Thank you very much for being here, our Vice President of Kaiser Permanente, Marketing, Sales, and Business Development. This next rider made the sprint points jersey and he made it his own.
Guys, final thoughts on this 3rd edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic?
Honestly, if you made it this far, you're the real MVP. Was great. I thought the city did an amazing job to host. I love the weather aspect, how everything changed, and I thought that the race was super exciting, dynamic, and deserving winner at the finish.
I cannot add a lot more. Taylor said it all. It was a beautiful race and a beautiful 3rd edition. I think all 3 editions was already yeah, a great race to watch, and can't wait for next year.
All right, we had sun, we had rain, we had wind. In the end, though, it was Sandy Dujardin who gets the win in the men's event. And now for Taylor Phinney and Sepp Van Mark, I'm Steve Schlanger. Thanks for joining us, everyone, for the Maryland Cycling Classic as we say so long from Baltimore, Maryland.